one inheritance. Mu Chongshi kicked the door open, and when everyone looked up, they saw the scene of 6 sword repairmen fighting, and Yi Qiao whipped them mercilessly from behind. Ming Xuan also gradually got the joy of deceiving people together, laughing maniacally from time to time. The two of them don't look like righteous disciples together, but they look like the villains in the story books. The Song family, who didn't know why, was stunned. May I ask, are we here to save these poor monks from the fire? If so, they would understand why Chang Mingzong rushed over in such a hurry. Which one is your junior sister or senior brother? Another monk looked at Mu Chongshi, the one who was beaten the hardest. Mu Chongshi was strangely silent for a while. No. She was the one who hit someone from behind. The man choked out a few words. You guys are very good at playing in person. One grabbed the heir of their Song family, and took the emperor to order the princes, and the other was waiting to be rescued, and ran after the 6 golden pills. This year's personal biography. Has the game started to be so dirty? Yi Qiao. Seeing this scene, Song Hansheng's breathing was slightly stagnant, and there was a kind of calmness as expected, with bulging veins on his forehead. What are you doing? Yi Qiao turned her head the moment the door was knocked open. Facing 10 shocked faces outside, she tilted her head and asked nonchalantly, what's the matter? In the dead of night, with so many monks gathered here, is there a group meeting? Song Hansheng's face also turned black, and he deeply felt that people like Chang Mingzong came here to torture him on purpose. His face was contorted for a moment, and he stared at the monks of the Song family behind him. What are you looking at? They're all gone. Save the bastard Yi Qiao. Why didn't anyone save these golden elixirs? So it makes sense for him to be number 1 in the 2 big competitions. The monk who was still filled with righteous indignation with Yun Qiu just now, criticizing Yi Qiao's nonsense, touched his nose in guilt. We deserve to be number 1. Mu Chongshi was startled by his brazenness, and took our number 1 bite at a time. Who are you? Didn't you just say that Yi Qiao in our family will only add to the chaos? He raised his eyebrows, deeply feeling that the Song family is really shameless in the same line. Mu Chongshi's words were just casual, but Yun Qiu felt that she was connoted. She blushed, feeling a little embarrassed by what she just said, opened her mouth, and swallowed back what she wanted to say. Yun Qiu had never been jealous of others easily before, and wanted to compare with others, but since Yi Qiao appeared, Song Hansheng just ignored him, and even his master's attitude had changed in a subtle way. He even sighs to himself from time to time. Yun Qiu lowered his eyes, suppressing the surging emotions in his eyes, and gave the old man an answer when he was about to go back. She wants to learn swordsmanship. She wants to learn swordsmanship, and wants to get back the praise that should belong to her. The entire Song family came and went in a hurry. 1 second ago, it seemed like a world war was about to break out, and the next second they all disappeared. The speed is jaw-dropping. Yi Qiao looked at the senior brothers with different expressions, and took the opportunity to send Mingxuan to stay, and the others came out to talk together, so as not to be heard by the 6 casual cultivators in the room. It's chilly outside. What are you and Mingxuan doing? Mu Chongshi pouted. You captured 6 golden elixirs in the time it took us to run for our lives. That was the golden core stage, not the foundation establishment stage. 6 people, 1 sword per person, was enough for 2 people to drink a pot. How did you do it? It wasn't captured, it was threatened. Yi Qiao organized her words. They thought Mingxuan was that ghost cultivator, and they chose to abandon the dark and turn to the bright. Of course, it's only temporary, so my suggestion is to wait until the mission is over. Send them to prison. She was very vague. Those casual cultivators are not brain dead. How could they think that Mingxuan is a ghost cultivator? Several people held back the doubts. But now is not the time to talk about this. Zhu Yu thought for a moment. Let's get out of here first and make a long-term plan. The few golden core stages are also kept. It's still useful. With Song Hansheng's stinginess, it is impossible to lend them someone. Let Mingxuan stay and watch them. Anyway, the second senior brother was afraid of ghosts, so it was easier to assign him this task, because the previous scene where Yi Qiao and Gu Yiying teamed up to chase people cast a shadow on them so deeply that they all believed in Mingxuan's identity. Compared with human monks, ghost cultivators are more uncertain, killing people like hemp, and if they are not careful, they will die. No one dared to provoke Mingxuan, for fear that the ghost baby would swallow them up if he got upset. Mingxuan looked at the trembling 6 people, and was so excited for a moment. In the secret realm, he was always targeted by the 6 golden elixirs, but now there are 6 golden elixirs under his command. Ellipsis. After temporarily separating from Mingxuan, Yi Qiao was still thinking about how to complete the task as soon as possible. After such a long period of silence, maybe you can try to provoke the ghost cultivator and let the other party show up. Her son has been stolen by him right now. Yi Qiao doesn't believe that the other party can sit still. It's only a matter of time to find the door. Yi Qiao has completely achieved it today, and she has increased the hatred value of the entire Song mansion by herself. She didn't panic at all, and was even thinking about another thing as steadily as an old dog. What is the opportunity for the heroine to get the inheritance? Gifted? Not necessarily. Yun Qiu's talent is not necessarily the best, but her luck is definitely the best, and she is the only one. If the last touch of the sword cultivator's spirit is to be lost, he will definitely pass the inheritance to whoever he is in a hurry. Moreover, Yun Qiu is also a direct disciple of the 5 sects, a disciple of the righteous way, so it is even more trustworthy. As for where Yun Qiu got the inheritance in the novel, Yi Qiao really doesn't know. She just remembers the moment when the heroine got the chance. She helped the Song family solve their troubles, and Song Hansheng joined her harem army completely. Be overwhelmed by her beauty and wisdom. Song Hansheng is a standard son of a big family. He focuses on the interests of the team and has no good impressions of beautiful waste. If Yun Qiu can get the inheritance and become a genius of both sword and talisman, then it is indeed worth his high regard for Yun Qiu. At night, the moon was covered by dark clouds, and the surrounding environment was quiet. Yun Qiu tried to call the other party's name in his heart. The Song family had lost many monks, and some mighty ones could persist for hundreds of years without losing their souls. She met an old man in the past few days, and he kept repeating that he would give her a chance. Yun Qiu did not immediately agree. But now she didn't want to hesitate. "Senior," she called softly, "are you still there?" "I promise you," Yun Qiu said, "I am willing to accept your inheritance." A thin old man finally floated slowly in front of Yun Qiu and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Yun Qiu nodded without hesitation. Think clearly. She must not let Yi Qiao be arrogant for so long. The old man looked at her for a moment. In this case, besides you, other monks should come together. After all, things like the old man's inheritance have always been in the hands of whoever has the strongest aptitude. At first, he considered looking for Yun Qiu, first because she had good aptitude, and second because she was a direct descendant of the 5 clans, and he didn't. How much time has passed, and I can only pick a barely acceptable one out of a bunch of poor ones. It's different now. All of a sudden there are so many in-person biography in the mansion. He must be looking for the best. What? This development was unexpected by Yun Qiu. Her voice was almost stuck in her throat, and her beautiful eyes widened. "Senior. Are you joking?" Facts proved that the other party was not joking, because in the next second, except for Zhou Exingyun, all the other sword cultivators fell to the ground, unconscious. Zhou Exingyun. What happened? Zhu Yu was shocked by this series of changes. All dead. He subconsciously shook Yi Qiao and kicked Mu Chongxi, only to find that a group of sword cultivators had all fainted. Most of the dizzy ones are the group of sword cultivators. Zhu Yu looked at the elder brother. Aren't you going to be dizzy too? Follow the wind, big brother. Zhou Exingyun looked at the fallen sword cultivators, and probably guessed something. He twitched the corners of his lips. There are sword cultivators who are choosing a successor. As for why he doesn't faint, because the selection of inheritance is to select those sword cultivators who do not have a family, like the Zhou family has its own inheritance, he will naturally not be included in the scope. At the same time, Yi Qiao, who had fainted, woke up in a trance, and almost thought it was the domain again, and Mu Chongxi, who woke up with her, took advantage of the situation and pinched her. Does it hurt? Yi Qiao shook her head. It doesn't hurt. But why are you so good at pinching me? She kicked over with a blank expression. Mu Chongxi didn't hide. It didn't hurt anyway. He thought for a while. It's a dream. Dream. Yi Qiao thoughtfully looked at the people who were gradually waking up. Most of them were from the Song family, and there was also Yunqiu, and they were all sword cultivators. Oh wow. Is it the place of inheritance in the novel? Yi Qiao remembered that this was one of the heroine's chances. Unexpectedly, by accident, so many people came in. Yi Qiao didn't know which link went wrong, and she let so many people in. Compared to this, she was more curious, so the heroine with the halo of being a millionaire could still get the other party's attention with so many people. Do you appreciate it? Yi Qiao found it a little difficult. With a natural sword bone in front, the other party may not be able to look up to others. Seeing everyone waking up one after another, Yi Qiao dragged Mu Chongxi to find a corner to squat and raise mushrooms together in order not to attract attention. The two squatted together, head to head. What if they both fainted? Is there any danger outside? Yi Qiao didn't know what to think. The originally calm expression froze for a moment. In the past, she could have patted her chest to ensure that there would be no problems, but not long ago, she just offended the ghost cultivator and abducted her son along the way. Along with her silence, Mu Chongxi's expression gradually became cracked. What did you do again? Yi Qiao was a little guilty. Her tone was vague. It's nothing. I'm just an honest person, don't you believe me? Mu Chongxi snorted. You don't need to think about it. Mingxun and Yi Qiao are definitely doing things secretly behind their backs, but they don't know what they're doing this time. While the two were arguing, Yunqiu was also anxiously looking for the trace of the old man before. She was going crazy. Didn't she agree to find her as the heir? Why did so many people come in halfway? Many people present couldn't figure out the situation, and the duo of Chang Mingzong squatting in the corner was even less eye-catching. When Mu Chongxi was about to fall asleep, a voice transmission sounded suddenly. He opened his eyes suddenly, and saw an old man pretending to be a ghost appeared in front of him, holding a sword in his hand, and smiled slightly. Little devil. I have an inheritance here that I want to hand over to you. Do you consider inheriting my future mantle? The old man looked at him with a smile, and the other party said in a persuasive tone, I only give you this sword formula. Why only give it to me? Based on his years of experience in reading scripts, Mu Chongxi looked at the old man vigilantly. You want to murder me? Old man. Seeing that he didn't speak, Mu Chongxi pointed to the exercise in his hand. Or, if you want to practice this exercise, you must first leave the palace. Yi Qiao opened her eyes, and the moment she saw this old man, she felt like the dust had settled. The heroine's golden finger was really cut off. After all, in the way of swordsmanship, the root bone is the most important thing. There are only two natural sword bones in the cultivation world. Who will not give it to Mu Chongxi? Seeing the two of them talking, Yi Qiao didn't interrupt her, but when she got to the back, she realized something was wrong, and quickly nudged Mu Chongxi with her elbow. She found that when Mu Chongxi was talking to the old man, everyone looked over and looked at the two of them with crazy eyes. Yi Qiao felt weird, except for her and the fourth senior brother. No one had seen this old man before. Mu Chongxi suddenly came back to his senses. What's wrong? Yi Qiao pointed at the people who came over, and said in a low voice, it seems that only the two of us can see it. Please restrain yourself and don't react too much. It would be miserable if others noticed something wrong. Seeing that the two of them got together again and muttered together, the others were speechless. How? You Chang Mingzong have endless topics to talk about, right? Yi Qiao lowered her voice, but the old man next to her could still hear her, and she didn't bother to hide the fact that she could see him, so she started talking with Mu Chongxi openly. This senior should be a sword cultivator who failed in ascension and fell. Yi Qiao signaled him to take the initiative. I'm choosing someone to inherit his mantle. Wait a minute. The old man's attention was all on Mu Chongxi. After all, a good young man with a natural sword bone is almost immortal. As for the little girl next to him, he didn't pay attention to him. He turned his gaze straight to Yi Qiao, his tone slightly surprised. Can you see me? Yi Qiao was stunned for a moment, and asked sincerely, don't ordinary people deserve to see you? Is this a question of fit or not? The old man couldn't help opening his eyes wide, and looked at Yi Qiao at a close distance. That kid is born with a special sword bone physique. What are you? To be able to see him. Yes. Mu Chongxi was also curious to death. What kind of qualifications did Yi Qiao have? Yi Qiao's aptitude has been a mystery for so long, and the outside world is almost discussing it, but there is no result. Many people speculate that it is the top grade, and the middle grade is used by them to confuse their eyes. Of course, there are also Yi Qiao's brainless fans who firmly believe that their waves are no worse than anyone else's. They must be the best. However, the purity of Yi Qiao's spiritual root has always been shown on the test stone as a medium-grade product that is neither high nor low. What do you think I am? Wanting to say something, Yi Qiao could only calmly suppress her curiosity, met the other's eyes, and spoke calmly. The other party weighed Yi Qiao up and down for a long time. Besides the natural sword bone, what other aptitude could be so special? He vaguely guessed from the bottom of his heart that besides the natural sword bones, there was another kind above them. That is, which of you has heard of Tianpin Lingen? I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 102. Who do you think you are? What is Tianpin? Mu Chongxi and Yi Qiao looked at each other in surprise. At the beginning of the third scene of The Secret Realm, I vaguely heard Si Miaoyan mention it, which seemed to be above the best. Regarding Yi Qiao's spiritual root, there are different opinions from the outside world, but they are all guessing that it is either the top grade or the best grade. If the Chang Mingzong gang finds out that it is a heavenly grade, they will probably laugh like crazy. Some elders of the 5 sects only recognize spiritual roots but not human beings, such as that old guy Yun Hen. Facing Yi Qiao's special ability of 3 cultivations, he just kept talking about the level of spiritual roots, and looked at him with contempt, revealing his disapproval. Disciples with low spiritual roots are looked down upon. It's annoying to listen to. Isn't she the best? At the beginning, the elder and Qin Fanfan were guessing and guessing, but none of them got it right. Not necessarily. The old man pointed to Yi Qiao's chest, the heavenly grade above the natural sword bone. It is reasonable to say that the characteristics should be obvious, but your spiritual root looks very weak. He didn't think about this little girl at the beginning, and her spirit root was too insignificant. It would be better than her appearance to pull any talent on the scene. If it wasn't for Yi Qiao who could see herself, he would have suspected something was wrong. Up. Yi Qiao touched the spiritual root in her body. Indeed, the spiritual root in her body has always been small. I'm Lei Lingen. Yi Qiao remembered that at first it seemed that the spirit root was smaller than it is now. At that time, after the two thunders fell, it grew a little bit. Thinking of this, she thought, healing does the root grade matter? Heavenly grade thunder spirit root. The old man leaned in front of Yi Qiao, and clicked his tongue twice in surprise. You should also be from the fifth sect, right? Good heavenly spirit root, don't your elders and suzerains know your specialness? Yi Qiao looked confused about her situation. She shook her head, I don't know. The point is, the test stone can't be tested. And the old man in front of him is a monk who failed to ascend 100 years ago or even 1,000 years ago. He is more knowledgeable than those elders. Thinking about the heavenly spirit root. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that the 5 sects don't know. I don't know. Yi Qiao looked like a fool who didn't know what to ask. She came to the realm of comprehension for a whole year, and the suzerain didn't even think about the matter of the heavenly spirit root. How did she know about these things? Senior, how can this kind of spiritual root grow? As your cultivation level increases, it will also grow. If you can't handle it, you can strike a few more times with the thunder in the future, which will also benefit the growth rate of the root of the sky. Okay. Yi Qiao felt a toothache when he thought of the momentum of the rolling thunder. I understand. It's just to let her be struck by lightning more often if she has nothing to do, right? With the passage of time, the external scene has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Zhu Yu and Zhou Exingyun were guarding the unconscious person together outside. The moment they passed out, several strange breaths came from their backs. Zhou Exingyun quickly grabbed the 2 unconscious juniors and younger sisters and dodged to the back. The dark ghostly aura formed a few skulls, interspersed with a few sneers, lingering in the ears repeatedly, extremely eerie. Zhou Exingyun squinted his eyes, and said softly, it's such an ugly smile. My evaluation is not as good as Ming Xuan and Yi Qiao. Zhu Yu said. But after all, at the moment when the iconic ghostly aura struck, Zhou Exingyun and Zhu Yu looked at each other tacitly, picked up their unconscious juniors, and quickly retreated. Just kidding, ghost chi is easier to distinguish than aura and devil chi, and there is no one else who has this characteristic in the Song Mansion except the ghost cultivator. The skinny woman watched this scene coldly in the dark. She was wrapped in black clothes, and she was full of eerie aura. She lowered her head and patted the boy's head, and said lightly, Xiao Qi. Field. The ghost cultivator originally didn't intend to show up. She wanted to wait for these obtrusive monks to leave before doing anything, but now, by coincidence, so many sword cultivators are unconscious, and with the ghost baby in hand, she is confident enough to get rid of them. If so many golden core stages are swallowed up, even monks in the late Yuanying stage will not be able to prove it. Ellipsis. In the inheritance land, after Yi Qiao inquired about all the news about Tianlingen, she tactfully shut up, and was going to ask Master and the others to investigate carefully after returning to the sect. Are you done asking? I'll give the sword formula and inheritance to this kid. He pointed to Mu Chongxi. No matter how few heavenly roots there are, in the eyes of sword cultivators, they're not as rare as natural sword bones. The question is over. Yi Qiao nodded. Since she was introduced, she could vaguely sense that the goal of this senior from the beginning to the end was her 4th senior brother. Mu Chongxi leaned close to her ear, and said mysteriously, you have a photographic memory. When I learn to demonstrate it to you, we will practice together in class. They're all brothers, so let's learn from each other. Yi Qiao gave a thumbs up. If you are rich, don't forget each other. What are you two muttering about? The old man waved his hand and motioned for Mu Chongxi to come quickly. He came to find someone to give away the inheritance, not to bring a group of swordsmen to a meeting. The rest of you go out, you have nothing to do here. He waved his hand, and when Yi Qiao gradually regained consciousness, she was flying wildly in midair. She lowered her head and found herself being carried around by Zhou Exingyun like a chicken. She looked dazed for a moment. Elder brother. Zhou Exingyun, wake up. Yi Qiao touched her face and said sincerely, the wind is like stepmother's big ear blower. It slaps my face coldly. It's hard not to wake up. Almost everyone present was awake, and the only one who was not awake was the fourth senior brother who was accepting the inheritance. Is this the domain? She vaguely felt a little familiar. Yi Qiao had come in twice in total. One time was a stranger and the other time was acquaintance. Now she is very familiar. How did you come in? Was dragged in by Xiao Qi. In fact, so many monks were pulled into the field, but Zhu Yu and Zhou Exingyun were the fastest to be arrested. They didn't know what they did wrong, and the ghost baby was relentlessly chasing them. In desperation, Zhou Exingyun threw Duanshan out with a sword, but he missed, and made Duanshan very angry. No matter what Zhou Exingyun called it, it refused to move again. Zhou Exingyun clicked his tongue lightly and said, if I had a sword in my hand just now, we would definitely be able to. Zhu Yu looked forward to it, escape from birth. Zhou Exingyun paused for a moment, I'll die later. Once the domain is unfolded, even if he has a sword in his hand, it won't help. What's more, there is a ghost cultivator in the nascent soul stage watching over him. With the tacit cooperation of the mother and son, it's no wonder that even the Song family can't do anything about them. Didn't you hear that the ghost cultivator is very deep and vigilant? Zhu Yu couldn't figure out why the ghost cultivator showed up as soon as they came. He also chased them like a mad dog, unable to get rid of them. Yi Qiao paused. She didn't expect their reaction to be so strong. The Ghost Cultivator Society appeared in her expectation, whose son could still sit still if his heart changed. She silently swallowed the sentence, isn't that a good thing? Down. Because she could clearly feel the anger of the people around her. A cultivator from the Song family resisted the urge to swear, I really want to know, which genius did it. If he can come up, he will make the Ghost Cultivator angry. Not only him, but other people present also wanted to question. Who the fuck is so hung up? The culprit Yi Qiao. Outside the domain, the woman frantically started to catch those monks at the golden core stage, ready to eat them all. You dare to show up in front of me if you spoil my good deeds. Just tonight, Gishu suddenly found out that the little ghost he raised with one hand suddenly wanted to get rid of him, saying that he had found a new mother, which made Gishu so angry that he wanted to die, and started attacking these female monks indiscriminately. She waved her hand, and a few strands of black mist diffused, like chains tightly wrapped around Yun Qiu's body, tightened a little bit. Because of suffocation, the girl's face flushed, and she asked for help. Brother. Song Hansheng looked back to see this scene. His eyebrows were slightly cold, and the attacking talisman with his fingertips followed closely. As fast as lightning, he cut off the chain and rescued Yun Qiu. It's not that he loves the same family so much. He died in the mansion personally, and the Song family is not easy to explain to the outside world. You are that evil spirit who does all kinds of evil. Song Hansheng pinched the amulet with his fingertips. His eyes were cold. You dare to come out when you hurt people's lives. Gishu took a sneaky look at Song Hansheng. Originally he didn't want to talk to Song Hansheng, the young master of the Song family. Killing him would anger those old things, but who told him to save others? Shaoqi, she said indifferently. The boy glanced at her, and then, the field quietly extended to his feet, and the two fell into the pitch-black field at the same time. A few babies' cries sounded, and Song Han's back felt cold, and when he turned his head, he was concentrated by a ghostly aura. He spat out a mouthful of blood in embarrassment, and was about to curse when he heard a familiar voice. Yo, come in. He looked up, and saw Zhu Yu and Zhou Exingyun leaning back together, holding a defensive magic weapon in their hands, turned his head and glanced, and said in a flat tone, welcome to our big family. Song Hansheng just wanted to scold people at the moment. He didn't understand. It had been calm for a few days before. What went wrong in the link that caused the ghost cultivator to go berserk? Where are those great powers from the nascent soul stage of your Song family? Zhu Yu stepped on the breeze lightly, dragging Mu Chongxi, who was still unconscious, with one hand, dodging the ghost attack coming from inside. Without turning his head, he asked eagerly, "Let them come out to save people." Song Han suppressed the blood that was churning in his chest, and said coldly, "Xuan Yujian notified, but it will take time. The domain is completely the domain of ghost cultivators. The continuous attacks, as well as the spooky hands stretched out from the ground from time to time, made the group of people tense up, as if they were facing an enemy. But at this time, no one dared to act rashly. They couldn't fight in the first place, so they could only try to delay the time. It wouldn't do them any good to anger the ghost cultivators. Fellow Taoists, just as a group of people were trying their best to delay the time to wait for reinforcements, the sword cultivators who had accepted Yi Qiao's reward order before and were later limp after being fooled opened their microphones to speak. She dares to be arrogant even with a mere nascent soul. With so many of us, are we still afraid that she won't succeed? Dozens of golden core stages, and there are still personal heirs. After speaking, the man did not forget to glance at Mingxuan, placing deep trust in him. What? Didn't you see that the big ghost cultivators didn't say a word? Even a small soldier dares to fight with an axe. Yes, Xiaobing, in their eyes, the nascent soul stage is just a small soldier. In the field, only the ghost infant is the real boss. No, Zhu Yu was in a daze. Why do they dare to look down on the nascent soul stage? In the nascent soul stage, there is still a domain in hand, and a dozen golden elixirs are not enough to see. Mingxuan was silent. Why? Because that was the confidence Yi Qiao gave them. Hey, hey, hey. A crisp female voice sounded. Yi Qiao put her hands behind her back, and said with a smile, "Is everyone playing? Take me one." The tone was extremely frivolous. Anyone who is not blind can hear the provocative meaning between the lines. Ghost Shu's brows turned cold, and the sense of oppression in the field became even stronger. Some people with poor cultivation were suppressed and almost knelt down. For example, Yun Qiu. If it wasn't for Song Han's protection, she would definitely be the one who screamed the most. She was joking. Zhu Yu pulled Yi Qiao back to hide, and pressed her head. "I'll hold a meeting for her." Song Hansheng. Damn, it's about this time. You all don't forget the meeting, right? With so many golden elixirs present in the field, Zhu Yu really couldn't do much with one elixir. He pulled Yi Qiao. "Don't make trouble with junior sister. I know you want to complete the task, but don't rush to complete it." The young man's voice was clear, and he pursed his lips. "You know the ghost cultivator in the nascent soul stage, and you don't know the specific situation above the nascent soul stage. Mother and son, one has its own domain, and the other is in the nascent soul stage. Killing us is like killing chickens." It was rare for Zhou Exingyun to agree. Although he provoked the other party at the beginning, it did not prevent him from turning into a senior brother at this time to give a lecture from his senior brother. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. That ghost cultivator wanted to catch a turtle in a jar and swallow so many golden elixir stages in one go, but in Yi Qiao's eyes, it was obvious that the other party was the turtle. During the chat, several talisman arrays were broken one after another. Song Hansheng's face was slightly pale. The talisman array he set up was ruthlessly crushed a second before it was built. Yi Qiao watched countless swords and swords flickering, so she threw a few talismans out, and also stepped forward to test the opponent's strength, mainly because so far, no one knows the realm of that ghost cultivator. Song Hansheng and Zhou Exingyun, who had the highest cultivation bases, were only in the late stage of Jindan, so they couldn't see through each other's depth. After more than a dozen rounds of fighting, Yi Qiao felt a little uncomfortable being suppressed by the nascent soul stage, suppressed her blood energy, and asked in a low voice, "Did you get any cultivation?" She was evaluating whether these people plus the ghost baby could beat them. If she can't beat her, Yi Qiao can only find a way to delay her time and trap her in the field. National Infant Middle Stage. Zhou Exingyun raised his hand, cutting off the ghostly hands on the ground. In the domain, we are all no match. If you get rid of that brat, you can give it a try. Get rid of. After saying this, Yi Qiao could keenly sense that her cheap son's mood had darkened. Oh. She looked at the nervous crowd and fell silent for a while. It's okay, that ghost baby is not justified. It doesn't matter if you say it doesn't matter. A monk was already anxious, and said, "Who do you think you are?" Yi Qiao ignored him, looked at the inconspicuous little boy hiding behind Gishu, and waved, "Xiao Qi. Come over." Under everyone's gaze, the boy was stunned for a moment, and immediately jumped over, kissed her affectionately, and said in a childish voice, "Mother Tilda." Everyone. Dumbfounded. JPEG. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 103 Heavenly Spirit Root. What is that? Song Han's face contorted for a moment. I asked you, Yi Qiao, what is that? Ghost baby. It turned out to be the ghost baby who had given the Song family a headache for a long time. Ghost baby. Yi Qiao's words also confirmed his guess. This domain is his home, have you forgotten? Song Hansheng must have been beaten stupid. Zhu Yu squeezed him away. That's not the point. The young man pointed at Xiao Qi, just after coming in from the Song mansion. This kid must have been following you. Yi Qiao nodded. Zhu Yu subconsciously wanted Yi Qiao to stay away from this child. The ghost baby was an unpredictable creature, so he might be cooperating with that ghost cultivator. He is very dangerous. Zhou Exingyun also spoke. Yi Qiao has a deep understanding. After all, he chased himself to eat her at first. Mingxuan found that their topic was gradually changing. He turned his head while fighting in his busy schedule, and shouted, "Stop chatting, brothers. Don't you know?" He threw out the talisman, blocked the attack under his feet, and dropped another blockbuster along the way. She gave the ghost baby to the contract. In other words, no one will betray anyone, this brat will not. At this moment, some people were confused, some turned their worries into joy, and some cursed. Song Hansheng was the one cursing. If I remember correctly, this brat has his own domain. Why did he have no contract and was picked up by Yi Qiao? The woman didn't expect him to walk over, and opened her mouth to call a strange girl. Her eyes turned cold. "Xiao Qi. Come over." Yi Qiao pointed to the little ghost lying on her shoulder, and under Gishu's almost cannibalistic gaze, she smiled. "Your son is so cute, he is mine now." The woman's face was gloomy, and she was furious in an instant, and the ghost energy shot out from her body and turned into several strands to attack them. After Shaoqi joined the battlefield, the situation also changed drastically at this moment. There was no ghost hand that harassed him from time to time. Instead, he was extremely relaxed in the field, and the speed of being slowed down returned to normal. "Why are you standing there? Hit her." Yi Qiao's first sneak attack was swept away. She clenched the bamboo shoots tightly in her hand and decisively slashed to the side, breaking up the black mist. Here, with the talisman repair formation as an assistant, and Shaoqi's help, she is at home. Even if she can't beat her, she won't be completely passive. Moreover, she has been pressing for a long time in the middle stage of foundation building, and she can try it in the later stage, but so far Yi Qiao is going to lay the foundation first. It is an indisputable fact that her spiritual roots are weak, so she can only be steady. Mingxuan is the most stable among them. Although he has stayed for a long time, he is now at the early stage of golden core, and he has no pressure to deal with the talisman repairs at the middle stage of Golden Core. Zhou Exingyun took away a monk's sword and said calmly, "Lend it to your wife." The sword repairer who lost his wife burst open on the spot, "Your mother." In the next second, the man's sword was like drawing a knife to cut off the water, and cut a neat incision on Gishu's body. He immediately swallowed the words he was about to blurt out, and when Zhou Exingyun looked over, he sneered, "Your mother is in good health, everything is going well." Yi Qiao followed closely behind. Elder Duan trained her to be merciful every time, but Ghost Cultivator would not. Every time he dodged in embarrassment, he kept improving his sword technique and changed his usual sword style. Zhou Exingyun was the busiest, saving this one and that one. Yi Qiao also saw the gap between nascent soul stage and golden core stage in a real sense. If it wasn't for Xiao Qi, they would not have been beaten too much. By the way, if you, the Song family, are able to catch the Ghost Cultivator, who will get the final reward for completing the mission. She swallowed a few mouthfuls of the blood-recovering elixir, and suddenly remembered this incident when she turned her head. Song Hansheng didn't even think about it. Of course it's ours. The generous price proves that they are not short of money, but they are not stupid. They can buy a bunch of talismans for 10,000 plus high-grade spirit stones. Yi Qiao quickly sliced through the ghost energy with the bamboo shoots, and after it dissipated, it turned into several streams of air currents, converging again, chasing her relentlessly. Difficult. That's yin spirit, condensed resentment, never extinguished or dissipated. She sneered. Eternal. Yi Qiao squinted her eyes. No matter what, she borrowed strength suddenly, pulled the distance closer, and suddenly raised her hand and told her with a materialistic iron fist that she believed her a ghost. Then try it, it's you. My mouth is harder than my fist. Facing a modern popular science ghost, Yi Qiao would only greet her with more forceful and ruthless fists. She didn't dodge it, she was smashed right on the ground, a few confinement talismans fell, the woman broke free easily, and sneered, "Where are the talismans?" As she spoke, her palms bent into claws, and she grabbed Yi Qiao fiercely. After Yi Qiao rolled away resolutely on the spot, she quickly flicked the mustard seed bag of talismans, and greeted others while running. "Hurry up, brothers, where are your talismans? Throw 'em out to appease her. She was mad at me and became mentally ill. It doesn't matter if she doesn't run, as soon as she runs, Gui Xiu will follow Yi Qiao madly in pursuit." That Yi Qiao. Song Hansheng realized that this scene was so familiar. Seeing Gishu approaching, he ran wildly while cursing. How can she accurately irritate the final boss every time? First came monsters, then demons, and then ghost cultivators. To sum it up, this person is poisonous. Zhu Yu. He also wants to know wow. With Yi Qiao attracting most of the firepower, the burden of the others was lightened. Zhou Exingyun attacked alone, while the other sword cultivators were responsible for covering the talisman cultivators. People and ghosts are all on show, only Yi Qiao is being beaten. She is smoking in the breeze. Ming Xuan felt extremely sympathetic. Yi Qiao dodged a few attacks by stepping on the breeze, and at the same time used the formations around her to restrain her. Ghost Xiu didn't understand the formations, she understood them. Caught. The woman's face darkened. I thought it was easy to deal with, but it turned out that she was even more difficult to deal with than Jindan with a foundation establishment. When Mu Chongxi woke up on the way, he was still a little dazed. He was lying in a relatively safe position. When he opened his eyes, he saw a mess in the dark field, and some monks lay crooked on the ground. "Are you awake?" Zhu Yu took a look, throwing a mustard seed bag of pills in his hand to replenish their aura. "Go and help. It's fighting over there." Mu Chongxi didn't talk nonsense, and immediately lifted the sword, swept away the ghost energy, lifted it up on the breeze, and landed in front of the opponent, The shadow of the sword swayed slightly and slashed away with lightning speed. The reason why inheritance is the kind that can be recalled as soon as you close your eyes. You don't need to comprehend it by yourself. Although it is a bit jerky, you can completely learn it without a teacher. Let Mu Chongxi come to learn. With his fundamental talent, one time is enough. Gishu's pupils shrunk slightly, and was stranded by the young man's domineering sword energy for a moment and dodged in embarrassment. The next second, Zhou Exingyun followed closely behind and stabbed her through. The speed at which the woman in the field was restrained, the other sword cultivators were not vegetarians, and they could escape Mu Chongxi's piercing sword move, but they couldn't escape Zhou Exingyun's silent sword move. Did Zhou Exingyun take some action? This is the territory of the Song family, and the person still has to be handed over to the Song family leader. They only need to catch each other. The domain disappeared silently at the moment the woman was stabbed. At that time, the sky was slightly bright, and there was a lingering chill around. There were not a few monks who were injured, but generally speaking, the mission was a perfect success. It is finally over. Yi Qiao was so tired that she lay down on the ground, folded her hands on her arms and said lazily, "I'm so tired. But there is no way, this family will be separated from her." Ugh. The girl has light brows and fair complexion, and looks as obedient as she can be. At first glance, she is a look that Zheng Dao likes. But thinking of her endless insidious tricks, the faces of the sword cultivators turned dark. They didn't realize it until after the fight. They were cheated. Damn it, that woman is the real ghost cultivator of the Song mansion. And Yi Qiao's face became more and more familiar to them, as if she had just chatted with a guard not long ago. Absolutely. Yi Qiao. The cheated Jianshu stepped forward, his tone almost tearful. "I have long admired your name." To be honest, they have long heard that this personal biography is different from other personal biography, but that is just hearsay after all. Not all monks read Dabi. With the vicissitudes of being deceived on his face, he sighed, "I understand. Why do you deserve to win 2 first places? This is what Yi Qiao deserves." Yi Qiao smiled and waved her hand. "Thank you for the compliment. It's my honor. My name is Yi Qiao, and I speak for myself." "Don't be poor." Mingxuan was also extremely tired, and he patted her on the shoulder angrily. "Let's go, the Song family will see us." Everyone was so exhausted that they lay on the ground for half an hour, and those powerful talents of the Song family came late. At the speed of your Song family, you can charge for 5 minutes and get stuck in traffic for 2 hours, right? Yi Qiao kicked Song Hansheng's calf. "When you come over, the grass on our graves will be 3 feet high." Song Hansheng. He knew he was wrong, so it was rare for him to say anything. Yun Qiu stared at Mu Chongxi. "You got the inheritance." Her tone was very firm. "That sword is not like Chang Mingzong's swordsmanship." "Mingxuan, why, are you jealous?" Yi Qiao responded. "Jealous that he has higher talent than you." Zhu Yu criticized her. "It's wrong for you to do this." Every time you said something, Yun Qiu blushed. No. She was anxious to explain, knowing that the inheritance should belong to her. But being turned upside down by Chang Mingzong and the others, it seemed that she was the one with a small belly. Zhou Exingyun also took a look at Yun Qiu, and said calmly, "Don't blame the uneven road for people who can't do it." Song Hansheng saw that the scene was a bit tense, and had no choice but to clean up the mess for Yun Qiu. He said coldly, "My father wants to see you, let's go." Ellipsis. A few people followed Song Hansheng, and they started to compare each other every day. Song Hansheng was impatient and quickened his pace. He really felt that Chang Mingzong's group was no better than others. They turned around and followed into the main hall. The only one who wanted to see them was Patriarch Song. They looked at each other and bowed politely. A disciple of Changming's sect, Yi Qiao. a disciple of Changming Sect, Ming Xuan. After reporting each other's names, Patriarch Song looked at Yi Qiao thoughtfully, and said in a loving voice, "Then, who solved the ghost cultivator?" Seeing that they were not moving, Yi Qiao could only stand up. "Me." Patriarch Song was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect it to be her. Thoughtful, he slapped his palm heavily. "Are you the Yi Qiao who crushed swordsmanship-seeking Zong during the grand competition?" The big competition is a place where a group of teenage talents become famous when they were young. Although there is no individual competition in the team competition, the difference in strength between the various schools can be seen. The most important competition in this competition is coordination and strategy. Obviously, Changming Zong can make a deep impression no matter which one he plays. Sure enough, a hero born a boy, a genius in heaven, unlike some people. He pulled his old face as he said, and glanced at Song Hansheng sinisterly. "I only know how to practice, and I don't need to think at all." Song Hansheng, who is as diligent as a little bee on weekdays. Noticing that Yi Qiao really helped a lot this time, the young man remained expressionless, resisting the impulse to be speechless, and did not refute. It's not been a day or two since his father has double standards, especially he is extremely fanatical about geniuses. The 8th grade masters compete with each other. If anyone has a genius, his father will come to sit in his room all night, chanting wildly, turning into lemons with envy. Refined. After Yi Qiao and the others listened to a series of meaningless words, they got the spirit stone they were thinking of. Patriarch Song was extremely enthusiastic throughout the whole process, especially towards Yi Qiao. After the few members of the Changming sect had left, he withdrew his smile and hurriedly asked, "Han Sheng, what do you think of that little disciple of the Changming sect's daily talisman drawing?" Quote. Song Hansheng was a little aggrieved. "I haven't seen it before." He only knew that her talisman was cheap. But if you want to see Yi Qiao's skill level, you have to wait until the individual competition. Sure enough, it's a variable. Patriarch Song thought thoughtfully, "You pay more attention to observe her. The child has caused a lot of commotion these days." Being able to take the first place in the grand competition twice, and to be able to deal with Ghost Cultivator, is no small feat. Fortunately, that Yi Qiao is only a middle-grade spiritual root, will return to the society, and cannot achieve true proficiency. Song Hansheng, "I know." His tone was cool. "Wait for the 4th game. She will be finished. At that time, join forces with the other 3 cases to target her to death." After going down the mountain, the 5 people in different costumes walked together, which was quite eye-catching. Yi Qiao lazily put her hands behind her back. "How should we explain Shaoqi's matter when we return to the sect?" "So you said that you went down the mountain and brought back a disciple for master. That must not scare Qin Fanfan to death. Just tell him the truth." Mu Chongxi said vaguely, "I seem to know how to practice that inherited sword art. Yi Qiao, do you want to come together?" "No, you can keep it for yourself. You deserve it." Yi Qiao patted him, and expressed hypocritical concern to Mu Chongxi. "Remember to report to Elder Duan when the time comes, and go to class and get beaten yourself. She will not accompany you. Now the elders are extremely tolerant to her, and they will no longer chase after her and scold her for nothing." Yi Qiao has felt the high-level treatment of Danshuan talisman for a long time. Simply cool. Several people returned to the competition yard. Yi Qiao wanted to find Qin Fanfan non-stop to inquire about the Tianlingen in the cultivation world. The other senior brothers all went to bed. Yi Qiao, feeling sleepy, asked several people in succession, and finally found him. "Master." She knocked on the door and walked in. "I have a question to ask you." Seeing that it was the genius of Zong Sanshu, Qin Fanfan's irritable mood calmed down. "Ask." Yi Qiao pondered for a moment, Do you know much about Tianpin Lingen in the cultivation world? Quote. Ha. Qin Fanfan didn't realize it. What did you say? He was wiping the precious sword in his hand, and when he learned that the 5 divine beasts had completed their mission and returned to their clan, Qin Fanfan felt a bit of a headache after a long absence. Although they gave him a face in the big competition, these people together are not ordinary chickens and dogs. In the days when they were not around, Chang Mingzong seemed to be quiet for a while. Yi Qiao looked at her master wiping the sword with an expression of treating it as his wife, paused, and asked, Master, Tianlingen, have you heard of it? If you haven't heard of it, she shrugged, I'll go to the library pavilion and look for it myself. Tianlingen. Qin Fanfan paused for a moment as he wiped his sword. Why did you suddenly think of asking this? Full attendance is gone. Woo crying to death. As the name suggests, I am the king of bad behavior. I found out that someone named Yun Q Yuniao. I suddenly felt so funny, ha ha ha. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. And 4. Facing Qin Fanfan's suspicious eyes, Yi Qiao scratched her head and struggled for a moment. If I say that I am Tianlingen, would you believe me? Qin Fanfan put down the sword in his hand, and looked at her worriedly. Oh, Xiaoqiao, you don't have 3 cultivation skills to become a fool, right? Yi Qiao was stunned. No. Although sometimes you will get dizzy if you use it too much, but generally speaking, you won't become a fool. The two can be said to be one who dares to ask and the other who dares to answer. No, after a while, she realized, you take me for a fool. Qin Fanfan felt guilty for a while when she asked him. He straightened his back. Then why are you talking about this? He pointed at Yi Qiao and began to point and criticize him every day. Cultivation, at your age, how can you do it if you don't work hard? The corner of Yi Qiao's mouth twitched, and she took a deep breath. Forget it. She went to look for the little uncle. Looking at the back of the girl leaving, Qin Fanfan hurriedly chased after her again, because he found that Yi Qiao really didn't mean to be joking. Who made the other party's inconspicuous image leave a deep impression on people? Qin Fanfan yelled, threw the sword immediately, stroked his beard skillfully, turned into an intellectual, and looked like an expert. Little Qiao, I know about Tianlingen. Yi Qiao stopped her pace immediately. Qin Fanfan stroked his beard, and said clearly, beyond the ultimate level, there is also the heavenly level. This kind of word has been circulated in the cultivation world before, but later on, there are fewer and fewer such talents. It's rare to find even top-grade ones. Nowadays, the ultimate product can directly make an exception and become a personal heirloom. Extreme products are in high demand. Otherwise, Qin Fanfan would not have been jealous of Yue Qingzong's ability to pick up a top-quality water spirit root. Yi Qiao. Oh, got it. How much do you know about why Tianpin Lingen needs to grow up? She always thought that the spiritual root had been grown since birth. Qin Fanfan was stunned. Wait while I go to look through the Zangshu pavilion. Don't worry. He didn't know about this spiritual root. Yi Qiao asked so many questions. This time it was Qin Fanfan's turn to ask back. Yi Qiao, are you really kidding? Tianpin Lingen has something to do with you. After all, the world of comprehension is still a lot of old and stubborn, so long time no sect. Poaching the wall is nothing more than looking down on Yi Qiao's spiritual root. Qin Fanfan had no hope for Yi Qiao at first. That is the root of heaven. Yi Qiao thought for a while. Can I try it with a test stone? She was not sure. Anyone who had been a middle-grade spiritual root for so long suddenly told her to change to a different level, and Yi Qiao felt dreamy. Qin Fanfan said happily, "Of course." Yi Qiao had already passed the test when she entered the outer gate. Her talent barely passed, and she just passed the passing mark. Although he didn't hold out hope, Yi Qiao never brags. Qin Fanfan was in a hurry, and rushed to find the test stone as quickly as if his butt was smoking, and the sword was thrown aside. When he got back the test stone in a hurry, Yi Qiao almost fell asleep. Considering that only a middle-grade test stone was tested before, Qin Fanfan deliberately took a high level one. Generally, the upper limit of the test stone is the highest grade, but this time the upper limit is the heavenly grade. It was the first time Yi Qiao saw a test stone of Tianpin level. She took a second look and put her hand on it. It doesn't matter if you don't, just be normal, Xiao Qiao. Qin Fanfan was still comforting her. Yi Qiao was a little speechless. Then can you stop pinching me? It hurts a lot. Qin Fanfan. Yi Qiao lowered her eyes and put her hand on it. The test stone reacted very slowly. Qin Fanfan stared at it without blinking the whole time. No response. Qin Fanfan caught a glimpse of Yi Qiao's calm eyebrows, and subconsciously wanted to comfort him. It's okay. No, it's normal. After all, it hasn't been out for 100 years. Yi Qiao was thoughtful. Master. Is this flickering a reaction? Ha! Twinkle. Qin Fanfan looked down at the past. He has been suzerain for so many years. He has naturally seen countless scenes of geniuses testing the stone. Taking Zhu Yu as an example, the fire element's top-quality spiritual root, the test stone almost exploded. It's true that geniuses are rare. But they're useless test stones. It was the first time Qin Fanfan saw such a weak heavenly spirit root after living for so many years. He calmly swallowed his screams. He watched Yi Qiao's purple light flash to the top, and then quickly disappeared. If you don't look carefully, who the hell will notice that this will be Tianpin? In their impression, the best product can blow up the test stone, and the best product should at least blow it up. As a result, no. Nothing at all. There was only a slight flash, and then returned to calm. Yi Qiao was also silent. Qin Fanfan pressed her on the stool. Calm down first, I'll find them for a meeting. Fine. So next, all the elders came to watch her forcefully. It seems to be looking at some giant panda. Elder Zhao admitted that he spoke loudly to Yi Qiao at the beginning, and he was very relieved. Don't throw away a disciple you pick up, and you will become a genius after 1 year of raising it. Ha ha ha. He is indeed the wisest. Duan Yu also followed, and when he came, he patted Yi Qiao on the shoulder frantically, almost knocking her into the ground. It's up to you when I'm young. Yi Qiao. The Tianlingen still needs to grow. Qin Fanfan remembered another thing. Is it possible that the same is true for other Tianlingens? But basically all were ignored. After all, in Da Zongmen, if the spiritual roots fail to pass, they will be brushed off as soon as they come up. Not everyone is Yi Qiao. Listening to their discussion, Yi Qiao felt a chill in her chest for no reason, so the reason why the original owner was dug out was because she was a heavenly root. A group of people can't come up with any results, but the matter of improving Yi Qiao's strength is imminent. Originally, I had no hope for the big competition. After winning the team competition, there will be an individual competition. Now that a heavenly product has been found, Yi Qiao thought that these elders would be gentle with her. Elder Duan Yu carried it to the back mountain. There are still diligent disciples training in the back mountain. Seeing Yi Qiao, some subconsciously wanted to say hello to her, but when they turned their heads, they saw Duan Yu's serious old face. "Excuse me. It's been so long down the mountain, let's try your skills." As he said that, Duan Yu greeted her with a ruthless fist. Tianpin returns to Tianpin. The training still has to continue. After the end of the 2 secret realms is the individual competition. If her own strength does not improve, the individual competition will be all Jindan stage. What can she do with a foundation building? Is she running fast? Pick one of those weapons on the shelf against me. Seeing this, Yi Qiao picked up her most convenient sword without hesitation, and after fighting with Elder Duan for a while, once she got close to her and seemed to be very passive, she immediately abandoned the sword, picked up the heavy spirit bow, and pulled it to the full moon, shoot straight out. The girl moved too fast. Elder Duan Yu was slightly startled, and changed his style of play. This trick was learned by Yi Qiao from that ghost, and it was a tricky way to play, and how to use the spirit bow correctly was learned from Miao Miao. She shot several arrows in a row and forced Elder Duan to be stumbled. In the end, the battle between the two ended when Elder Duan approached and swept towards her abdomen, and Yi Qiao knocked her to the ground. "Yes." He clapped his hands, too surprised, "you can still use a spirit bow." Individual gifted monks will use other magic tools, such as magic tools and folding fans, bows and arrows, among others. Some disciples have a fixed style of play, and the magic weapon they're good at is also fixed. For example, those sword repairers with good aptitude can only use swords. As for Si Miaoyan, who can use clarinets and is good at attacking, the surprised reaction of the elders at that time is enough to prove how difficult it is to master a type of magic weapon. Yi Qiao shrugged. "It's not like you don't know. I belong to the kind who is not proficient in anything and knows everything. There is no way, she has too few opportunities to get in touch with magic weapons, so she can only learn it now." He has only been learning swordsmanship for a year in the realm of self-cultivation, so it's not really proficient, he just knows how to do it. Duan Yu shook his head. He didn't expect this kid to be really low-key. He said in a solemn tone, "If you are in the same realm as those in person, you won't necessarily lose." Although Yi Qiao is not proficient in using a sword, what this child is best at is not swordsmanship, but dismantling moves. Moreover, Yi Qiao's progress has been astonishing. Her style of play is gradually changing, from following the sword formula at the beginning, to now she has learned to change according to the opponent's style of play. This child's ability to learn is too fast. Duan Yu was able to kick her flying at the beginning, but now Yi Qiao can dodge him several times, and even counterattack. Yi Qiao blinked, feeling a little embarrassed to be praised for the first time. "Yi Qiao." Elder Duan looked at her seriously. "Tell me honestly, how many years have you been learning swords? You have a photographic memory. How can you not even use a sword well in more than 10 years? Yi Qiao was silent for a few seconds. She came to the world of comprehension for a full year, not counting the times when she failed. In the end, she thought for a while, and answered truthfully, 1 year. A year. 1 year. Weird title. I have something to go out tomorrow. I will try to finish writing 8,000 today. I will post a chapter first. There will be more later, but it may be late. Everyone should go to bed first. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 105. Duan Yu plucked a few beards and calmed down for a moment. Really? Yi Qiao nodded. Really? Duan Yu. Damn it. No wonder, he said, why Yi Qiao is so useless, co-authored it and studied for a year, and Mu Chongxi had this effect in a year. He almost woke up laughing in his dreams. Not to mention Mu Chongxi, Yi Qing'an could not be as good as Yi Qiao after only 1 year of study. Duan Yu was a genius, and a delayed genius, Duan Yu's heart ached even more, so in the second half of the night, he beat Yi Qiao even harder. Yi Qiao leaned back hastily, avoiding the opponent's punch. Is this how you treat geniuses? Duan Yu, who made you so talented? It's a pity that other people don't know Yi Qiao's level of swordsmanship, otherwise he would be able to carry Yi Qiao out to show off. On the first night of returning to the sect, the world where only Yi Qiao was injured was achieved. Xiao Qi was taken away by Mu Chongxi yesterday, and the next morning, when he saw Yi Qiao who had been beaten up all night with dark circles under his eyes, he raised his eyebrows. Why did you go there in the middle of the night? Did you dig a grave late at night? Yi Qiao smiled bitterly. Elder Duan taught me how to do swordsmanship overnight. Oh, Mu Chongxi didn't react much. Then you really should practice. After all, Yi Qiao's lack of proficiency in swordsmanship is indeed a shortcoming. Ming Xuan simply sat down on the spot and rubbed the boy's head. Can we bring him into the secret realm this time? At the back of the mountain, a group of hard-working bees came out to practice swords before dawn. Yi Qiao lay down on the ground. Probably not. The domain thing is too buggy, and if it is really used, not only the elders are not happy, but the group of direct disciples will definitely be the first to quit. Then leave it for the master. Zhu Yu lowered his eyes, but Qin Fanfan took care of the child, and it was always good to be alive. Xiao Qi was not happy. I don't want it. I can secretly hide on you. He looked at Yi Qiao pitifully. Things like ghost aura fell silently on a certain place on the clothes, so it would not be too easy to detect, and he had a domain, so he could not be found. Yi Qiao, try it first. Xiao Qi quietly turned into a cloud of black mist, and then scattered around Yi Qiao's clothes and hid them all quietly, so that she really couldn't notice anything wrong. Okay. Ming Xuan gave a thumbs up. That's it. The big deal is that he won't be allowed to come out after entering the secret realm. Isn't this more reliable than Qin Fanfan raising children? Let's go. Let's ask the Sword Sect for a reconciliation first. After letting Xiao Qi hide, they had to rush to the courtyard where the relatives of the various sects gathered overnight, and each sect also returned to the courtyard one after another. Prepare for the next mystery in advance. It is worth mentioning that these personal passes did not sleep at night and began to think about how to disturb their opponents. Anyway, there is still some time left for the fourth game, so why not take the opportunity to discuss the opponent? Some of them were drugging themselves, while others were knocking on wooden fish at night. Yi Qiao was awakened and wished she could take a brick and hit them on the forehead to wake him up. A few nights ago it was very lively. Xi Chuxu smiled when she heard about it. It's fine. Soon they will be more lively. Ellipsis. Yi Qiao caught up on several sleeps in one breath, and when she woke up, she found that the candles in the windows of other sect courtyards should have been dimmed at this time, but today they were all lit up for some reason. She pushed open the door, and several other people gathered together, all lighting candles, each holding a book. Yi Qiao was quite uncomfortable with the collective appearance of intellectuals. She touched her arm, and said with a slightly hesitant voice, "What are you guys doing?" Endorsement. Ming Xuan knew that she had slept for several days. Not knowing what happened, the assessment will be tomorrow. Public punishment for those who fail. Go to the flower pot. Quote. Ha. To Yi Qiao, this was no less than a bolt from the blue. Come on. Master Shu has already been found for us. Zhu Yu raised his head back and began to recite bitterly. No one can sleep tonight. Yi Qiao. Really? Her eyes widened slightly. Is there such a thing in the cultivation world before? It didn't happen before. Zhou Xingyun looked more and more unlovable, and his tone was depressed. It may be added because of the difference in IQ among the direct disciples in the cultivation world. I hate it, but it's useless. Not only them, but also several other cases. This night, Everyone stopped poisoning and harassed their opponents. They all lit up the night to fight and study and endorse. After reading so many personal stories, I fell into crazy endorsement overnight. Burning the lights to fight at night, the crazy appearance made the elders very satisfied with it. This is the spirit they should have in the cultivation world. Diligent and studious. Ellipsis. No. Why do you still have to endorse the book after you have stepped into the Matthew Immortal? Is this reasonable? Yi Qiao almost died of sleepiness. Even if she had a vivid memory, reading these books in one night would be enough. After reciting the book until midnight, Yi Qiao even gradually became obsessed. Holding the KFC in her arms, she feels relieved that the KFC will soon take the same exam as them, and it's time to find a better school for it. KFC. This night, the courtyards of the 5 clans were all lit up, and they gathered together to ask each other and recite. Yi Qiao even wanted to use some crooked ways, trying to write a cheat sheet and pass on the answers. In the early morning of the next day, everyone stayed up all night. Yi Qiao had to take the exam 3 times at a time. In Danshu's assessment, because Danshu was a group of good students, only Yi Qiao really couldn't find an organization to cheat with. In contrast to the calmness of the Danshus, when she came to the sword cultivator assessment, she found that all the sword cultivators were exhausted, and Yi Qiao found the organization strangely. In the assessment class, Yi Qiao brought a book into the arena and cooperated with Mu Chongxi. In the assessment class, Yi Qiao brought a book into the arena and cooperated with Mu Chongxi. The two quickly passed on the answers and cheat sheets in their hands. Chu Exingji was tired of doing the questions. Seeing the actions of the two of them, he immediately tapped wooden table, said silently, "Bring me one." You who ask about the sword sect still want our Changming sect cheat sheet. Mu Chongxi sneered back, "You're dreaming." Chu Exingji yelled, "Elder." Yi Qiao quickly threw it to him, telling him to shut up. The 3 of them cooperated with each other, and gradually lost themselves in copying. So much so that those who asked how the great elder of Janzong got behind him didn't know anything. "What are you doing?" Yi Qiao replied subconsciously, "Cheat sheet." After she finished speaking, her back felt cold, and when she turned around, she saw the old serious face of the other party. "It's over." Yi Qiao. Chu Exingji. Mu Chongxi. 0. Yi Qiao. Ah. What? RRR. The 3 of them were turned into groundhogs. Yi Qing'an, who was sitting in the back, finished answering the questions, and took the time to glance at the convulsive trio, and said in a calm voice, "Stop barking. Every time there is Changmingzong, it is noisy to death." Yi Qing'an has been exposed to swords since he was a child, and of course he doesn't find it difficult. Zhu Yu is a good student, so there are only 3 of them in the sword repair team. The words are divided into 2 parts. After finishing the sword repair exam, she had to go to other exams, and the yard of Fu Shu was also not peaceful, with several explosive symbols flying all over the place, and she almost got blown up when she stepped in. "Are you fighting?" Ming Xuan smiled slightly, and talismans flew over his fingertips. "It's just a friendly discussion." As soon as the words fell, all kinds of talismans exploded, dazzling. Yu Qingzong and Changmingzong had a long-standing grievance, and they smashed talismans at each other in the name of exchanging ideas, and tested each other's strength along the way. And a few feuding Fushu got together and were almost torn down by the yard. The moment the dust flew up, everyone was ashamed, as if they had returned from digging coal somewhere. In the end, as expected, the entire group was judged as failing, except for a few good students like Song Hansheng and Yi Qing'an. A bunch of people stood in unison, with a flower pot on their heads, and I yawned after you yawned. The orderly appearance made the passing monks stunned for a while. "What are you doing?" These few personal airs. Practice new exercises. It's the first time I saw so many living biography of the 5 clans. I was a little excited. All kinds of personal clothes are intertwined, and it is also a beautiful scenery to gather together. This kind of public execution failed to do any harm to Yi Qiao. She was so sleepy that she wanted to sleep. It's really brother sects. The top flower pots are all in groups. Those who don't know outside will think that the 5 sects are happily joining forces now. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yu, who was passing by, laughed so hard that he almost couldn't straighten up. Ming Xuan was so jealous. Damn you, why don't you? Zhu Yu spread his hands. Who told you not to attend class? The monks who passed by and saw this scene were also discussing. Yi Qiao and Qin Huai are side by side. What does that mean? It's love. Fart. Then Mu Chongxi is still with Chu Exingji. When they meet, you see who will do it first. I was in a bad mood today, but when I saw them, I laughed. Is it true that the personal transmission is a group of uneducated people? No. There are exceptions to everything. The Song family, the Yi family, Zhu Yu, and Si Miaoyan are all good students. Yes. So, Chang Mingzong, are you poisonous? 4 out of 5 are there. Ellipsis. Several people were putting on flower pots, and some people started fighting at the back. The 5 sects didn't fight each other, and it was easier to get into trouble when they got together. Yi Qiao took a nap. Mu Chongxi and Chu Exingji the Jindan period started fighting. The others immediately moved away. Mu Chongxi took the inheritance in the past few days and just wanted to find someone to practice. Chu Exingji was about the same level as him. After the collision, there was an aftermath, and the sword energy almost swept towards the person next to him. The movement between the two of them was too great. It caused other pro-bishops who were not at the scene to come over to watch. Yi Qing'an squinted his eyes, happened to see Mu Chongxi's sword, and asked, "New sword technique?" Yi Qiao didn't say a word, didn't reveal anything about the inheritance, but it didn't prevent Yun Qiu from speaking. The girl's voice was soft and soft. It's an inheritance given by a senior. You don't need to study it, you just know it. Co-authoring is opportunistic. Yi Qing'an was a little disdainful. Under the same realm, Chu Exingji can draw with Mu Chongxi. But if there is inheritance, Chu Exingji will suffer a little. Mu Chongxi failed to attack several times, and only when he used the new sword formula could he catch him by surprise. On the contrary, Chu Exingji was very fierce, and his moves came straight to his face. Having studied King Fengju so thoroughly, it seems that Zhang is strong if he doesn't sleep and practice sword every day. Yi Qiao rubbed his chin. Who made you only know these 2 tricks? Yi Qing'an disdainfully. Yi Qiao raised her eyebrows. Is this still being looked down upon? I'm afraid they didn't study our ways less. Ming Xuan clicked his tongue twice. They've been thoroughly understood. Yi Qiao hummed lightly, thoughtfully, it seems so, but their swordsmanship. In her opinion, the difficulty is not bad, and she can learn it. As long as Mu Chongxi fights for a while longer. In the end, the discussion between the two ended in a draw. Chu Exingji smiled, walked in front of them, and taunted silently. Do you Changmingzong only know King Fengju? Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao, who was named, glanced at him and asked, want to fight? It's just a discussion. I've been curious about you for a long time. Chu Exingji only had a vague idea of each other's strength, and Chu Exingji only had an impression of her running very fast and learning a lot. Chu Exingji didn't see any other outstanding places. There was a lot of noise in the exchange of ideas between the two, and most of the people's reactions were dumbfounded. Yi Qiao. How dare she fight Chu Exingji? In the competition, Chu Exingji will suppress his cultivation, and Mu Chongxi only got a tie. How dare Yi Qiao agree? Chu Exingji and Mu Chongxi are fighting. When Qin Fanfan received the news, he was not surprised. Isn't that normal? He had a hunch when he saw Dabi that sooner or later, the two clubs would fight. The main reason is that Yi Qiao also joined. Depend on. He still really doesn't know how much Yi Qiao weighs, but the experience accumulated in the battle between the Foundation and the Golden Core are also different. Isn't that courting death? Qin Fanfan was startled, jumped up, and went straight to the training ground, boldly asked the Sword Sect, "Don't hurt my sect's genius." Ellipsis. Si Miaoyan was full of doubts. Fighting is prohibited during the grand competition. It's not time for the individual competition yet. However, this year's once-in-a-century personal competition can be referred to simply as a personal competition. The addition of one Yi Qiao caused the 5 sects to have grievances against each other, and whoever can get revenge depends on which one's personal skills are stronger. Song Han said in a strange voice, "That's how they are sword cultivators." In a fight, it is best to overturn the training ground, and points will be deducted for both cases. Yi Qing'an's brows and eyes were indifferent, and the corner of his lower lip was pursed. "I'm also curious, how about a person who can achieve the 3rd level of cultivation, the way of swordsmanship?" Yun Qiu responded softly, "Naturally not as good as senior brother Chu." Although these words were mixed with some personal grievances, what Yun Qiu said was true. The Qingfeng Ju in Yi Qiao's hand moved through the clouds and flowing water, and collided with Chu Exingji's piercing sword energy. Under the same realm, he was no match at all. Zhu Yu frowned. Yi Qiao's way of using the sword looks quite jerky. It would be strange if he was not suppressed and beaten. Too weird. How can I say that Yi Qiao joined Yue Qingzong when she was a child, and also learned swordsmanship for more than 10 years? Yi Qing'an didn't respond to this result. She only knows Qingfeng Ju. They have studied Qingfeng Ju overnight, focusing on speed and injuring people invisible. As long as they catch the speed and regularity of their swords, it is easy to catch the flaw. But it never ends so easily. Yi Qiao missed several consecutive sword strikes, and Chu Exingji laughed mockingly. Ming Xuan didn't understand the contest between sword repairers, but he could also tell that Yi Qiao had lost the upper hand. What does Yi Qiao want to do? Mu Chongxi and Yi Qiao often train together. It stands to reason that when she finds that she has missed a hit, she won't use so many Qingfeng Ju consecutively. After a few sword strikes, Yi Qiao turned over to avoid 2 sword shadows that looked like sharp blades. When Chu Exingji approached, she turned her wrist and swung 1,000 catties back. A sword with clear wind and bright moon. Chu Xing had seen it a long time ago, and he raised his hand to block it and easily resolved it. With a restrained look on his backhand, the young man turned his sword style, executed the sword formula, and slashed straight at Yi Qiao. The attack was menacing. Yi Qiao had seen him throw a sword before. Elder Duan's kick was not in vain. She dodged on the spot, using the first move of Qingfeng Ju again. Seeing it, Chu Exingji pulled the corners of his lips, and his expression was still a little casual. He had already prepared defenses in advance, and it was useless to wait for Yi Qiao. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly changed her sword technique in the next second, and Janwen Janzong was caught off guard. The moment Chu Exingji raised her hand, she used the same sword style he used just now, with the sword that cut through the sky. It fell onto the mysterious sword in his hand. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the opponent's long sword breaking into half, Yi Qiao turned over and stood up from the ground, and said lightly in his mocking tone just now. Assignment 7,000, the remaining 1,000 will be added later. I am exhausted, please ask for a free gift, thank you guys. All Sect by playing badly. Chapter 106 Scene 4 Secret Realm. There was silence all around, and Chu Exingji's eyes widened when his sword was broken in front of the public. Yi Qiao. Although it was just an ordinary black sword, being broken by Janshu was like being stepped on with his face on the ground. He punched Yi Qiao directly in a hurry. She turned around to dodge, and kicked down with one foot. She didn't expect Chu Exingji to make a feint and slam the other hand down on her abdomen. Yi Qiao grabbed his arm and at the same time threw him away on the spot. Mu Chongxi jumped up immediately. His eyes lit up. Yi Qiao is amazing. Hit him, kick him sideways, turn around, and look behind Yi Qiao. Ming Xuan also called out. The scene was once extremely lively. Yi Qiao and Chu Exingji looked at each other, and when they wanted to continue, the voice of the elder of Zhangjianzong suddenly sounded from behind. Have you had enough trouble? The originally lively team fell silent one after another in an instant. If you don't make trouble for a day, you will die, right? Seeing this scene, the elder of swordsmanship Sect really hated that iron could not be made into steel. It's fine if the assessment is a mess, and it can be done with a flower pot. He pointed to everyone present. The secret realm will open soon. I hope that all of you can take care of yourself and reflect on yourself. Especially some people who don't use their brains and have been overturned in the last 2 days have the face to watch the fun. The other 3 sects passed on inexplicably feeling connoted. He waved his hand, looked at the silent disciples, and said coldly, "It's gone." Yi Qiao got into a fight, and left refreshed. The flower pots were unsupported, and they all went back home. When Qin Fanfan arrived, he was already late, and while following the group of disciples back to the courtyard, he asked, "I heard that you guys started fighting. How did it end?" After all, Chu Exingji is also an opponent, so it is good to test it out in advance. Yi Qiao was a little proud. I beat him. Although Chu Exingji underestimated the enemy, she was caught off guard at the time when she changed her hand, and Chu Exingji didn't react at all, but in the end, Yi Qiao still won. Qin Fanfan laughed happily. He didn't believe it. Mu Chongxi may not be able to win against Chu Exingji. But there is no need to say such things. Xiao Qiao. Qin Fanfan walked behind the team with his hands behind his back. You have been stuck in this realm for so long. Is there no way to break through, or is it a bottleneck? For talented disciples, it is easy to break through the foundation building. It was easier for Yi Qing'an to break through the golden core stage than to drink water. It can break the mirror. Yi Qiao thought for a moment, but the spiritual root is too weak, and the speed of breaking the mirror is not directly proportional to the current spiritual root. She'll have to let it grow a bit longer. At present, it seems that there is no other way but to rub the thunder. In the realm of comprehension, the personal transmission of the golden core stage has basically fallen through the thunder calamity, and other monks have basically broken through the golden core stage, and then it will be the nascent soul stage thunder calamity. In the world of comprehension, it's not that Yuanying is as numerous as dogs, and Yi Qiao can't find anyone to rub against. Qin Fanfan expressed his appreciation for her steady behavior. Too anxious really makes the foundation unstable. After a burst of noise, the next night gradually returned to calm, and all the courtyards of various sects fell silent one after another, analyzing the situation in the next secret realm. I feel that the difficulty of these great secret realms is increasing. Not only Yi Qiao felt it, but other disciples felt it too. The further you go, the more difficult it is. Ming Xuan tapped the map given by Janzong gently with his fingertips. The next secret place is called the Bush Forest, and there are not only monsters in it, but also many mutated trees that can not only eat people, those who are caught will be swallowed and assimilated if they don't break free in time. The most troublesome thing in this secret realm is not the monsters, but the plants there. The benefits of the fire spirit root come. At least some plants dare not take the initiative to provoke them. When in danger, crush your ID card and run. The big competition happens once every 100 years, and there are quite a few Tianzhou who fell into this secret realm 100 years ago, and the identity card was researched later, and it can be sent out by crushing it. Mingxuan drew a lot of fire talismans and threw them to them. If the situation is not right, throw them out to appease those plants, or run away if it doesn't work. He had no choice but to wish these people good luck. Especially Ye Chao. It's hard for others to say, but she is definitely the worst one to be targeted. Hey, it's so hard to live. Yi Qiao lay on the table and sighed. Since getting the alchemy furnace, the speed of making alchemy seals and the speed of releasing them have more than doubled, and she stuffed the ones with high aura saturation into a porcelain bottle and distributed them to several other senior brothers. After all, the last secret realm is not very friendly no matter how it sounds, especially to Ye Qiao who is the enemy of the whole world. Zhu Yu looked at the elixir she made, and the corners of his lips curled up. If the Bishuazong knew your level, they would probably come to poach the wall. The main reason is that Ye Qiao used a pot to refine it in the secret realm before. No one has seen that kind of strange thing, so it's hard to judge how good it is. I should have said it earlier. Ye Qiao raised her head, touching the ground one by one. I said they're so rich earlier, I would have gone there. I hate her for being young and ignorant, and being confused by 5 steamed buns. 3 days later, all the personal disciples packed up and took a flying boat to the scene where the secret realm was opened. It was just dawn in the morning, and the monks outside the field were all sleepy, and only swordsmanship Sect stood upright like a little white poplar. As Mu Chongxi was walking, he was slapped on the back of the head. Stand still. Duan Yu followed behind and scolded. Mu Chongxi. Then she didn't stand still. Why didn't you talk about her? He pointed to Ye Qiao who was so sleepy that she didn't even raise her head. Duan Yu. Can she be the same as you? Why is this treated differently? Qiao Qiao. Long time no see. A monk outside the venue greeted her warmly. Promise that we will live with a smile. We believe in you, even if you offend the audience, you can still live well. Yi Lang Lang who survived in the cracks. Ye Qiao heard these words as soon as she came in. She had drawn a lot of talismans before going down to the secret realm, but now her head was a little dizzy. After hearing these words, Ye Qiao raised a bright smile, waved her hand, and just wanted to say to them, that's not a problem, our. Looking up, I saw several other cases not far from her. Every look is cold. If eyes could kill, she would probably be completely cold by now. Ye Qiao turned her head as if nothing had happened. Pretending not to see it, she was already thinking about countermeasures crazily in her heart. Mingxuan poked her. What should I do? If you can't find a teammate this time, you will probably be targeted to death. The hatred value in the previous few games was not on Ye Qiao. The main reason was that no one paid attention to a foundation establishment. It's different now, in terms of hatred, who is as high as Ye Qiao? Mingxuan rubbed his chin, looking like he was thinking, and his tone was slightly elongated. I'm thinking about a question, who is the unlucky one among us, who is lucky to form a team with Ye Qiao? Of the 5 people, there is always one who is alone. Ye Qiao has not been singled 3 times in a row. I don't know what will happen this time. Sect by playing badly. Chapter 107 Fang is the king of dogs. Why is it so unlucky to team up with her? Meow Meow heard their conversation, and interjected. That's the joy of being the first to fly. Si Miaoyan quickly covered her mouth. Don't. They also want to join it. Not long ago, Yi Qing'an and the others had a meeting with the 3 sects other than Chang Mingzong. When they saw Ye Qiao, they pinched her ID card first, and then considered the next one after getting rid of this person. Matter. In other words, on the first day, Ye Qiao was the target of all the pro brothers. Meow Meow was covered with her mouth and dragged into the secret realm forcibly. On the other side, the other two sects were also attacking Yi Qiao to gain some happiness. Chu Exingji said, "Damn, Yi Qiao attacked me, we will enter the secret realm when the time comes, and we will get rid of her together first. I've already chosen the name," he said, "we're called the Avengers. Su Juo. It's very good, don't take it next time." He patted Chu Exingji as he said, and dragged his junior sister into the secret realm. Chu Exingji touched his head, feeling that he was being laughed at. After they entered, Yi Qiao also walked slowly into the secret realm. In the secret place, the sun is shining brightly, and you can see a piece of fresh green, as well as the wooden houses woven with grass and trees, and the lush trees grow extraordinarily tall. Everything is very good, except that there is something wrong. Yi Qiao stood on the spot, posed deeply, and waited for a while. Then look left and right. Try to find your teammates. Yi Qiao walked and said, Zhu Yu, Ming Xuan, Mu Chongxi, Zhou Exingyun. What about people? She lay down on the ground and brushed away the wildly growing weeds, but she didn't see any senior brother squatting in the grass for a long time. Yi Qiao calmed down for a while. Finally accepted the reality. She is alone. The outsiders were already laughing like crazy. Ha 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 ha, you have today too. It's your order, it's your order, it's your sin, Yi Qiao. What does it mean to be an enemy of the whole world? This is what it means to be an enemy of the whole world. You won't even be able to arrange for a fellow sufferer to be beaten together. You can just go wandering alone. Yi Qiao didn't need to think about it to know that the people outside were having fun. She observed the surrounding environment, then scanned around with her spiritual sense, and after confirming that there was not much danger, she quickly set up a defensive formation to prevent an enemy from jumping out halfway and chasing after her. Kill yourself. What comforted Yi Qiao was that she still had KFC with her. Little Phoenix glanced at her lazily. With his tail raised arrogantly, he snorted. No, it's all right now. Yi Qiao hugged it, huddled in the formation and determined not to go out. As long as no one finds her, she is the one who can make it to the finals. Ellipsis. Going down to the secret realm is a team of two. Unlike Yi Qiao, other people are always worried that someone will take revenge on him, so the first thing they do is go to the monster's lair to find the location of the monster. A few hours ago, the situation was still calm, and when Mu Chongxi killed half of the monster on hand, his back suddenly felt cold. A vine shot over like lightning. Mu Chongxi's sword peak turned and cut it off. What the hell is this? Mutated vines. Zhu Yu let go of the poison in his hand, and the branches and leaves quickly withered. Be careful. At some point, the green vines grew all around them, as if to vaguely envelop them all. As a sword cultivator, Mu Chongxi went to open the way without hesitation, but soon he was beaten and came back grinning. I was blown away by it as soon as I passed by. He rubbed his shoulders, and there are so many of them that I can't cut them off. When did the vines in this secret realm become so awesome? Zhu Yu thought for a moment, and contributed his own alchemy furnace. It's really not possible. Once you enter, you will shrink into the turtle shell. You force yourself to be strong, and I will stand still. You attract the firepower, and I will take the opportunity to spread the medicine. The corner of Mu Chongxi's mouth twitched. Then I'll try. Sure enough, at the critical moment, Yi Qiao's method had to work. Are these vines crazy? The same thing happened not only to Changmingzong, but also to other sects. Yi Qing'an and Chu Exingji were walking together, and when they were about to find someone to reunite, the originally quiet vines suddenly pulled over. A cloud of dust was kicked up, leaving a deep crack where the two moved away. Damn. Chu Exingji. What the hell? Although it was mentioned before entering the secret realm that there would be individual mutated plants, those were only the fewest. As long as you pay attention to distinguishing them, there will be no major problems. There has never been a situation where all plants mutated once you entered the secret realm. Yi Qing'an frowned. It doesn't look like a mutated demon vine. More like the monks with wood spiritual roots are manipulating. That's even weirder. Wood-type spiritual roots can easily manipulate vines, and their cultivation base is at least above the nascent soul stage, so how could it be possible for those above the nascent soul stage to appear in the great secret realm? Is the cultivation limit in the secret realm just a display? Yi Qing'an frowned tightly, not understanding what went wrong. Ellipsis. After a day, Yi Qiao woke up and found that no one came to find fault with her, and even the whole secret realm was quiet. Yi Qiao sat in the formation, resting her chin in thought for a moment. Yi Qing'an. Song Hansheng. Qin Huai. Duan Hengdao. Are you all dead? Her beeping sound is definitely loud enough. At least in a secret realm, there will always be a few people who walk around like this without rules, and Yi Qiao has not restrained any breath. It is impossible that there is no one. It's wired. Why is there no one? The cultivator who was only on the side of Yi Qiao's image stone didn't have a clear perspective, so he raised his voice and asked, "What's the matter? Why are there so many personal disciples? Even if they didn't fight at this time in the past, they would have met each other on a narrow road. Look at Yun Qiu. The other side." It was also the first time for Yun Qiu to place an order. She hugged the treasure-hunting beast in her arms and signaled it to find something good so that it could cooperate with monks from other sects. Treasure-hunting beast is a good thing. She has obtained many opportunities by relying on it, and this time is no exception. Taking her through the lush trees. The little beast jumped fast, and Yun Qiu hurriedly staggered to keep up, and she was confused by the twists and turns. Not far away, a large open space was carved with complicated runes and dark brown marks. Yun Qiu mustered up her courage and took a step forward, but found that the protective formation had not been disturbed. There is a bead that is continuously absorbing energy on the central platform of the formation. She had a hunch it was a good thing. The girl bit her lip and struggled for a moment, then took it away without hesitation. At this moment, all the monks started cursing madly outside the court. The original pearl of the secret realm. The origin beads are used to suppress those monks with high cultivation, so as not to cause crushing massacres. Those above the nascent soul stage are not allowed to enter the great secret realm, and before the great secret realm is opened, the 5 sects will send people to guard it outside, and only personal transmission is allowed to enter and exit. However, if the original orb is taken, the suppression of the realm will be completely useless. Then it is possible to mix in any realm of power in the next second. Especially those who are still in the secret realm don't know what happened. Doesn't she know it's the original pearl? The strangest thing is, how did she get it without triggering any protective barriers? This month Kingzong's personal biography is poisonous. I really felt that something was wrong with her from the very beginning of Dabi. She has all kinds of good things. The upper echelons of the cultivation world should check this personal biography carefully. I suspect that even her spiritual root is not hers. Who is this? The high-level people in the cultivation world also fell into a short-term chaos. There are so many direct disciples in the secret realm, and it takes countless energy and time to cultivate each disciple. Any accident of a disciple is no less than a huge loss to the cultivation world. Send someone into the secret realm to inform them. Hurry up. It is definitely not just monks who are staring at Dabi, and there are not a few demon cultivators. Especially those demons who are already eyeing the self-inheritance of the cultivation world. If they take the opportunity to enter, those children who are still in the golden core stage will fight. People can't get in. The secret realm has been closed. The demons have a spirit weapon that can force them to enter the secret realm. That kind of spirit weapon can only be opened once, and it can accommodate 2 people. I guess they are all in the nascent soul stage. The elder Cheng Fengong said, "It happened too quickly, come on, let's open it again, it will take 2 days. Who knows if it will be too late." In one night, the scene changed almost completely. They were still looking for monsters everywhere, and almost all of the people who were looking for people were caught in the urn, except for Yi Qiao, who was sleeping badly and clumsy in the formation. She was so good at it, she first found an inconspicuous place to hide, and the surrounding area was covered with talismans, and then hid in the formation to conceal her breath. Some monks joked, "This is probably the so-called, the prodigal man is the king of dogs." At this time, Yi Qiao was also very confused, she looked at the quiet secret place. "What are you doing? They all come to isolate her, right?" Yi Qiao felt that those personal transmissions were not so childish, but she still didn't dare to move. What if it's a blindfold? Yi Qiao held the button again and waited for several hours, right? No matter how much those cases hated her, it was impossible for the number of monsters on the jade slips to not increase after a day. Either Yi Qing'an and his group are teenage mutant ninja turtles who endured it all day just to squat in her place, or what happened to the secret realm? Thinking so, Yi Qiao walked out of the formation, and let go of her spiritual sense to observe the surrounding situation. It was quiet, deathly silent. She pondered for a moment, and could only bury her head and walk to the inner circle of the secret realm, trying to find it. Where have all those lost relatives gone? Yi Qiao was still alive, which undoubtedly gave hope to the monks and elders outside the arena. Although, don't be too pessimistic. After all, isn't there Yi Qiao in this secret realm? She has a foundation. Can she save the world in this situation? Hey, maybe it does. 5,000, make up, finish. I didn't make more and less woo. 1,000 yesterday, 1,000 today, that's enough. Sect by playing badly. Chapter 108. One who can run is one. The whole secret place was quiet, and Yi Qiao didn't meet anyone after wandering around. She encountered a few fleeing monsters on the way, and she took care of them. Then she opened the jade slip, but the number on it was still motionless. The huge secret realm was deathly silent. She lowered her head and noticed that a bow and arrow had been thrown not far away. Yi Qiao bent down and picked it up. Miao Miao knows how to use a spirit bow. She remembers it clearly. There seems to be some turmoil here. The surrounding trees are slanted, broken and disfigured. The corners of her lips curled slightly. Something really happened. At first, Yi Qiao was just talking about it. What could happen in this kind of secret place? It is only allowed to enter but not to exit, and it will not open until the time, and it is impossible for other people to come in except for personal transmission. But now it seems that something happened that she doesn't know. Xiao Qi. Yi Qiao contacted Xiao Qi calmly. "I will be dragged away in danger in a while." "Yeah." The boy agreed lightly. Borrowing foreign props is not allowed in the secret realm, but now that something has happened in the secret realm, there are no such rules or regulations. If it weren't for the 4 senior brothers who couldn't see any traces and worried about their whereabouts, with Yi Qiao's bad character, he would have. After realizing that something was wrong, he squeezed his ID card and ran away immediately. Hey. Sure enough, the family would be separated without her. Sigh. Seeing Yi Qiao wandering alone in the secret realm, some monks felt complicated. Although it is not appropriate, she is still the most reliable at critical moments. The lonely personal team, now only Yi Qiao is left. There are still a few who have not been arrested, but it is estimated that it will be soon. When arresting people in the nascent soul stage, most places in the secret realm are almost covered. No one is as good as Yi Qiao, and they have to stick concealment charms while sleeping, so that they can catch everyone accurately. The worse you get, the luckier you are. Look at what Song Hansheng and Yi Qing'an have achieved after working so hard. They were the first to be arrested. They worked so hard and only got special care from 2 demons. Yi Qiao followed the traces of the fight to find the whereabouts of several other cases. The vines blocking the road were burned up by the KFC, and the tangled vines frantically whipped the ground before they touched anyone, and they were completely burned by the phoenix. He was mercilessly burned to ashes. KFC moved so fast that it noticed that the plant it was manipulating had been burned, and the demon saint who was still searching for the whereabouts of other descendants suddenly turned around and quickly turned back and forth. Someone. This time, the demons only sent her and another person in the nascent soul stage. The demons have been watching Dabi, especially those few direct descendants. The better the talent, the greater the threat to the demons in the future. The top-grade spiritual route is in the first place. The arrival of the 2 nascent soul stages in this secret realm is no less than a crushing situation, especially for those who have not known about it personally, so it is even more accurate to catch one. 5 cases are almost. The arrival of the 2 nascent soul stages in this secret realm is no less than a crushing situation, especially for those who have not known about it personally, so it is even more accurate to catch one. 5 cases are almost arrested. Yi Qiao shouldn't be burning that vine. Run quickly. The monks outside the arena watched anxiously. Going to be caught. As soon as the words fell, the demon saint appeared in the position where Yi Qiao was just now. She squinted her eyes and dodged to chase in Yi Qiao's direction. Almost at the moment when the 2 were about to collide, Yi Qiao was instantly dragged into the field by the elusive Xiao Qi, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shaoqi's previous mother was a real nascent soul stage, and his domain was above the nascent soul stage, so it was easy to catch strange breaths. Mother, the man outside is in the nascent soul stage. The boy lay there watching for a long time, and obediently came out to report the situation. At the nascent soul stage, it's no wonder that he couldn't feel any breath fluctuations. Yi Qiao touched his head and murmured, "Why did the nascent soul stage come in?" Xiao Qi shook his head. He is just a baby. He is just a baby who has never seen the world. Yi Qiao calmed down her confused thoughts. The only thing she was sure of was that something happened to the secret realm. Someone from the nascent soul stage sneaked in, and the person who came was not good, and the target was those of the 5 sects. Yi Qiao took out the concealment talisman from the mustard bag and stuck it on her body. Only 2 remained. This kind of talisman is difficult to draw, and it is not safe, and it is easy to be exposed. After Yi Qiao came out of the domain, she found a safe place to hide, estimated the range covered by the nascent soul stage's consciousness, and kept a certain distance from the opponent. When the woman sensed something was wrong, she asked Xiao Qi to drag her into the field. With the cooperation, it was really smooth to follow her all the way to the enchantment handed down by the prisoner. Yi Qiao looked far away and saw the personal transmission in the enchantment. Her breathing was slightly stagnant, almost exposed. Qin Huai of Chengfeng Sect, Song Hansheng of Yuqing Sect, Yi Qing'an of Sword Inquiring Sect, and her senior brothers were all trapped in the barrier and tied tightly. Yi Qiao didn't expect that she fell asleep, so many of you were wiped out. She suppressed her thoughts indiscriminately, glanced at everyone and saw that they were still alive and well. Yi Qiao was a little relieved, put on the invisibility amulet, stretched out her hand, and snatched away the mustard seed bag that was dragged down by the demons and thrown aside. After hooking it, Yi Qiao immediately grabbed more than a dozen mustard seed bags and stuffed them into the field. After stuffing, she ran away without looking back. Audiences. It's already this time. Why doesn't she forget to take the mustard seed bag? The head can be broken, the blood can flow, but the mustard bag cannot be thrown away. Qin Huai was absent-minded at first. They were the latest to be caught by the Chengfeng sect, He stayed behind to delay time, allowing Duan Hengdao and Shen Ziwei to escape first. Now that both of them are missing, he can only secretly pray for them to hurry up run. He was thinking about it, but his eyes inadvertently moved to a place not far away. Then the man watched in a daze as the pile of mustard bags disappeared. Grass. Haunted. What are you looking at? Ming Xuan poked him. Qin Huai pointed to the bottom of the tree. The mustard bag we put there just now and was thrown there by Moxiu is gone. Ming Xuan was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously glanced at it. What's the situation? Don't worry about this. Song Hansheng pursed his lips, his wrists were tied, and his expression was a little dignified. It's easy to break through the formation outside, but the internal spiritual power is locked. If we want to get out, we can only rely on people to rescue us. This kind of thing has never happened before. We can only wait for the elders to figure out a way. Simiaoyan sighed softly. At this time, I only hope that one can escape. Running back is also death, no need. Yun Qiu was frightened and cried, and she bowed her head and wept silently. When Miao Miao saw her crying, she pursed her lips and her eyes were red. The experienced elders also stared at her in the past. The situation is different from the current situation. There is no good end for the Luomazu. After the demon saint turned around and came back, she carefully counted the captured pros, and then she stepped on the left shoulder of one of the pros impatiently. You pros, who is not here? She suddenly exerted force on her toes, and there was a sound of bones breaking, and the other party grunted in pain, but said nothing. The girl sneered and kicked him away mercilessly. What about you? She looked at Song Hansheng. I don't know. Song Han said with a blank expression on his face. Not familiar, it's not like you don't know, with so many personal stories, who will remember who? Only Yi Qiao, Duan Hengdao, and Shen Ziwei have not been arrested yet. Although it is estimated that he will be arrested soon, Song Hansheng still does not want to reveal it. No matter how much he hates Yi Qiao, it doesn't mean that he, a righteous disciple, is willing to join this group of evil spirits. Song Han's voice slowed down. We only have a total of so many personal transfers. As long as the ones who haven't been caught are not stupid, they probably ran away long ago. How could they stay? May I ask which personal biography would be so courageous as to turn around and run back? Yi Qiao usually runs like a rabbit, and with the other party's keen personality, she might have slipped away long ago. A few are missing. The demon saint said coldly. Do you want to tell me? Now that their ID badges have all been taken away, the two nascent souls started to do it as soon as they came in, and it was too late to pinch them. No less. Mu Chongxi was afraid that she would get angry and hit the other monks, so he deliberately said with a playful smile, why don't you count them again? Jianshu's resistance to beating does not mean that Fushu and Danshu are resistant to beating, and they will pass out after 2 kicks. The girl stared at him for a moment. Seeing that these people were so stubborn, she turned her head to look at the others who were tied up. It didn't matter. Which one of the 5 sects is missing now? She asked one by one, but there was always a loose mouth. The girl stepped on Yi Qing'an's chest fiercely, causing pain as if her internal organs were shifted instantly. Yi Qing'an, I don't know. I haven't seen it before. Qin Huai also turned his head. She laughed angrily, still quite stubborn. The other elders were worried when they saw it, but they were also somewhat relieved. This is our righteous child. Noisy is noisy, and no one will be betrayed at critical moments. However, within 2 seconds of his relief, Yun Qiu, who was asked next, said weakly, Yi Qiao. Maiden, oh, with a sound, motioned her to continue. Yun Qiu added, Yi Qiao was passed down by the Changming clan. She wears red clothes and has a bird beside her. She has obvious characteristics. There are also 2 from the Changfeng clan, golden costumes. At this moment, all the incredulous gazes turned to her, and Song Hansheng almost vomited blood. What about backbone? Yun Q was a little ashamed by the collective cold eyes, but still explained softly, I won't say anything, she won't let it go. She will definitely continue to fight. I can't bear to see you get hurt. Then you drag one more person to die. Not only him, but the other 4 sects also thought the same way. Although they were not very easy to deal with, it was impossible for the other few who ran out to come and accompany them. However, no one at the scene thought of it. Yi Qiao actually didn't leave. Not only didn't leave, but she was so bold that she turned back and stole their mustard bag before going to other places to do things. Ellipsis. This time, the 2 demons who came into the secret realm were both in the nascent soul stage, and it was bound to wipe out the dozens of personal descendants. The demon saint went to see people, and the remaining man was responsible for sweeping through the secret realm, looking for those who were hidden. Personal pass. The 2 weapon cultivators are easy to grasp, they are not as difficult to deal with as the sword cultivators, and it takes some effort, but the most annoying thing for the weapon cultivators is the strange magic weapons, each of which is hard to guard against. Duan Hengdao shines the rebirth mirror in his hand on him, the demon boy's eyes hurt, and when he opens his eyes again, the other party has already hidden. He walked step by step in the forest, his consciousness continued to expand, and soon he found the place where Duan Hengdao was hiding. The young man tilted his head, avoiding those golden beads that would automatically track, and pointed his palm at Duan Hengdao's back hard. He slapped down hard. Duan Heng had many saber tools, and after breaking one, he spat out blood in embarrassment and wanted to run away again. How could the demons give him this chance again? Approaching him one step at a time, stretching out his hand straight to Duan Hengdao's throat, he was exhausted by Duan Hengdao's grinding, and he was going to strangle him directly. As for the demon venerable, it can also be explained if you take it back after you die. The young man's attack carried a strong murderous intent, and his attack was a deadly move. Duan Hengdao's face was pale, and there was no way to avoid it. Next second, before he had time to touch Duan Hengdao, the other party disappeared under his nose. The Mizzou people were stunned. What about people? Duan Hengdao's eyes were wide open, watching the other party approaching him. At that moment, he thought he was going to be cold. Being dragged into the pitch-black realm by Yi Qiao without anyone noticing, his first reaction was that the underworld is really cold enough. As a result, when he raised his eyes, he saw Yi Qiao's familiar face, and there was a little boy standing timidly behind the girl. Duan Hengdao's heart fell completely. As if seeing a relative, he almost cried, Yi Qiao. This person is reliable, but he is not reliable. But seeing her weirdness in this situation calms down. Yi Qiao responded. She had been following Duan Hengdao for a long time, but she couldn't find a chance to save him before. Duan Hengdao looked at the surrounding environment, pursed his lips. Is this the domain? Have you realized the domain yet? He didn't know much about Yi Qiao. He had been taken to fly once in a small secret realm before, and after a long contact with her, he would realize that Duan Hengdao felt that she could really bring people hope countless times. Yi Qiao laughed. You overestimate me. Where can she learn the realm of the nascent soul stage? Duan Hengdao waved his hand. It doesn't matter, anyway, you will have to meet sooner or later. Yi Qiao gave him a thumbs up. You have a good eye. She thought so too. After the opponent's aura finally disappeared, Yi Qiao came out of the domain together with Duan Hengdao. Shaoqi's domain could only pull people in for a short period of time, and he couldn't hold it for too long. In order not to reveal their position, the two of them walked together. You can only be careful. The elder Cheng Fengong sat back in fright. This child, Yi Qiao, must be her. At the critical moment, it had to be Yi Qiao, because she challenged her heart too much. I didn't expect this child to have such an opportunity. If he read correctly, it was the domain that saved the two of them. Such a rare thing is indeed very rare. When Janzong's elder frowned, it's a good thing to save one of them. Why don't these two children pinch their ID cards quickly? Why are they just staring blankly? Being able to run one is one. This is the voice of countless people. Those children are quite affectionate. Elder Zhao sighed, with a bit of seriousness in his eyes. It's just that it's not a sect grand competition now. It is a real experience. The kind that can even kill people if you are not careful. Those demons didn't kill anyone, probably because the demon lord ordered them to be arrested. Think about it too, what can they do to negotiate with the cultivation world if they don't? But this does not mean that the group of children is absolutely safe. There is one more chapter. I all sect by playing badly. Chapter 109, One Person's Tailwind. Ellipsis. To be on the safe side, Yi Qiao gave one of the remaining two concealment talismans to Duan Hengdao. She waved to him and took him to the place where she slept before. There are hidden formations laid out in advance, and those who don't know the formations can easily ignore them. You slept here and escaped a catastrophe. Duan Hengdao entered the formation, and the corner of his mouth twitched, so the benefit of putting it badly is probably that he is far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Yi Qiao nodded and asked him, who among us has not been arrested? It is only one person who can be saved. For the others who are caught, we will find a way later. Shen Ziwei. Duan Hengdao said, my second senior brother and I ran away together. That man chased me just now, but now that I ran away, he probably turned around and chased second senior brother. Yi Qiao was thoughtful. It doesn't look like the whole army was wiped out. Just as Yi Qiao was thinking about what to do, Duan Hengdao, who was sitting cross-legged in the formation, also regained his energy. He swept away his listlessness before, and said enthusiastically, you see, we are the only ones left alive now. Let's go and save them together. Listen to me. Yi Qiao didn't expect that this person hadn't passed the second stage of middle school yet, so she cleared her throat. If you see those two nascent souls, just pick up your sword and fight her, and then yell, you guys, it's all younger brothers. Duan Hengdao was extremely excited. This way we can win the final victory. Yi Qiao. This way we will die with dignity. Duan Hengdao. The monk outside the venue couldn't help it. Although the scene is very serious, I still want to laugh when these two people meet. These two combinations do have a sense of joy in them. Some have given up treatment, while others still believe in light. Yi Qiao is really good at chatting. Is she so lonely? What time is it? Duan Hengdao scratched his head. I'm serious, the elders haven't moved so far. It may be difficult to get in after the secret realm is opened. Now there are only a few of us left. If we don't think about it, I'm worried that they will directly take people away. Back to the demon race. At that time, it will be difficult to save people. Yi Qiao shook her head and denied, they won't leave now. If you disappear in front of him, they will always find the perpetrator. Using their mentality to speculate, there is no way to explain without three personal transmissions. What's more, what is the realm of the nascent soul stage? Let a foundation builder rescue the pro-passion in person, and the two of them will definitely stay for an extra day to find Yi Qiao. What Yi Qiao had to do was to hold them back and not let them leave the secret realm, waiting for the elders to send someone over. She just went to see the enchantment that traps the personal disciples. Song Hansheng said personally that it cannot be broken from the inside, but from the outside. Yi Qiao briefly explained her thoughts. The first step to save someone is to break the barrier first. Yes, Duan Hengdao has done some research on this. When the time comes, you hold people back, and I'll save them, but breaking the barrier with spiritual power will easily cause disturbance, and I'm afraid it will be too late. Yi Qiao pondered for a moment. According to the theory, the barrier can be broken if it is strong enough, so can she consider using the power of technology for reference? She took out the drawing paper from the mustard bag, took a Langhao pen and drew the design directly. Soon the shape of an electric drill appeared on the paper. Yi Qiao's level of drawing has always been very good. After drawing, she blew on the paper. Can you practice? Duan Hengdao was no stranger to her strange-shaped thing. He nodded, yes. For Qishu, they can make it with only a vague concept, not to mention Yi Qiao's drawings are very detailed, and all designs are marked out. When the time comes, you can use this to see if you can open the enchantment. After the division of labor was completed, Duan Hengdao blew air on the spot to forge the electric drill. With the idea of saving all the pro-passions, he worked hard like a chicken blood, and he finished it in just a cup of tea. There is also a silence spell engraved on the electric drill. Putting a thunder spar on it can generate electricity. It is very powerful. Although it is not a magic weapon, it looks quite high-end. Yi Qiao patted him. Thank you for your hard work. She took out the bamboo shoots, and erased the seal on it casually. Next, divide the troops into 2 groups. Here is a concealment talisman. When things get messy, you can secretly drill through the barrier and leave the rest to me. Duan Hengdao pursed his lips, and said sincerely, thank you, Yi Qiao. The cultivator outside the venue whimpered excitedly. Just do it, and leave the rest to Yi Qiao. If I go to the secret realm with such a personal leader, I will cry and hug her thigh. First, Yi Qiao, take it with you tilde. Ellipsis. After splitting up with Duan Hengdaobing, Yi Qiao opened the map, which showed that the monster lairs were basically Jindan stage monsters, and they were in groups with fixed areas. The positions of big monsters above the nascent soul stage are also specially marked, but no monsters of this level dare to provoke them in person, and it is no problem to shoot people to death every minute. She tied the bamboo shoots to the red bird, and affixed a magical talisman, which she found from Song Hansheng's mustard bag. Yue Qingzong likes to draw this kind of talisman the most. He is a shameless person, but the talisman has to be said to be really easy to use at critical moments. The red bird rushed out like crazy, and it would attract the monster away. Yi Qiao seized the time and went to explore the monster's lair at night. Her goal was very clear, the monster's lair in the nascent soul stage. If you want to save people, you have to muddy the water first, but the movement caused by the large-scale wave of monster beasts is too terrifying. Maybe it will kill her. Yi Qiao grabbed the KFC chicken with one hand and quickly stepped on the breeze, drilling into the lair of the nascent soul stage. This bold behavior caused a lot of movement outside the court. What is she going to do? Let that stick lure away all the monsters, and replay the first scene. But to nascent soul stage, it is impossible to be afraid of this small wave of monsters. If she is noticed by the nascent soul monster, she will die. There is no Zhou Xingyun here to save her. No. What on earth is she going to do when she turns back? It's time, run. If you can walk, it's a one-off, otherwise, can you afford so many kisses to delay her time? What does Yi Qiao want to do? She waited for a long time, and finally all the monsters in the lair rushed out like dogs who smelled the bones. The sky darkened slightly, and the whole secret realm caused a lot of turmoil. The scene was very similar to the first secret realm. But at the beginning Yi Qiao was purposely attracting beasts. This time she tied the bamboo shoots to the monster beast, and the monster beast started to run wildly across the secret realm, and the turmoil was no less than a large-scale beast swarm. Yi Qiao looked left and right, and after making sure that there were no monsters in the monster nest, she stretched out her hand without hesitation and took away all the monster eggs in the nascent soul stage. She searched from nest to nest, and then only took eggs and nothing. After taking out the egg, he put it in his arms and left as if nothing had happened. Gone. Shit. Take out the eggs of monster beasts in the nascent soul stage. People do things. How could she be so deadly? It's not a day or two since she can do it. Remember, your Yi Qiao is infinitely rampant. If self-confidence is the pinnacle, then Yi Qiao's self-confidence is simply unmatched. The secret realm caused such a big commotion, and the two nascent soul stages sensed it immediately, and the demon saint frowned. The wave of monsters. Trouble. She cursed in a low voice. There are still 3 missing on the field. Especially the Changming sect called Yi Qiao. The demon saintess squinted her eyes, but in this case, Yi Qiao should have squeezed her ID card and ran away. She didn't believe she dared to stay. Unless she dies. Song Hansheng, who was trapped in the barrier, moved his wrist. For some reason, he always felt that the demons seemed to have a gritted hatred for Yi Qiao. He couldn't help asking, you know Yi Qiao? Could it be that Yi Qiao's reputation has spread far and wide to the demon clan? Not really. The girl immediately gave him a cold look. I am a demon saint. Regarding the biography of the Changming clan who pretended to be her back then, she was really going crazy. The girl came to the secret realm this time mainly for him. Song Hansheng. Excuse me. So this leaf wart is really poisonous. She can offend people wherever she goes, but now she is her enemy everywhere. Even the demons are here. On the other side, Shen Ziwei escaped a chase, his legs trembling in fright. The gap between the nascent soul stage and the golden core stage is completely crushing. If it weren't for his magic weapon with concealed breath, he wouldn't be able to survive at all. And this wave of beasts came in time. Shen Ziwei didn't know why the monsters were in turmoil, but the breath of a group of monsters could disturb people's breath, which delayed him for a long time. The young man's face was pale, shivering and hid in a bush. He was already a shadow of a snake. When he heard a little movement, he thought it was the demons who came to kill him. The monks sighed, it's still too small. After all, I have never been out of any sect. That's why you can learn from Yi Qiao's psychological quality. She walks with a few nascent soul monster eggs, and her relatives don't recognize her. You can still chat with others without changing your face when you talk to Yi Qiao. Shen Ziwei didn't know the evaluation of him from the outside world. He was really frightened. Dabi would not hurt people's lives no matter how much trouble he did, but the magic cultivator's tricks that killed people, he was full of the wound, with a bloody deep bone visible. The young man held his breath, and when he heard footsteps, he broke out in cold sweat and his heart beat like a drum, almost thinking that he was going to die here. As a result, after waiting for a long time, he did not see the other party approaching. Shen Ziwei opened his eyes, but saw a familiar figure. His voice was dry and distorted. He swallowed as if he had gravel in his mouth, and it hurt very much. Yi Qiao. You are still alive. Yi Qiao rolled her eyes. Otherwise I could still die. How come everyone is surprised to see her alive? She searched for Shen Ziwei with enough effort. This person can really hide. Yi Qiao wandered around, and finally found the person hiding in the grass thanks to Shaoqi's strong spiritual sense. Shen Ziwei also realized that his words were ambiguous. His face turned pale, and he added weakly, I didn't expect you to be out yet. After all, she was targeted by the 4 sects from the very beginning. Let's go. Yi Qiao threw the elixir to him. Let's save people. Shen Ziwei took it and thanked her in a low voice. Although Yi Qiao scolded Qin Huai for countless times, she was the most reliable in the end. At this moment, Yi Qiao's grabbing bamboo shoots did not know which monster fell into the stomach. Fortunately, she and the deed of seizing the bamboo shoots are natal deeds, and she easily sensed its existence. She put on an acceleration talisman, and cooperated with the stepping breeze, to intercept the red bird's position in advance. It flew fast, and there were monsters chasing after it. Yi Qiao didn't dare to move forward. but took out the Meow Meow spirit bow that she had picked up earlier from the mustard bag. She tentatively pulled the string, ready to shoot the red bird that was tied up with bamboo shoots. The result did not pull. Seeing her actions, Shen Ziwei didn't know what she wanted to do, but she still explained in a flat tone, monks' magic tools are generally only used by themselves. As a qualified craftsman, he recognized it at a glance. The spiritual bow of the Jade Water Sect. Others can't pull it away. You might as well. Yi Qiao injected spiritual energy. After he finished speaking, the girl raised her head and pulled her fingertips to the full moon. An arrow pierced through the clouds and shot at the monster flying in midair. With sharp eyesight and quick hands, she quickly grabbed the falling bamboo shoots, and at the moment those monsters rushed towards them like crazy, she grabbed Shen Ziwei and entered the field. Shen Ziwei's mind was a little down at this moment. He felt that since he met Yi Qiao, every step of the development of things was a bit unexpected. For a moment, Shen Ziwei didn't know what to be shocked about. What is this place? Why can Yi Qiao use other people's spiritual bows? Also, what is she doing? This is the domain. Yi Qiao made a little gesture, a little trick. Shen Ziwei had an expression of, "You mother is teasing me, a trick. Can tricks draw people into this ghostly place?" Yi Qiao could only touch the tip of her nose, and asked, "Do you still have magic artifacts in your mustard bag? Then we can smash 'em out to appease the two nascent souls." "No, my mustard bag was taken away." Shen Ziwei felt a little dejected when he mentioned this. In the process of escaping just now, he wanted to crush the identity card, but the identity card was cut off by the young man, and the mustard bag was also dropped. If Shen Ziwei hadn't been protected by a heart guard at the time, he might have been dismembered in the next second. When Yi Qiao heard this, she just clicked her tongue twice. She thought that she was miserable enough, and she was busy, but she didn't expect someone to be worse than her. "It's okay, I have it." Yi Qiao waved in front of him, and saw more than a dozen hand-passed mustard bags in her hands. The corners of her lips curled up, thinking, well, when we rescue them, it's all mine. She deserves it all. Shit. Shen Ziwei's eyelids were twitching. He maintained that demented expression, picked up the mustard bags, and opened them one by one. "This is my third junior brothers, and this is my senior brothers. This one belongs to Yuqing Sect, this one belongs to Bishui Sect, and this one belongs to Yiqingen." The more he talked, the more complicated his mood became. "Yi Qiao, tell me the truth, what did you do when we were being chased and fled?" Obviously, they aimed at Yi Qiao at the beginning. Why are the 5 mustard bags looted by her alone? Why? Seeing what happened to the people on both sides, the monk was also silent for a while. This is probably the so-called Yi Qiao's tailwind. Good night, I won't update tomorrow, go to the Chinese New Year. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 110. Then I'm still crazy. I didn't do anything. When Shen Ziwei questioned her, Yi Qiao was unreasonable and strong. I went to steal their mustard bag. I pretended to be crazy during the day and stole chickens and dogs at night. Do you know how I got here these days? Shen Ziwei. This man is poisonous. Stealing the mustard bag is still justifiable. But there is nothing wrong with Yi Qiao's words. If she doesn't take it, the other family members will not be able to get it if they're tied up. Shen Ziwei, I have one last question. Why do you use the spirit bow of the Bishui sect? A good sword cultivator doesn't need a sword and just shakes a broken stick every day. He can even use the spirit bow. With her, except for the way of swordsmanship, she can do everything else. Yi Qiao blinked at him, and said modestly, I'm a person who is not proficient in anything, but knows everything well. The corner of Shen Ziwei's mouth twitched. I can see it. She can draw symbols and make alchemy. Although the level is not clear, there is no doubt that she knows a lot. Yi Qiao walked alone in a secret place before, and it was boring if no one could chat with her. She waved the spirit bow in her hand and said to the people outside, "I'll show you later what it is called, Northwest Look, shoot Sirius." Many monks laughed when they saw this. "As long as you can rescue them, you will be my father from now on, Yi Qiao." A Bizong fan shouted excitedly. The top 5 sects remember to check Yunk. Who is she worthy of? Yu Qingzong is a decent family, and Song Hansheng has more backbone than her. Song Hansheng is yin to yin, and he is so arrogant in the secret realm that he looks down on any casual cultivators, but he does not lack the backbone that righteous disciples should have at critical moments. The little girl is timid, and it is understandable to be afraid. That Miao Miao is not afraid, she also didn't say anything. The folks may not have this awareness. After all, they came out halfway. In the middle of the road, besides Yi Qiao, it is Yun Qiu, but Yi Qiao also grew up in the Yuqing sect, and the only disciple of the sect who is serious about the 8 classics. Yun Qiu is the only one who really came from the folk. Every personal pass was sent to the sect when he was young, to be in his position, to bear his burden, to sacrifice his life for the sake of the common people. This is what every righteous disciple must have. The sect and the cultivation world have given them resources, and they will also be able to live up to this responsibility in the future. Otherwise, why do you always call this group of personal descendants the future of the cultivation world? The monks' voices were not loud, but they were all powerful in the stage of transforming gods, and they could easily hear them clearly. The other elders were embarrassed for Yue Qingzong at the moment. Can I still want this kind of personal transmission? Although those monks were a bit harsh, it was not unreasonable. Their sect did not need this kind of personal instruction to sell teammates at critical moments. The elder of Zhangjianzong gritted his teeth. At least it is a top-quality spiritual route. Bear with it. Originally, there are few top-quality spiritual routes in the cultivation world, and they are hard to find with a lantern. It would take countless efforts to cultivate one, and it would be impossible to give it up, maybe. After breaking the 3 views, what else can I want? Yun Hen's face was also a little embarrassed. I will educate her well when I return to the sect. Ever since Yun Qiu was in the grand competition, he has been embarrassing him, stomping on the face of the sect, so that he will not be ridiculed all the time. Yun Hen is a very face-saving person, otherwise he would not have robbed his disciple's spiritual plant for Yun Qiu. Now he didn't earn much face for him, instead he set the Zongmen on fire. As long as Yun Hen listened to the discussions of the monks around him, his face became gloomy for more than 1 degree. With the atmosphere of Yu Qingzong, I want to consider it in the future if I want to be a disciple. With Yunk as a personal heir, maybe one day I will follow her to the secret realm and sell you. Sell it, sell it, sell it. The co-author friend is selling it to her, right? I originally wanted to go to Yuqing sect next time when I recruit disciples, but now I think Changming sect is also pretty good. Up to now, Yunhen has not considered giving Yi Qiao a position. Her talent is quite good, a genius of the 3 cultivators, but the cultivation world only looks at the spiritual root, and it is difficult for a low-level spiritual root to break the mirror. Up to now Yi Qiao is still wondering about building the foundation. How could he ask this kind of disciple to be his personal heir? Yun Hen only regretted that he should be stopped when Yi Qiao was going down the mountain. Why did he let him go to the Changming sect, since he was a disciple of his sect at the beginning? Are you crazy? Song Hansheng had the urge to vomit blood when Yun Qiu spoke. What good will it do you to catch Yi Qiao and the others? Although he felt that Yi Qiao's character of retreating as soon as the situation was wrong, he should have already run away, but what if he didn't? Yun Qiu is still arguing. Speaking out will not cause any loss. And I grew up in the mortal world. The girl's eyes were full of water, and she pursed her lips. It's not like you were born in the fairy gates since childhood, and the resources are all top-notch. My spiritual roots are naturally damaged. The temper of Chu Exingji next to her was unbearable immediately. Who is worthy of her backhand selling her teammates? Are you worthy of being beaten so much and passing it on without saying a word? His hands are tied, but that's okay. He still has his feet. The young man stomped her hard on the ground, and met Shang Yunqua's constricted eyes. He sneered, "Your spiritual root is damaged, so I'm still insane, Yunk. Why are you apologizing to us so much? Come. Chevron _ left previous home index. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 111 and quote. It's you again, and quote. Can Yun Q's backbone be worthy of the beating he received? Just now that Moxiu Cuckoo beat him, Chu Exingji didn't say a word at the critical moment, but he survived until he was beaten, and he failed to support the traitor Yun Q. Lian Xiangxiu is something other monks consider. Jianshu's wife is a sword, so he doesn't think about it. He didn't stop his kick. Yun Q screamed. Her face was pale with abdominal pain, and the hatred that had not faded meaning. Chu Exingji. Yi Qing'an said, "It's not your turn to do it yet." No matter how immoral Yun Q did, the elders and suzerains would take him back to deal with it later, and it would inevitably cause discussions if he did it privately and was seen by outsiders. Chu Exingji's complexion slowed down. Of course he knew that the Dabi belonged to the Dabi, and it was a matter of morality to beat other sect disciples in private, but he couldn't get angry. She insisted on messing with me. One mouthful and one spiritual root was damaged, as if she was weak and she was justified. Personally, in her position, bear her weight, a person like Yi Qiao, when she never lost the chain at critical moments. Song Hansheng. Chu Exingji said, "She has been mentally retarded for so many years. You have worked hard with her, right?" Song Hansheng. Song Hansheng didn't want to talk. Yun Q mistakenly thought that Yi Qing'an was helping her, so she bit her lip and smiled gratefully at him. Yi Qing'an looked down at her, pursed his lips, without any expression fluctuations. When you get out, you can take the initiative to admit your mistakes. Yun Q froze with a smile on his face. Why? Isn't senior brother Yi always protecting her? Yun Q didn't understand. She just explained the whereabouts of several other personal heirs. Why did she provoke public anger? If Yi Qiao was present, I'm afraid she would be able to understand what the problem is at a glance. Yi Qing'an is the #1 righteous person, and he especially admires that kind of upright and kind person. At the beginning, he didn't like Yi Qiao's cleverness, but now Yun Q turned around and betrayed his teammates. I'm afraid Yi Qing'an has no feeling for Yun Q at all. In the original book, Yi Qiao didn't intervene, and Yun Q only needs to show her kindness, beauty, and uniqueness throughout the whole process. It doesn't even need to be done. A group of personalities will fall for her. But now, even Su Juo and Zhai Chen, who always liked to defend her, were rarely silent, leaving her alone there in embarrassment. Yi Qiao and Shen Ziwei acted separately. She was in charge of setting up the formation, and Shen Ziwei was in charge of activating the formation. When the time came, she would restrain a nascent soul, while Shen Ziwei and Duan Hengdao went to save people. What's in your arms? He pointed to the things Yi Qiao was holding, hesitant to speak. Yi Qiao. Egg. She put the eggs in a box and pasted a talisman to seal the breath. Hold it well. If you are hunted down, you should hold this and protect it tightly. If you are in danger, tear off the talisman and stretch out your hand to pretend to go to the box. Dig inside. If he continues to chase, he will throw the box out, understand? Demons like to collect things, and Yi Qiao has been to the demons before, so she has a deep understanding of this. Shen Ziwei was already numb. He nodded with difficulty. Understood. When the time comes to save people, remember to let them run separately. Try to delay until the elders send people into the secret realm. After Yi Qiao gave the last concealment talisman to Shen Ziwei, she formed a formation on the spot with seals on her fingertips. The slight aura fluctuation nearby quickly attracted the attention of the two demons. Yi Qiao sensed that a strange aura was approaching, and her movements in her hands continued to speed up, while observing the surrounding situation, to see if she could drag it long enough to set up the formation. The headache from the excessive consumption of consciousness constantly stimulated Yi Qiao's nerves, and a Vajra talisman in her arms was broken. She swallowed that bloody smell. After such a long time, she really hated the feeling of being suppressed and kneeling down. Yun Hen could make her kneel on the ground with a light blow of coercion, but now he is pressing her to kneel again. A foundation establishment. The two people who rushed over almost thought they were hallucinating. I thought it was at least the golden core stage, but I didn't expect it to be the middle foundation establishment stage. The speed of Yi Qiao's formation in her hands gradually slowed down, and she quietly hid the gesture of forming a formation, trying to delay the time in terms of language, so Yi Qiao chose to introduce herself. My name is Yi Qiao. These two demons might not be interested in her cultivation, but Yi Qiao guessed that some demons would be interested in what she did before. Sure enough, the girl in black tilted her head and smiled coldly. Yi Qiao. Oh, her tone was gloomy. So you are that Yi Qiao who pretended to be me. Yi Qiao. Day. Met the Lord. That's my love for you. The moment Yi Qiao formed the formation, she took half a step back calmly, leading people to the center of the formation, and smiled slightly. My lord, I feel my warmth towards you. Is your love looking for death? The girl was irritated and clenched her hands suddenly. Under Yuan Yingqi's suppression, Yi Qiao couldn't move. She punched her on the head with one punch. The chain was formed in an instant, and the domain opened at the same time. Under the double attack, the demon saint was dragged in before she could escape. In the dark field. No wonder I can't find you, so there is such an opportunity. She squinted her eyes and tilted her head. However, in the face of absolute cultivation suppression, it is useless to play tricks. Appearing behind Yi Qiao, the surging demon energy in the palm of her hand aimed at Yi Qiao's abdomen and slammed down on Yi Qiao's abdomen, forcing her back half a step with a burst of flames. The burning pain in her palm made her eyes turn cold. Phoenix. In the field, Xiao Qi is the master. No matter how good she is at the nascent soul stage, if Yi Qiao doesn't fight her head-on, the other party will never want to do anything to her here. It was also fierce outside. Seeing his companions being pulled in, the demon boy's contemptuous arc slightly retracted, and he looked straight at Shen Ziwei. He dared to come back. Shen Ziwei ran desperately. Seeing that the knife was about to land on his head, his heartbeat accelerated violently and he was so nervous that he trembled. Avoiding Yi Qiao's instructions, he stretched out his hand to dig into the box, tore off the talisman paper on it, and the life-saving magic weapon shattered again. 1. Shen Ziwei's throat was dry, and he was extremely scared. No more. No matter how broken the magic weapon is, it will be gone. Shen Ziwei gritted his teeth, threw the box over in embarrassment. The boy reached out to catch it, squinted his eyes. ID card. Or the baby above. Otherwise, why would this personal transmission be dead? The first reaction was to dig it into the box. He picked up the box and subconsciously put it in a mustard bag. Demons like to collect good things, no matter whether they will be used or not, just take them away. After finishing these tasks, the young man picked up the knife and continued to strike at Shen Ziwei. A few monsters appeared nearby. When he blinked, he saw 3 monsters rushing towards him. It looked like he had stewed his second uncle himself. The demon boy was stunned for a few seconds, but he couldn't dodge and was slammed into the air by a monster. His bones were almost broken, and he lay on the ground in embarrassment, spitting blood. What the hell? Shen Ziwei. Ha. Which sect's general is so fierce? Fuck, he lured away 2 nascent souls. Watching the game on the first day. That's my Yi Lang Lang. The other party couldn't help it. It's amazing, this person provoked the hatred value of the entire secret realm by himself. The monsters whose eggs had been stolen were so enraged that they raised their hooves and stomped down hard. The demon boy could only do it with a knife. He mistakenly thought it was a big monster of this level that he had provoked in the secret realm. Didn't think about the box at all. One of the nascent soul stage was held back by Yi Qiao, and the other was entangled by 3 nascent soul stage monsters. This gave Duan Hengdao and Shen Ziwei, who was sneaking in the dark, a good chance to save people. Duan Hengdao drilled out quietly, took out an electric drill, and diligently began to drill the barrier, cracking a small gap. The inside cannot be blasted, and the outside is still very fragile. The moment the spiritual energy circulated, all the personal disciples who gave up struggling opened their eyes together. The scene outside has become a mess. The big monster restrained Moxiu, and the saint of another demon clan disappeared. The pro-biographers were also dumbfounded. What development? What is this development? Duan Hengdao, Shen Ziwei. Qin Huai was in a complicated mood. He didn't expect the 2 of them to come back to save someone, and he didn't expect that his usually silly, white and sweet junior brother would have such abilities. Qin Huai looked at the 2 juniors. I usually underestimate you. While being able to drag the 2 nascent souls, save them. Duan Hengdao couldn't understand what his elder brother was saying. He quickly said, run separately. Those monsters won't last long. As soon as the voice fell, the other party quickly caught up. Zhu Yu quickly pulled Mu Chongxi with his sharp eyes, imitating the method Yi Qiao used before, picked up a stone, and threw it over at an amazing speed. The demon was stunned for a moment, thinking it was a magic weapon. He subconsciously turned his head to hide, and immediately other people followed suit, picking up stones and smashing them, and when he realized that it was some stones, he laughed angrily. This year's reputation is really well deserved, and one loses more than the other. At the critical moment, it is Yi Qiao's idea to show off. Chu Xingji began to flee desperately. I will never call her cheap again. The mustard seed bags were all torn up by the demons, and they probably lost them. There were very few things they could use. They learned from Yi Qiao to use local materials and smashed them with stones, which really bought some time for the few who escaped separately. Mu Chongxi ran wildly without looking back. You don't understand this. Changmingzong may not be the Changmingzong before, but you, Yi Qiao, will always be you, Yi Qiao. It's a pity that Yi Qiao is not here. Then she got cold feet and ran away. Su Juo sneered. Zhou Xingyun's tone was light. You don't care about our Changming sect's affairs. Why don't you tell me if you have no conscience? Zhai Chen followed. What's the use of defending her like this? He really felt that Yi Qiao had no conscience. When Yue Qingzong left as soon as he said it, he didn't care about Master's nurturing grace at all, and then the Dabi repeatedly stomped Yue Qingzong's face on the ground. I thought she had some affection for Changmingzong, but Duan Hengdao and Shen Ziwei both came back to save people, but Yi Qiao was nowhere to be seen. Mingxuan couldn't believe it. Are our junior sisters staying and dying with you? Then we'll all be suffocated. We can die together for love. Ellipsis. Yi Qiao on the other side was fighting a war of attrition with the demon Sant. After a long time, the domain couldn't hold on any longer. Surround her at a crazy speed. Yi Qiao's ankles were tied up, and the KFC chicken was about to spit out fire to help her, but the girl raised her hand to forcefully suppress it with magic energy. The little red phoenix struggled and tried to get up, but all ended in failure. The phoenix family didn't dare to offend it easily, but it was no problem to suppress it. Yi Qiao was about to throw out a fire talisman in her hand, but someone was faster than her. The 2 pieces of talisman paper flew up and jumped out from not far away. Bright flames ignited and surrounded the vines, burning the vines to ashes in an instant. Yi Qiao was stunned, and briefly exchanged glances with Song Hansheng, who was not far away. Seeing that they had all been rescued, she was a little relieved, and quickly said, "Thank you." Song Hansheng shook his head, and finally understood why there was only one nascent soul, and the other demon saint was gone. Dominating the battle from the very beginning, saving so many pro-passengers is nothing short of a trick. But Yi Qiao. Song Hansheng took a deep breath and became numb. "It's you again. Happy New Year, visiting relatives tomorrow, the whole sect by playing badly." Chapter 112. You went to steal again. The arrival of Song Hansheng undoubtedly alleviated Yi Qiao's situation of losing ground. And the arrival of these 2 personal descendants made the demon saint's brows slightly raised, and she cursed, "Trash," in a cold tone. He couldn't even look at a person, so he was released. The 2 of them were in the late stage of golden core and the other in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Only Song Hansheng was able to resist the demon saintesses slightly. Yi Qiao kept covering for him. 2 black marbles shot at the fingertips and hit the demon saint who was approaching Song Hansheng. It was a magic weapon that Yi Qiao stole from the demons. It was very powerful, and the beads were too small to be conspicuous. He was actually hit by her. The demon girl's attacking action froze suddenly, and she felt a throbbing pain in her abdomen. She raised her eyes, and the more she looked at it, the more familiar the magic weapon Yi Qiao threw out, and her face turned cold. "You disciples of the righteous way, why did you have such a disaster?" She remembered why the things Yi Qiao brought out looked familiar, and why the demon treasure house had lost many magic weapons for no reason. Co-authoring this personal biography named Yi Qiao, not only pretending to be her cunning, but also brought local specialties along the way. Do they really think that the magical artifacts of the demons are so easy to get? The more she thought about it, the more venomous the girl's attacks became. She was going to deal with Song Hansheng, who had the highest cultivation level, but the other party's formations kept harassing her, which caused Yi Qiao to miss it and wasted up until now. The cyan vines that drilled out of the ground suddenly hit Song Hansheng hard, and the Vajra talisman was completely gone. Talisman repair is different from sword repair. His mind went blank for a moment. Song Hansheng took a step back. The fire talisman ignited and narrowly escaped the vines. His body was thrown into the air and fell to the edge of a cliff not far away. She changed her mind. It doesn't matter whether you catch it or not, just keep one alive and negotiate with those 5. There is no need for the remaining group of annoying little sheep of the righteous way to exist. The difference in cultivation base is too great. If Zhou Exingyun was here, he might still try to fight, but the talisman cultivator has no one to protect him and has only the fate of being slaughtered. The moment Song Hansheng was about to fall to the bottom of the cliff, he clasped the edge with one hand tightly, his face pale. Pale. The bottom is a bottomless cliff, and the only way to fall is to die. He wants to live. Yi Qiao, who was not far away from him, saw this scene and cursed secretly. She was actually fine, at most she was beaten a little bit badly, and Xiao Qi rubbed secretly to remind the other party of the attacking position, so she could barely avoid being too passive. Who would have thought that instead of fighting with him, she would attack Song Hansheng instead? Yi Qiao hurriedly flew over and grabbed him, under Song Hansheng's extremely stunned gaze. "Hurry up, come up." However, no one escaped in the next second, and was mercilessly shot down by the demon saintess and fell to the bottom of the cliff. There was silence outside. I rely on. Some sighed. I found out that I misunderstood Yi Qiao before, and she would hold Song Hansheng back. I've watched the competition for a long time, but Yi Qiao has always been very polite. She's just playing around. At most, she's trying to trick the rival sects, disciples of the righteous way, and she doesn't bother to use such low-handed tricks to avoid death. Disciples of the righteous way are open-minded and upright. Dao Wangqing, but not ruthless. As long as Yi Qiao babbles a little bit, Song Hansheng will fall. The two still have a lot of grievances. In addition to the Zongmen Grand competition, Song Hansheng's threat is not small. If it were me, I might not be as decisive as her. But Yi Qiao grabbed him without hesitation. Next, I will name a personal biography, who knows everything. A question, can they survive the fall? Nascent soul's palm is not light. If there is no pill, it will really kill people. It's hard to say. The bottom of this kind of cliff is called a filthy place, and all kinds of evil things that can't be seen may breed. It's rare to see a monk who fell and survived. The scene of the Dabi was already in chaos. They said everything, and some even shouted, "I'm afraid the whole army will be wiped out this time in the cultivation world." Such words caused a lot of panic, so that they asked Janzong. It was only after the suzerain stepped forward that he forcibly suppressed it. Seeing Song Han's fall, Yun Hen, who had been standing still, suddenly stood up, with a rare anxious expression, unable to sit still. "When can I go in and save people?" That was his chief disciple, the one he was most proud of. Seeing the two of them fall helplessly, had a great impact on all the elders. Qin Fanfan was also in a hurry, stretched out his hand and grabbed Cheng Fengong's clothes, and his tone became cold. "There are so many personal transmissions in it, and Yu Changfeng sect has studied magic tools for so many years, and you can't even open a secret realm." The elder of Changfeng sect's face turned green and then pale, and his disciples were also inside. The two weapon repairers had no ability to protect themselves. If Yi Qiao hadn't saved people before, something might have happened now. So it's not easy for him to hate Qin Fanfan. At least Yi Qiao saved his clan biography. His face was gloomy, and he could only get angry at Yunhen. There has never been a situation where someone has taken away the origin orb in so many years. How could it be possible to open the secret realm forcibly in such a short time? There was chaos outside the arena. The elder's seat and the chairman of the sect were also in chaos. The atmosphere was weird and full of depression. The elder of the sword-seeking sect looked dignified, and sighed slightly, signaling them to calm down. After so long, there are not a few personal transmissions that have been lost halfway in the cultivation world, so be bearish. If possible, they don't want any disciple to have an accident, which would cause a great loss to the cultivation world. It's not your disciple who had the accident. Qin Fanfan also went crazy, and his little disciple was different. The cultivation world attaches great importance to talents, especially spiritual roots, and Yi Qiao's spiritual roots are one of the few celestial grades, 3 cultivators plus heavenly grades. If something happens to her, I'm afraid the cultivation world will be in turmoil. Elder Duan managed to remain calm. Look at the other sects, their photo stones are also broken now. What happened after the fall? Completely lost the picture. Qin Fanfan took a deep breath. He could only hope that this child would be smarter, live with Song Hansheng, and wait for them to save others. Yi Qiao, who was not clear about the turmoil caused by the outside world, fell with Song Hansheng, and the mustard seed bag he had obtained before played a role. The defensive magic weapon was an umbrella. After unfolding it, she grasped the handle of the umbrella and pulled Song Hansheng along the way. The two of them were falling at high speed, but the speed slowed down, and finally they landed safely and slowly on the ground. Unsurprisingly, Yi Qiao heaved a sigh of relief. She was sure of daring to catch Song Hansheng. With so many mustard seed bags handed down by her, basically there would be no major problems. He fell rapidly from the bottom of the cliff, and his spiritual energy was completely swallowed by the miasma at the bottom of the cliff. Song Hansheng didn't know how to use a sword, and he didn't have any magic weapon to defend himself. No deposit. A layer of cold sweat covered Song Hansheng's back. Looking at Yi Qiao, who was walking ahead to open the way, the young man felt lingering fear. He had just recovered from the brink of life and death. His tone was a little dazed, and he said slowly, "Yi Qiao. Thank you." Yi Qiao, who was looking at the surrounding environment, turned her head and raised her eyebrows lightly. Song Hansheng, who can't wait to raise his nostrils to look at people, actually wants to thank him. "It's okay, you helped me just now," she replied while using Duaoju to clear the way. Song Hansheng pursed his lips, followed her steps, and explained, "I thought you wouldn't save me just now." He was so shocked that he couldn't recover. Don't talk about big competition between the two, there are grievances and grievances in the small secret realm. Song Hansheng didn't expect her to come here at all. Whenever Yi Qiao hesitated for a moment, he would fall and end up in pieces. Yi Qiao thought for a while, "When I was fighting with that demon saint just now, you can choose not to come out." Since Song Hansheng didn't choose to run away, Yi Qiao couldn't just watch him fall. It was rare for the two to meet without cynicism. Song Hansheng remembered the magic weapon she used to hold her back just now, and asked casually, "Where did you get this umbrella?" Chang Mingzong probably didn't have the money to buy the magic weapon, or did Yi Qiao spend a huge sum of money to buy it? Yi Qiao was stunned. "Oh. You mean this?" She shook her head. "Duan Hengdao found it in a bag of mustard seeds." Shen Ziwei returned the mustard bag Ye Chao to him when he left, but she hadn't given Duan Hengdao's one, and she was going to return it when the person was rescued. Who would have thought that before returning them in time, she and Song Hansheng, "This ghost place is here." Song Hansheng. He was silent for a while, and found his own from the mustard bag in Yi Qiao's hand. He pointed to the mustard bag and said word by word, "So, you went to steal again." Yi Qiao smiled. "Don't say that, if I don't take it, you can't get it either." It was heartbreaking, but Song Hansheng had nothing to say. If Yi Qiao hadn't got so many mustard bags, he would have died at the bottom of this bottomless cliff. There were clouds of black mist all around, and Yi Qiao could feel that these mist were trying to drill into people's bodies, eating away at the aura in the dantian. After a while, she felt a little tired, and frowned. "This cloud of mist will devour the spiritual energy in your body." Song Han cursed in a low voice, full of disgust. "What the hell is this place?" The sound of ticking water was full of filth, and Song Han's voice was a little depressed, with a bit of unconcealable disgust in his tone. "I will never come to such a ghostly place for the second time in my life. Dirty, cold, and eerie. How could there be such a place in the secret realm?" Yi Qiao ignored his beeps, observed the surrounding fog, groped for the defensive magic weapon in Duan Hengdao's mustard bag, figured out how to use it, and manually activated it. The two were back to back, covered together by a protective layer. How long can this magic weapon last? Yi Qiao didn't study the magic weapon. Song Hansheng looked at it for a rough estimate, curled his lips, and said in disdain, "A quarter of an hour. Those useless personal transmissions of the Changfeng sect have only studied so many defensive magic weapons, and they're only at this level." Yi Qiao suddenly felt that it was not without reason that Song Hansheng could offend each of the sects on average. This was the time when the two were most harmonious, but this harmony could not last long. The moment the magic weapon shattered, the mist gathered again and rushed towards them, scrambling to swallow them all up. Song Hansheng had been prepared for a long time, and activated the formation formed in advance, covering the two of them inside and isolating most of the attacks. He thought it would be safe, but after a while, the slender spider silk suddenly moved towards the formation. The enchantment was knocked down. Yi Qiao. Damn it. The eight-legged spider's eyes were blood red, staring at the two of them faintly, like a ferocious beast hunting quietly, and would pounce over in the next second. After Yi Qiao experienced the ugly beast in the nascent soul stage, it couldn't disgust her anymore. Why is there something under the cliff? Billowing evil energy and all kinds of evil things. Song Han's voice is not like her playing around and skipping classes all day long. Her voice is weak, and she speaks very fast. Every secret realm has it, and there are such evil spirits gathered under the cliff for these things to survive. This kind of evil can only grow in places like the bottom of the cliff. If Yi Qiao didn't have so many mustard bags handed down by the Bishui sect, which contained elixir to replenish aura, then all that awaited them would be the end of no bones left. Song Hansheng really couldn't help sighing. She was really coquettish. Whoever stole something and stole the mustard seed bag, the key really came in handy, but if another person came to rescue him today, the two would end up waiting to die together. As the two walked, they saw many scattered bones along the way. Song Hansheng quickened his pace. We have to find a way to get out. Otherwise, their ending will only be the same as that pile of bones. Yi Qiao pondered for a moment. Let me try Yu Jian. After she finished speaking, she threw the bamboo shoots to the ground, adjusted her posture and stood up, and soon the stick flew up. When Yi Qiao's eyes lit up and she was about to greet Song Hansheng to come up together, she suddenly lost control halfway, and was thrown off halfway through the flight. Yi Qiao was in a panic and threw the ground into a zigzag shape. She groaned in pain, lay down on the ground and calmed down for a moment. Okay, sure enough, Yu Jian couldn't fly up. If they could really fly up, I'm afraid the owners of those skeletons would have left long ago. Song Han said disdainfully. You can't grasp it, let me do it. He also started to imitate Yi Qiao proficiently, stretched out his hand to find a flying magic weapon from Duan Hengdao's mustard bag, put it on his body, and tried to get out from under the cliff. In the end, Song Hansheng, who fell down in the same way as Yi Qiao, also calmed down. The magic weapon and Yujian are not good, so should we fly up by ourselves? The whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 113, A Big Misunderstanding. On the other side, the relatives who separated and fled almost scattered like birds and beasts. Zhou Exingyun and Zhu Yu ran together, and all the sword cultivators' natal swords were in the mustard bag, which was the most stomach ache. People outside the venue began to point around the other sects. Yi Qiao has a bag of mustard seeds. She should have given it to Duan Hengdao in the first place. Then she would give it to those who passed it on personally. At least there will be a mustard bag and a chance to fight back. At least it won't be such a one-sided situation. But what if the horizontal knife plan fails? The mustard seed bag will be sent back to the demons. It is the best choice for her to hold it. At least it can guarantee that the mustard seed bag will not be taken away by the demons. The relatives are all running for their lives. No one knows that Yi Qiao has a mustard bag in his hand, and it has been so long. Yi Qiao should have gone out. At least one of our sects ran out. Panting, Ming Xuan threw out the few talismans on his body. At least it wasn't wiped out. I don't know if my father will buy me the most expensive cemetery after I die. Zhu Yu glanced at him. Don't think about it, you are dead, rest in peace. You are so bad. Mu Chongxi clicked his tongue. Why do you want to smash the boy's last wish? Finally, after discussing for a while, several sword cultivators chose to stop the two nascent souls and let the others escape. Fu Shu, stay here. Yi Qing'an said. If there is any talisman, don't throw it away. Hurry up and let Danshu and Qishu go first. Everything that Danshu and Qishu can use is in the mustard bag, and it's useless to keep it. Rune Shu can still leave the formation. Yun Q subconsciously wanted to run away, but Ming Xuan ruthlessly dragged her back. The young man raised his clear voice slightly, and stared straight at her with peachy eyes. Why are you running? Aren't you Fu Shu? Who wants to die with you? Yun Q lost control of his emotions. Why should I stay? You didn't have the awareness of sacrificing one's life and forgetting to die before you became a personal pass. What kind of personal pass are you doing? Chu Xingji sneered. This is the realm of comprehension. Yun Q bit her lip and held back her tears. What about Yi Qiao? She has already run away. Why don't you allow me to run? She used to run faster than anyone else. Why should you only blame me? She was wrong to death. People are selfish, so why ask her to give selflessly? Chu Xingji choked slightly for a moment. Why didn't she run if she could? Shenzi was slightly stunned. Besides, who told you that Yi Qiao ran away? This is a huge misunderstanding. Temporarily unable to find a way to fly up, the two could only continue to walk inside, trying to see if there was a way out. Yi Qiao, there are a lot of dead bones. It seems that many people died. They should all be casual cultivators. When Song Hansheng said this, his disdain for casual cultivators was also in every line. Yi Qiao was speechless. This is the time. Thank you for putting away your class discrimination. Song Han snorted coldly. Yi Qiao stretched out her hand and pulled over the KFC that jumped down together. The duo looked at each other and set their sights on the only phoenix that could fly up unimpeded. Hey, KFC. Yi Qiao looked at it with sparkling eyes. Can you make it bigger and take the two of us up there? It looked at Yi Qiao with a look of, are you crazy? It's impossible to think about it with your toes. The Kentucky chicken is small in size, and two people might crush it. Others may not think of flying on a monster. After all, mounts and monsters are different. Facts have proved that true knowledge comes from practice. Although Yi Qiao is often caught by the red bird, she jumped up and down, but she also told everyone with her show operation. You can really fly on a monster. Yi Qiao stroked her chin. He began to think of other ways to go out. Since there are monsters like spiders, I guess there must be other monsters here. Song Han's face was expressionless, and he said coldly, why do you just say what you want? Anyway, after hurting each other for so long, Yi Qiao's words will not be good. How about this? Let's divide the work. Yi Qiao put her hands behind her back and smiled slightly. You set up an array to protect me. I will use the bamboo shoots to attract those monsters. Pick one that can take us up, and the other monsters will fly to you. Solve it. How about it? Song Han laughed angrily. Would you choose a concubine in the harem here? Also pick a monster. But I have to say, this method is feasible. No. What are those in-laws of the Changming sect doing? The numbers on the jade slips of Changmingzong still move. Who did it? They were all arrested on the first day, and until now all the relatives were busy fleeing. The numbers hadn't moved for a long time, but when everyone was worried about the situation of their children, the numbers moved strangely. The number of Changmingzong soared all the way to the first level. The first sword-seeking sect originally had about 100 monsters, but the Changming sect was fourth, with 60, making up a whole number, so you don't have to think about who did it. Now the Changming sect ranks first, and there is still a growing trend. Are you crazy? Which personal transmission is so desperate, fleeing, and still have the time to deal with a few monsters? At the bottom of the cliff, the moment the bamboo shoots were taken out, the monsters swarmed up in a moment. Unsurprisingly, their cultivation base is not high, and they all have strange shapes. Yi Qiao frowned. They just grow randomly because no one can see them in this kind of place. Song Hansheng couldn't get this kind of cold joke, and his tone was cold. Don't talk nonsense, pick it quickly. This. Yi Qiao clicked his tongue and pointed to the blue bird not far away. Too fat. Yi Qiao. The black one. Too ugly. Yi Qiao. You have so many things to do. Other monsters. Although they couldn't understand, they became surprisingly angry and manic. While the two were having a fruitless conversation, Yi Qiao urged the sword art. Although there was a difference in realm from those Jindan stage monsters, with Song Hansheng's support, the scene was temporarily controlled by them. In the end, Yi Qiao chose a red bird, then threw the bamboo shoots into the field, and pointed at the Jindan stage monster. It's so big, isn't it just for us to ride? Song Hansheng, that's all. Get rid of the other monsters quickly so we can ride it out. The corner of Song Hansheng's mouth twitched, as expected of you. Go. He took a deep breath. I'll draw some defensive talismans, the formation won't last so long. There were not many talismans left, and it was rare that he didn't have to flee. Song Hansheng simply drew his breath on the spot, hooked his spiritual sense to the Langhao brush and began to draw the talisman. Talismans are very useful at the bottom of the cliff, and the two of them have used them a lot, but it is really not enough now. Seeing this, Yi Qiao nodded and didn't bother him, choosing to deal with the attracted monsters. Anyway, she has a lot of mustard bags, but she can still spell pills, talismans, and magic tools if she can't beat them. It was the first time Yi Qiao experienced the happiness of Resource Dog. Song Hansheng's movement of drawing the talisman was swift, and several times in a row passed by, his face paled a lot. Seeing his miserable appearance, knowing that it was the result of overdrawing his spiritual consciousness, Yi Qiao swung the monsters that were approaching him with a bamboo shoot, and kindly asked, "Can you continue like this?" She usually draws talismans with overdrawn consciousness, and then wakes up to draw, and gets dizzy after drawing, and so on. Song Hansheng, yes. After speaking, the blood under his nose flowed down again. He wiped the blood blankly. The head can be broken, the blood can be shed, and the face cannot be lost. He is the best generation of talisman cultivators in Yuqing Sect. Forget it. Yi Qiao looked at the familiar scene where he lost too much blood and would faint in the next second, and fell silent for a while. Let me draw it. The bamboo shoots in her hand activated the Qingfeng Ju, and another move of Qingfeng went down, and the surrounding area was instantly empty. You just set up an array to block these monsters, and I will draw the talisman. Fighting monsters is easy, but drawing talismans is difficult. To repair talismans and draw talismans, you need to concentrate on a quiet place to succeed. Song Hansheng's level is nothing to say, and there is no one who fails in this environment. Yi Qiao sighed. The reason why the chief is not unreasonable. You know how to draw symbols. Song Hansheng glanced at her. Yi Qiao's ability to draw characters has never been seen before, and her level is still a mystery. This kind of talisman that can save lives at critical moments will shatter if you are not careful, and the success rate is extremely low. When Song Hansheng came into contact with this kind of talisman for the first time, it took a long time to figure it out. The advantage of two talisman repairs is that if one's spiritual consciousness is overdrawn, the other can also be topped up. Yi Qiao. Yes. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but wonder about life for a moment. Does he look like the kind of talisman who is so idle that he can only form formations but not draw talismans? Song Hansheng's knowledge of the sea really couldn't hold it anymore. He threw his Langhao brush to her, and urged, "Please hurry up." Everyone has a different talent in drawing talismans. If the speed is too fast, it will be easily ruined if you are not careful, so talisman repair with less talent needs to be drawn stroke by stroke. He didn't expect Yi Qiao's talent to be so fast, but at least he couldn't be like Yun Qiu. The speed at which Yun Qiu drew a stroke and rested for a while before almost made Song Hansheng angry and had a cerebral thrombosis. 2 chapters, 6005, Don't say I'm messed up, woo woo woo, I'm really busy. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 114. Looking northwest, shooting Sirius. Yi Qiao breathed out on the spot. I know. Of course she knew to hurry up, but the environment is too messy, and it is easy to fail in drawing symbols. Song Hansheng's Langhao brush is easier to use than hers. Yi Qiao felt the difference between it and a high-grade spiritual weapon as soon as she held it. She blinked her eyes. This pen of yours is not a high-grade spiritual weapon, is it? Song Han said that he made a seal with his fingertips without turning his head. Excellent. The price of the top-grade spiritual weapon is so expensive that Yi Qiao can't even imagine it. While picking up the pen, she couldn't help sighing. Children from rich families, disrespect and disrespect. No wonder Song Hansheng looked up at people every day with his nostrils up. While talking, Yi Qiao hooked the Langhao brush with her spiritual sense, calmed down and stared at the talisman paper. The defensive talisman was the worst to draw. She had never drawn it before. The second senior brother was responsible for drawing the defensive talisman in Zhongli before dividing it into pieces. Give them a few. It was the first time for Yi Qiao to draw defensive talismans. She repeatedly recalled the common characteristics of Ming Xuan and Song Hansheng when they drew defensive talismans. Both defenses have some similarities, but the general drawing methods are different, and the styles of the two schools are also different. Yi Qiao was more courageous and wanted to try the effect of combining the two. Because it was the first time I tried to change the talismans, 3 of them were abolished in just 3 minutes. Song Hansheng changed from indifference at the beginning to a complete death stare. What are you doing, Yi Qiao? 3 minutes to waste 3. He hoped that Yi Qiao could draw a talisman faster. It is very fast now, but which talisman repair failed once? Yi Qiao, don't worry about my success rate. Can you tell me whether it's fast or not? Song Han sneered. If Yi Qiao is a bad player, Song Hansheng is definitely a good student. Before Yun Qiu was not good at drawing talismans and forming formations. He was criticized every day. Now Yi Qiao is even better than Yun Qiu. There are too many monsters now, and there is no room for them. Yi Qiao knew that Song Hansheng was on the verge of breaking out, so she ignored him, rehearsed in her mind for a while, and tried again with a pen. This time it went very smoothly, and the connection was successful. Song Hansheng glanced back, saw that he had successfully retracted the death stare, and snorted, I thought you became a waste like Yun Qiu. In his eyes, Yi Qiao is one of the few who he considers to be talented. Yi Qiao took the opportunity to touch his valuable Langhao brush more, and went back with a sneer, if you don't know how to talk, just shut up. She drew a picture, and Song Hansheng picked it up and studied it for a while. At first, he thought it was the talisman of Changmingzong, but at first glance, Song Hansheng saw the shadow of Yuqingzong in it. But the overall painting method is close to that of Changmingzong, and the combination of the two is surprisingly harmonious. Song Hansheng frowned tightly. You failed 3 times, are you going to engage in this kind of thing? No one in the comprehension world has tried whether the combination of the two can be successful. After all, the talisman is one lineage, and the patriarchs of each sect of talisman have different thoughts and techniques. She mixed the two in this way, which is completely disrespectful to the patriarch. Otherwise, Yi Qiao picked up the talisman she drew and tried it. The defensive effect is indeed much better than that of a single one. The Changming sect focuses on speed, and it can counteract the attack first, but its defense is weaker. Yue Qingzong's defense effect is better than theirs, and the combination of the two is a new kind of talisman. Hasn't anyone tried it before? Yi Qiao encouraged him. It's very useful, you can try it too. Song Han glanced at her. In the past, no one would disrespect the patriarch, nor would you be like you, who learned one talisman and then learned another. It is fair to combine the two. If someone else sees it, They will only say something deviant. Yi Qiao was embarrassing. It seemed a bit immoral to say such things in front of the chief disciple after stealing the family talisman. After she succeeds for the first time, things will go much smoother in the future, and the whole process is a stroke of luck. The speed was so fast that Song Hansheng watched from the beginning, and gradually became numb. He can do it with a single stroke of a talisman, but in this environment, it's easy to fail to put in it. Moreover, Yi Qiao is the talisman of the two sects combined, so she can succeed in such a rebellious and slanted approach. Yi Qiao. Song Han smiled angrily and asked, "What level is your spiritual root?" Yi Qiao guessed that he would ask. Thinking of the disdain and evaluation of her spiritual roots from the outside world, she asked back, "A middle-grade spiritual root, do you believe it?" "Pretend." Song Hansheng looked at her indifferently. "You continue to pretend. Who in the family can draw talismans with one stroke of the spirit root? At least the top grade or the best. If you don't believe me, ask a ghost." Yi Qiao rolled her eyes. She has a wide range of knowledge, and it doesn't take much effort to draw. When she couldn't hold it anymore, she asked Song Hansheng to come, and the two of them tacitly agreed to draw alternately. Almost wiped out. Let's go, let's go." Yi Qiao had been drawing endlessly, and now her wrist was a little sore. She jumped up. "Go out." Song Hansheng stood up right after him. He didn't want to stay in this ghostly place for a second. It was cold and dirty. Ellipsis. The vines that can be seen everywhere in the secret realm. The demon boy held the knife, and the defense and attack formations were easily shattered with two simple knives. As the formations were shattered one after another, Su Juo's face turned pale. "Come here." Chu Exingji broke off a branch and threw it to the sword cultivators present. "Make do with it. Now there are no other weapons." Danshu and Kishu ran first, and the remaining pro-passengers who were a little bit resistant stayed behind to delay the time. Mingxuan's formation was the last one, and he wanted to defend it again, but the result of forcing this was to vomit blood under the backlash. Mingxuan is still amazing. That's natural, otherwise he wouldn't be the last one to set up the formation. It took half a quarter of an hour, but it was still too short. I hope the alchemy masters will run out. There are not many alchemy masters in the cultivation world, and there are very few personal ones. They don't want to see any accidents. Arrived. Mu Chongxi and Zhou Exingyun were together. Yi Qing'an and Qin Huai were together. Two personal heirs blocked a nascent soul. All the Fu masters were left behind. Yun Qiu was forced to join in, and she was quick to set up the formation, so staying still had some effect. This is the only comfort for outsiders. Mingxuan's fingertips formed seals and was carried around by Zhou Exingyun. It was easy to catch one by one, but it was a bit tricky to gather together. The demon boy squinted his eyes. "Who rescued you?" Then he slashed at Chu Exingji with a knife. Chu Exingji's breath stopped suddenly and his throat was almost cut. Mu Chongxi, who was closest to him, gave him a hand to pull him away. In terms of speed, Chang Mingzong did not have to say that he had the fastest reaction. Seeing this, the elder of swordsmanship Sect broke out in cold sweat, and stood up abruptly, his hands trembling a little, almost lost his disciple. Train him to run next time. The talisman repairers made preparations in advance before going down to the secret realm. Everyone drew a lot of fire talismans. At this moment, the talismans are all in the mustard bag. Facing the overwhelming vines, those who react slowly have been tied up and tightened tightly. Hanging, that posture is not to catch the relatives, but to hang people alive. Meow meow. See Miaoyan's expression changed suddenly. The branch in Mu Chongxi's hand is a sword, and the sharp sword energy is drawn up. This move is not Chang Mingzong's sword, but he learned it from the inheritance not long ago. It uses materialization as a sword, and the sword energy cuts down the vines and breaks. However, Basically, it cannot be saved. Panting for breath, Mu Chongxi saw that Danshu and the slow-reacting Qishu were constantly being arrested, and the talisman was also inevitable. In the formation, the vines took the opportunity to grab their ankles and hang them in the air. Chang Mingzong's mentality was the most despised before, so what's the use of being fast, but on this occasion, their mentality is definitely the best at running, and none of the four have been touched by vines. But being forced to such a situation by two nascent souls is uncomfortable for anyone. Ming Xuan's breathing was a little short. In this extreme environment, the speed of his array formation has improved by leaps and bounds, but it was still too late. Too slow. It breaks in less than a quarter of an hour. Damn it. Chu Exingji was lying on the ground with a knife, and spat out blood. How did the nascent soul come in? A blow from the nascent soul stage. If you can't bear it, you will have half your life. Moreover, this is the 5 great competitions. What the hell, it must be sick to be able to enter in the nascent soul stage. Yun Q's fingertips unconsciously clenched the origin bead that he had secretly obtained. The spiritual energy hidden in it was very strong, and it was not impossible to reach the nascent soul stage after absorbing it. But she didn't expect that an unconscious action of hers would cause this situation today. The demon saint was a little upset. Yi Qiao was beaten down by her, and she should be dead by now. Even if she didn't die, she wouldn't be able to get out. She also underestimated these righteous little sheep. 3 sword cultivators in the later stage of Jindan, and a group of talisman cultivators, are very difficult to solve. She had no choice but to be thankful that she took away their mustard bag immediately. Otherwise, it is not impossible for the 5 sects to join hands to fight 2 nascent soul stages. In order to prevent the knight from having many dreams, the demon saint moved the fingertips of the vines to wrap around and climb, forming a huge net, covering everyone in it. Don't die, leave the one named Yunqiu, and deal with the others quickly so that you can return to your life. No. The moment the vines blocked the exit, the surrounding sky darkened. Mu Chongxi tried to use fire to burn them. They had 3 fire roots of Mingzong, but this kind of fire was too weak, and it was okay to force the vines back. They wanted to open one. Exports belong to idiots. The exit is completely blocked. Zhu Yu also tried, but it was useless. Since he couldn't escape, staying together was the best choice. Zhou Exingyun and Yi Qing'an's swordsmanship is domineering. One sword is like the wind, and the other sword is like a knife. They coincidentally stand in front of them and protect several alchemy tools. Miao Miao was so moved. Whoosh. Lu Yun nodded frantically. I will never say that you sword cultivators are poor. The corner of Chu Exingji's mouth twitched. You don't have to say this sentence. It is really rare that the 5 sects join forces for the first time. All the monks outside couldn't help standing up, staring at the inside of the photo stone at the same time, holding their nervous breath carefully. If this goes on, it won't be long before they're all strangled. The vines are constantly shrinking, enclosing them little by little. This is obviously intended to trap them all to death. The sword cultivator has no sword, the talisman cultivator's talisman is not there, and the spiritual energy is almost exhausted. It looks pale and feeble. Shen Ziwei was the only one with a mustard bag, but the inside was also empty. All the defensive magic weapons were used up, and there were a few offensive magic weapons, which were also taken out for the sword repairers to use. It counts as long as it lasts. Shen Ziwei desperately calmed down. I don't know when the elders will come. At this time, everyone felt somewhat hopeless in their hearts. Looking at the ever-shrinking vines, Yun Qiu's scalp felt numb. For a moment, she wanted to take out the origin bead, but in the end she suppressed the urge, and it would not be too late to take it out when there was really no other way. Her luck has always been very good, and every time she encounters danger, she will be surrounded by danger, and Yun Qiu feels that this time should be no exception. In the lush secret realm, it is extremely ferocious and weird. The crazily growing vines can be seen with the naked eye, but Yi Qiao and Song Hansheng saw it from a long distance away. Over there. Song Hansheng pointed in a direction not far away. They should all be there. It was the first time for Song Hansheng to ride such a weird flying beast at such a big age. At first, it was not suitable for him. Even if she was taken up and down on the way, she tamed him tenaciously. Yi Qiao pulled the big red bird to stabilize it, and kept urging, "Quick, quick." The entire secret realm was dead silent, and the green vines wrapped the inside layer by layer. From a distance, it was directly blocked, and it was impossible to enter. Yi Qiao patted the KFC chicken, let it fly over, and burned the hole on the top with a mouthful of fire. It's your performance. Isn't that the role of KFC? A mouthful of phoenix fireworks. The momentum of a prairie fire quickly burned a hole in the sky, not big, but just enough for 2 people and 1 bird to pass through, and it is not easy to be noticed. Seeing that the hole was boiled, Yi Qiao immediately commanded the bird to fly down. Hurry up, save people. None of the concentrated people noticed that a hole was opened in the sky, and the red bird shook it angrily, and finally swooped down reluctantly. Sitting on the back of the bird, she had a panoramic view of the confrontation between a group of people in midair. Yi Qiao's fingertips condensed her spiritual power, and pulled it to the full moon. The 3 protruding vines continued to elongate, and she was about to grab the slowest one, so she aimed at the direction of the vines, let the KFC spit fire on the arrows, held her breath, and fired 3 arrows at once. The spirit arrows wrapped in flames, shoot straight over. Coming through the sky, the momentum is like a broken bamboo. The instantly burned vines quickly retracted. The arrow is approaching the point where everyone is astonished. Fuck. The voice came from the audience outside the arena. The sluggish elders were silent, one by one was quieter than the other, and faced with this sudden change, he stood up abruptly. What is that? The elder of Bishuazong felt familiar, and he clenched his fists. It seems to be our Miao Miao's spiritual bow. Miao Miao. Isn't Ki Miao Miao here? All 5 are there. Where did the arrow in midair come from? Everyone. When everyone was puzzled, a clear and familiar female voice sounded. Hey hey hey, how about this trick? I look northwest and shoot Sirius. Is it handsome? Visiting relatives. We have so many relatives in Shandong. We will go to relatives' house the day after tomorrow. Chevron Anderson badly. Chapter 115. Everyone searched for the sound and looked over their heads. Yi Qiao was riding on the fiery red bird, holding a spirit bow, with the corners of her lips slightly hooked, and blinked at them. I will save you first. Not Miao Miao. It's Yi Qiao. The last sentence completely pierced the last silence in the air, and all the monks outside the venue screamed excitedly. Yi Qiao. She's not dead. Damn. Not only did she not die, but she also brought all the wives of the sword cultivators and the belongings of the alchemy cultivator. Yi Qiao is really amazing. I'm so handsome, your number 1 is here to save you. The elders also stood up, not knowing whether they were incited by the emotions outside the court, or something else. They also became a little excited for no reason. There is also the child Song Hansheng. The 2 sat together. Song Hansheng quickly flung the talisman off. The fire talisman burned the hand that was bound by vines. Yi Qiao followed closely with 2 arrows, forcefully tripping the demon saint who was chasing the murderer. Hold on. Her face turned cold, and when she saw these 2 people, she asked, are you still alive? It stands to reason that the chance of surviving is very small with such a high cliff and unable to adjust the posture to fend off the sword. Look, it's Yi Qiao. Miao Miao was almost caught again because of her slow running just now. Noticing the speed of the spirit arrow and the rapid shrinking of the vines, the girl's pupils trembled slightly, and she looked up to catch the opponent's figure. Chu Exingji, who heard the voice just now, was about to turn around and scold some idiot for being so arrogant, but in the next second, he saw his black sword being ruthlessly thrown down from midair. The young man subconsciously stretched out his hand to hold it, and slightly moved his wrist to ask about the swordsmanship of the swordsmanship sect. The long sword was unsheathed, and the ground was covered with frost and cold. With a slash of the sword, the demons who were trying to approach were forced back. Sword cultivators need swords more when fighting. It is inconvenient to do anything without a sword. What Yi Qiao throws down is not a sword, it is a savior. Fuck, it's you. Yi Qiao. Chu Exingji held the sword, looked up and saw the old acquaintance, and was stunned. Did you really run away? Before Yue Qingzong's personal biography crazily brainwashed them, mocking Yi Qiao for leaving, he basically believed it, and cooperating with her did not leave. Then everyone had the same doubt in their hearts, why did she go there before? He was travel-stained, and he came here with Song Hansheng. Ming Shun wiped the blood left by his ears due to the excessive consumption of the formation, and his heart was broken. Why are you back? Fortunately, he was lucky that one of their sects ran out. Of course I came back to save you. When Qin Huai saw Yi Qiao, his eyes almost went dark. She really didn't run away. But what's the use of Yi Qiao returning from a foundation establishment? Qin Huai barely resisted the attack with the branch in his hand as a sword. Even though his body was seriously injured, the man was short of breath and his voice was hoarse. You and Song Hansheng came back to die together. What kind of death is it? It's bad luck. Yi Qiao, who was sitting on the big bird without looking up, hurried past him. Open the door, open the door. Chang Mingzong sent his wife away. Yi Qiao threw away Zhou Exingyun's Tuanshan, Mu Chongshi's day and night, and the wives of the sword cultivators, and shouted to the sword cultivators below, I brought your wives here for you. What wife? Mu Chongshi was stunned, and then saw Yi Qiao holding a lot of swords, and he recognized his own day and night at a glance. Duan Chen of Zhou Exingyun is also among them. Yi Qiao threw down one by one. The sword and its master were both bound. After the swords were thrown down, they quickly returned to their respective sword masters. The situation also changed at this moment. After holding the sword, he was revived with full blood in an instant, his hands were sharp, and his sword moves were very fierce. Even the demon saint was forced to lose her composure slightly. She gritted her teeth. Yi Qiao. Sure enough, I underestimated you. Falling off the cliff can still come out alive. Yi Qiao smiled slightly. You just underestimated me. Get rid of them first. The demon saint's face darkened, and the partner behind her also moved after giving an order. The demon boy moved slightly and appeared behind the two of them. With a slash, the defensive talisman that Yi Qiao had drawn on the cliff earlier shattered. He raised his hand and wanted to give him a second knife. The next second, Song Hansheng's talisman hit his face at the same time. The young man's brows were cold, and he silently uttered the word, broken. The seemingly ordinary talisman burned instantly as the sound fell, and rolled and cracked and spread to the whole body. The demon boy felt his palms were hot, and screamed in the next second. The devil's eyes were dark, and he slapped Song Han fiercely in anger, go to hell. The blow of Yuan Yingqi was wrapped in a thick devil energy, and it was about to hit his chest. Song Hansheng's breathing was slightly stagnant, and he was ready to take a hard blow. However, at this moment, the talisman that had not moved in his arms was slightly hot, and the defensive talisman lighted up quietly, forming a talisman, which was reduced to ashes while offsetting it. Song Han's voice was slightly hoarse. It stands to reason that for a close-range attack, the defensive talisman would not have time to build up protection. But after Yi Qiao combined the two, the defense thickness and speed have been greatly improved, and the time for close-range attacks is just enough. Ellipsis. No one stopped him. Yi Qiao took advantage of the opportunity to ride the bird and took him flying in the sky, which gave Song Hansheng a good opportunity to play. He was targeted crazily before, either by close-up beating or sneak attack. Today, Song Hansheng finally found the feeling of calling the wind and calling the rain before he met Yi Qiao. Fans of the Yuqing sect outside the venue recalled, "I remember that back then, before we met Yi Qiao, Song Hansheng stood at the highest point and looked down on the chief disciples of other sects all day long." Facts have proved that Song Hansheng's talismans are more serious than Yi Qiao's, and they are all lethal. The demons are being pasted by talismans one after another, and their state becomes more and more manic, and the more anxious they are, the more flaws will be exposed. Mu Chongxi and Chu Xingji looked at each other, and immediately greeted his wound, mercilessly. Seeing the power of his talisman, Yi Qiao also sighed, and said sincerely, "Thank you for not killing me back then." When Song Hansheng threw down the talisman, he had to pay attention to the movements of those nascent souls so as not to be knocked down by a surprise attack. Seeing this, Ming Xuan, who was in the formation below, cursed and said, "Song Han's voice is amazing, your talisman hid me." Song Hansheng. Si Miaoyan watched these sword cultivators operate in a fancy way, bit her lip, and felt that Dan Shu was so useless for the first time. She stood with Zhu Yu and sighed, "What can we do? Apart from being protected, there is nothing I can do to help." "Just look at it," Lu Yun answered, "without the mustard bag, we are just a bunch of trash now. People have self-knowledge." "Don't say that." Zhu Yu raised his head and dodged for a while, avoiding the vines attacking the door, and smiled slightly. "Although we look like trash, in fact, we are really useless." Miao Miao's eyes flickered. "Where's Yi Qiao? Our big daddy? Since he can give Janshu a sword, maybe she also has our Danshu's mustard bag." The voice just fell. Third senior brother. After Yi Qiao threw all the sword cultivators' natal swords to them, she immediately searched out Zhu Yu's mustard bag from the field without stopping. "Take it." "Just kidding, of course the mustard bag is given to my senior brother first." Lu Yun. Miao Miao's eyes also widened. "Isn't it? It really is." Seeing Zhu Yu's mustard seed bag, Si Miaoyan was stunned. What the hell did she do? It's also going to the secret realm. Why is her progress different from theirs every time? I rely on. The audience outside the arena was also crazy with excitement. Damn it, the gods have come down to earth, my slut. Isn't this a god who came down to save the world? It's awesome, my ass. The mustard bag contained a bunch of things from the pro passengers. Yi Qiao didn't give Duan Hengdao before because it was not too bad to have the mustard bag in hand if they failed to rescue them. As expected of you. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up. He dug out his mustard seed bag, and quickly took out all the pills with the Bishuazong, and threw them to the sword cultivators and talisman cultivators. Yi Qiao flew into the sky on a bird, while frantically throwing the mustard bag. The talismans of the Yuqing sect, the pills of the Bishui sect, and the instruments of the Changfeng sect are all in her hands. All the biographies I read were stunned and stunned. Chu Xingji, the elixir of the Bishui sect, the formation talisman of the Yuqing sect, the magic weapon of the Changfeng sect, and the sword art of the swordsmanship sect. Damn it, Yi Qiao, you really deserve to die. Yi Qiao raised her eyebrows high. There is a street inside and outside the realm of comprehension, and you don't even ask who is the father. I have no backbone, so I'll call you dad first for respect. Duan Hengdao wailed. Father, hurry up and give us the mustard seed bag to become Fengong. Give us Yu Qingzong first. Su Juo also began to shout. What are you guys? Lu Yun blasted unceremoniously. Who is Yi Qiao's partner in the third match? It's us, Danshu. We are her teammates. Yi Qiao threw the mustard bag into Shaoqi domain. She was very busy. After she had divided this and that, when she heard Duan Hengdao's words, Yi Qiao was not afraid of offending anyone, so she rushed over unceremoniously. Come on, come on. Sons, your father is here. Qin Huai unceremoniously gave Duan Hengdao a slap on the back of the head. Excellent. Yi Qiao had no ink stains, and the mustard seed bags were thrown to each sect separately, and Yue Qingzong was the last to give it. After Su Juo got the mustard seed bag, he raised his eyes to look at Yi Qiao, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Now, it's time to test our cooperation. Each talisman cultivator drew a lot of fire talismans in case of emergencies. Mingxuan lit up the talisman with his fingertips, looked at the flying vines, saw a few talisman cultivators wanted to throw him out, and stopped him urgently, etc. Don't control it, let it jump. Judging from Mingxuan's experience of setting fire to the Zangshu pavilion with Yi Qiao, the spirit fire is more powerful when it is scattered. After all, the speed of the spirit fire is crazy when it is out of control. Hearing Mingxuan's words, several talisman cultivators hesitated for a moment, then moved their fingertips, causing the fire talisman to pop up automatically, and the entire interior wrapped in vines instantly became chaotic. When several people looked up, they could see all kinds of spiritual fires floating above their heads, burning the net woven by vines like a prairie fire. The demon saint's face turned livid. Yi Qiao. She was already mad with anger. The wood-type spiritual roots were most annoyed by these fires, and the net that had been woven was supposed to wipe out the group of people, but Yi Qiao appeared on the way. The reason why the Pro-Pass is called Pro-Pass is that their strength and talent are one aspect, and the most important point is these people are group resource dogs. The mustard bag in Yi Qiao's hand solved everyone's urgent needs. At first, the relatives who fled and dodged inside had the courage to turn around and fight back at this moment. Dazzling all kinds of magic weapon patterns, he kept taking drugs to continue his life, and all kinds of talismans flew and exploded. Who can stand this? Even if it is a war of attrition, the two nascent soul stages are too much to bear. These personal auras are exhausted and they can still take drugs, and they don't have any pills. The demon saint's nascent stage pressure spreads out and turns into an afterimage, which gathers together with a sudden palm and slaps Yi Qiao's back. With Yi Qiao's cultivation base, there is no way to avoid it. And she didn't hold back the slightest bit of this palm. Yuan Yingqi hit with all her strength, and the talisman couldn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Yu unfolded the map of mountains and rivers in his hand, and the totem illusion was intertwined with the formation. The demon saint was caught off guard by the changing scene of the illusion. She paused for only 2 seconds, and Yi Qiao rushed. Take your chance to get out of the way. The blow missed, and the girl gritted her teeth viciously. From the crushing game at the beginning, to now being forced to retreat steadily. The demon boy also had a gloomy expression. We should have found that Yi Qiao first. As a result, she was ignored. But in fact, who would take a foundation establishment seriously? The secret realm will be over in 2 days. The demon boy pursed his lips and clenched the sword in his hand. Those elders should soon find a way to open the secret realm and come in. At this time, do you want to withdraw? Withdraw. The demon saint gritted her teeth. What else can I do if I don't withdraw? No one can be killed, and each one is more difficult to deal with. Seeing that they wanted to leave, Yi Qingyan and Zhou Xingyun carried their swords up to keep them away. Duanshan unsheathed, drew out the knife and cut off the water. Countless sword shadows were intertwined and chaotic, and when they were rubbed by the sword shadows, there was a bloody wound. The demon saint also had a defensive magic weapon in her hand, and she smashed several of them one after another. Her eyes were ruthless, and she stretched out her hand to pat Yun Qiu. With a sudden force, he locked the girl's slender neck. She had tried to catch a personal pass before, but these people cooperated too well. but this Yun Q slipped through the net. After successfully holding Yun Q hostage, the demon saintess said to her partner beside her without turning her head, "Let's go. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dealt with Yi Qiao." Yi Qiao frowned. Didn't she remember that Yun Q had a lot of cards? Just her treasure hunting beast probably found a lot of good things for the heroine. Is it so easy to be hijacked? Yun Q's eyes flickered, realizing that the demon clan did not intend to take her own life. She moved her fingertips. In fact, the fact that the origin pearl was taken away should have been seen by the outside world. If she really stayed here, the original pearl would definitely not fall into her hands, but would be handed over to the Zongmen. It was inevitable to be criticized by those outside monks and elders. It would be better to be held hostage by the demons. Chu Xingji's sword light followed closely, and when he saw Yun Q being held hostage, he stopped the tip of his sword abruptly and was forced to withdraw. Damn. I'm sick, Yun Q. Get caught at a critical moment. Seeing that the two were about to leave the secret realm holding Yun Q hostage, Ming Xuan, who had been motionless all this time, moved his fingertips slightly. Seeing the timing, 4 talismans flew up, the square formation was activated, and the brilliant golden formation rose up in place. The moment the surroundings were locked, Duan Hengdao's golden rope flew up automatically, and Chu Xingji immediately slashed towards her without hesitation. Yun Q screamed and was pushed out by the demon saint to block the knife. At the critical moment, Yi Qingyan, who reacted quickly, grabbed her. Unsurprisingly, Yun Q's face turned pale. "Senior brother Yi, thank you." The two demons on the other side were under attack from 3 sides by the Sword Cultivator and Rune Cultivator, and there was no way they could avoid it. The fairy rope in Duan Hengdao's hand flew out, tying him tightly. Seeing that the two were still trying to struggle, Zhu Yu quickly handed Feng Lingdan to them, and forced it into their mouths. The time limit is 2 hours. To be on the safe side, feed once every hour. Everyone's hands were covered in cold sweat when they started. Fearing that something might go wrong on the way, Duan Hengdao licked the dry corners of his lips. It's over. When the dust has settled, it is completely over. Fuck. I was scared to death. Not to mention the personal biography, even the monks outside the venue collapsed to the ground. From being hit to being hit back, only one Yi Qiao is needed. This time Yi Qiao can be said to have become famous in one battle. Sect by playing badly. Chapter 116 saved the world. The 2 tool repairers teamed up to tie up the 2 demons with magic tools. In order to avoid making mistakes halfway, several pill repairers alternately fed them the spirit pill. When will the elders come in? It will probably be early tomorrow morning. So what happened? Chu Xingji seized the time to take revenge, and kicked the 2 demons fiercely. How did they get in with the nascent soul stage? It is reasonable to say that even if you enter the secret realm in the nascent soul stage, you will be suppressed in the golden core stage, and you will never reach the realm that is far behind the nascent soul stage. Yun Q was so weak that he didn't dare to speak. He clenched the origin bead with his fingertips, found a place where no one was around, quietly absorbed the energy inside, and was able to forcibly suppress the bead that entered the secret realm to cultivate, and the aura surged beyond belief. As soon as a little bit of spiritual energy entered her body, she could feel the realm loosen. Zhu Yu shook his head. I don't know. What happened in the end? We have to wait for the elders to explain to them after they go out. The secret realm finally opened on the 2nd day. Everyone didn't dare to sleep all night, guarding the 2 demons, and when they saw the secret realm opened, they rushed out one by one immediately. Yi Qiao had a big heart and slept the most soundly. She walked leisurely at the end of the team. End. As soon as the result came out, the oncoming apple slammed at her. Yi Qiao grasped the apple accurately and took a bite, inexplicably asking, why? What did she do wrong to make the audience hate her so much? I'm sorry, I smashed it wrong. The little girl who threw the apple became nervous when she saw it was her. I wanted to smash the cloud magpie. Yi Kiao. She took another bite, which was quite sweet. The other party immediately groaned. Ah, Yi Lang Lang has eaten my apple. Yi Kiao gnawed on the apple and left as if nothing had happened, but the remaining elders still had to stay and clean up the mess left by these brats, such as the original pearl hidden in Yun Qiu's hand. Seeing that everyone came out safely, the monks were also relieved. Who would have thought that these children could cooperate so well at the critical moment? A bunch of little bastards who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Qin Fanfan laughed and cursed, not to mention, he was a little excited to see this competition. Normal. Elder Zhao laughed. Youth is full of spirit and rampage, so of course I don't think about it so much. After Yi Kiao came out, seeing all the elders were there, she raised her eyebrows. Just ask, do the results still count? So far, Chang Mingzong is number 1, and Swordsmanship Sect is second. If it counts, no matter what the outcome of the team competition is, Chang Mingzong will always be number 1. It counts. The elder of Zhanjianzong nodded, as compensation for Yi Kiao's last salvation. Originally, the secret realm was stopped halfway, and logically there should be an extra game, but who let Yi Kiao turn things around at a critical moment? This first place is given to Chang Mingzong, and it is not wronged. After Song Hansheng got out of the secret realm, he began to berate Yun Qiu. He asked in a cold voice, "You are a super spiritual root, don't you even have the basic ability to protect yourself?" If it wasn't for the quick response of other personal transmissions, those two demons really ran away. I didn't do it on purpose. Yun Qiu's eyes suddenly turned red. You have always looked down on me, and you have never seen you protect me. Song Hansheng, who cleaned up the mess for her countless times. Ming Xuan lazily leaned against Yi Kiao, his voice casual. Isn't she talking nonsense? Who does Song Hansheng think of as a hairy guy? If a dog passed by him and accidentally glanced at Song Hansheng, he would have to be stared at along the way. Song Hansheng was also so angry that he couldn't choose what to say. Why should I look down on you? With your talisman drawing for half a year. It's also a personal transmission. Why don't you reflect on how you are worse than her? He pointed at Yi Kiao. Yi Kiao waved her hand. Don't. Q, what is she doing? It was the first time for Yun Qiu to know what feng shui turns. She was the one who attracted all the attention before, and now she is the one who is being compared with Yi Kiao crazily. After coming out of the secret realm, a group of pro-inspectors got together for a meeting. The elders were so noisy that they clapped their hands and signaled them to be quiet. Yun Qiu stays, and other in-persons can stay as they please. Wow. Cloud Magpie stay. It was hilarious to watch. Everyone wanted to join in the fun, so no one was willing to leave. Being stared at by so many people at Yun Qiu felt like she was on pins and needles. She pinched her palms and managed to calm down. Where is the original pearl? Asked the elder of Zhanzong, staring at her. His voice sank suddenly. Take it out. Yun Qiu didn't want to give it. She begged. Elder, I've already taken out everything. What are you going to do? She didn't trigger the enchantment, which only proved that it should belong to her. Others can't get it. Yi Kiao tilted her head and thought about it when she heard the original pearl. Was it mentioned in the original book? There should be, but it seems that in her impression, there is no such thing as the demon race, and it didn't make such a big fuss. After the heroine got it, she entered the nascent soul stage directly. This kind of mirror-breaking speed, whoever sees it will not call it a peerless genius. Yun Qiu pretended to be calm. Chang Mingzong also collapsed the secret realm before. I just took away the original pearl, and did not cause any loss. Seeing that she was still arguing, the elder of Zhanjianzong's voice became completely cold. That's collapsed. After 100 years, the secret realm will re-find a suitable carrier and reappear. After you take this away, the secret realm will no longer be suppressed by the realm. Come here later. A nascent soul can be slaughtered, so what about casual cultivators who enter the great secret realm? If there are casualties, you will be responsible for them. Everyone in Changmingzong who was queued innocently lowered their heads again. Can't understand, can't understand. The elder of the Bishui sect coughed, meaning to point out, the reflection of the Changming sect, why do you have you every time? Also, Yi Qiao. Bringing a contractor with a domain into the secret realm privately violates the rules. Criticized by name. Don't do this next time. Contractors with their own domains were brought into the secret realm, but the elders were so light-hearted, handling them with care. It's not fair. Su Juo frowned. She brought a contractor with a domain into the secret realm without permission. The number of monsters should be invalidated. I have criticized her by name just now. The elder of Wenjianzong gave Yun Qiu a cold look. Oh, by the way, the number of monsters in Yuqingzong has been cleared to 0 this time. Yun Qiu made a mistake. Yue Qingzong came to resist. It's impossible for the Changming sect to be abolished. The elder asked amusedly, without Yi Qiao, do you really think you can get out with your own efforts? Didn't she just send a mustard seed bag? So many personal biography present have seen it, and it was the 2 weapon cultivators of the Chengfeng sect who saved the life. The elder waved his hand, not wanting to talk to him. When I get back, I will look at the photo stone by myself, so let's not mention this. Yun Qiu. The sect master of Wenjian sect leaned down towards Yun Qiu alone. The cramped feeling of oppression hit her, and Yun Qiu was forced to kneel down. Take away the original pearl. Do you know what mistake you made? Yun Qiu has never been compelled to kneel down by the coercion of a superior before. Now she only needs to raise her head to see Yi Qiao, who is standing aside and looking at her indifferently. She just felt more and more humiliated. Kneel under coercion. Zhu Yu's voice was clear, his eyes blinked slightly. This is the first time I've seen it. I've kneeled before. Yi Qiao didn't expect that this kind of practice was quite uncommon. She glanced at Yun Hen. Sect Master Yun often did this before. Good guy. Yi Qin Fanfan immediately turned his head. What did she do wrong? You made her kneel. His personal teaching has always been free range, and Yi Qiao was picked up halfway, but he can't be bullied like this. What a big mistake it is to force him to kneel down with coercion. Yun Hen didn't expect the fire to burn himself. Right now Yi Qiao was in the middle of the topic, and all the monks outside the venue were listening. How could he have the nerve to say that he forced her to kneel because he robbed her of a spiritual herb? Song Hansheng was also surprised. He always believed that it was Yi Qiao who disregarded the kindness of her upbringing and chose the Changming sect as the inner sect of the Yuqing sect and the direct successor of the Changming sect. Because she wanted to be the direct successor, she chose to go down without looking back. Yun Hen dare not answer. Yi Qiao shrugged. Seeing that he was silent, she said for him, maybe I brought Lingji back, and Sect Master Yun wanted to use it for his little apprentice, but I didn't want to give it to him, so he forced me to kneel down. Yi Qiao. Yun Hen's face turned cold. We'll talk about this kind of thing when we go back. The more we talk, the worse it will be for him. The sect master of Asking Sword Sect squeezed his brows lightly, and glanced at Yun Hen unexpectedly. He didn't expect Yi Qiao and Yue Qingzong to have such a story in it. Okay. Where's the source pearl? Yun Qiu. Afraid that Yi Qiao would reveal something, Yun Hen could only change the topic hastily, looked at Yun Qiu, and said in a deep voice, take it out. Yun Qiu pursed her lips and knelt on the ground, trying to delay the time, but the other elders would not give her this chance. The pressure continued to fall on her quietly, and the sound of slender bones breaking made her face suddenly turn pale. Want to speak, but can't speak. Facing the slightly chilly gaze of the sect master Shang Wenjian, she instantly understood that this was a threat to her, and Yun Qiu tremblingly returned the beads. But the coercive magpie did not take it back, and the other party said indifferently, "Continue to kneel. What is the punishment for betraying your companions in the Yuqing sect's rules?" Song Hansheng. He named Yue Qingzong's good students. You memorize it. Song Hansheng withdrew his gaze. If it is light, you will be forbidden to think about your mistakes, and if it is serious, you will be expelled from the sect. It is definitely not possible to be expelled from the sect, and the big competition is coming soon. Where can I find a personal biography? I'll give you an explanation. Yunhen felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many elders with condemning eyes. He was very disappointed with Yun Qiu. He didn't understand why the talented little disciple turned into this way at the beginning, and now he couldn't help but think again, if Yi Qiao was still there, maybe he wouldn't be the one who was riding a tiger today up. Is the spiritual root really that important? Yi Qiao understood it completely, and the two nascent souls who came in together in the secret realm were all caused by the heroine. If it's all like this, don't you want to be kicked out of the sect? Qin Fanfan knew that these children had opinions, and they were all very angry. He smiled wryly. Now I can't find any other top-quality spiritual roots. If I really give up, wouldn't it be cheaper for other sects? Extreme spiritual root, we can't just say no and don't want it. Oh, Yi Qiao understood, and she began to draw inferences. That is to say, in our cultivation world, the higher the spiritual root, the better. Then I am a heavenly spiritual root. Does it mean that it is okay for me to beat her to death? Anyway, the spiritual root is awesome. Qin Fanfan. Makes sense. Makes sense. What a ghost. However, Yi Qiao was right in saying that in the cultivation world, the higher the spiritual root, the better. Yi Qiao's celestial spiritual root is probably well known to all the elders when the thunder calamity falls in her golden core period. Yun Qiu was forcibly taken away, and the other relatives saw that there was nothing to watch, so they got together in twos and threes, trying to replay the situation in the secret realm. Little junior sister. Mingxuan pinched her face, wondering, why are you playing with Song Hansheng? It is true that Yi Qiao can form a team with anyone, but with Yue Qingzong, this combination is a bit too weird no matter how you look at it. She slapped him away. It just happened to touch me. By the way, Yi Qiao pointed out Ming Xuan's actions. Also, don't pinch the number one's face, it's very expensive. Mu Chongxi snorted, Yo, are you pretending? Zhu Yu isn't the first one asking about Janzong. They remembered that at the beginning, asking swordsman was the leader of Yaiqi Juechen, followed by a group of people fleeing in groups, and it is reasonable to say that asking swordsman was right. Yes. Chu Xingji heard the movement from Chang Mingzong, and squeezed in as if nothing had happened. Shouldn't it be us first? He also watched it specially at that time. Seeing this, Yi Qiao took out the jade slips and showed him the jade slips for appreciation. There was also a ranking of points on it. See, this is all the country I laid down for you. The first place on the list had the word Changmingzong written on it. Fuck, your majesty is wise. Mu Chongxi's eyes lit up. Mingxuan glanced at him. Your father knew he was going to break your leg. He was a prince, and he called his majesty quite smoothly. It's okay. Mu Chongxi waved his hand. He's in the mortal world and doesn't know anything about the cultivation world. After being told by Yi Qiao, the Pro brothers who originally planned to leave subconsciously glanced at the rankings. The first is really Chang Mingzong. How did you get the first place? Yi Qing'an's eyes turned slightly. His voice was dull. Also, where did you go when Shen Ziwei and the others were saving people? All the pros were present at the time. Only she disappeared. Of course I'm going. Yi Qiao paused, pretending to be deep. I saved the world. The other pros have already started rolling their eyes. Just blow it and you will. Really? Yi Qiao expressed dissatisfaction with their attitude, and said slowly, otherwise, why do you think you were released? She is very busy this time, although she is always busy. Seeing this, Mingxuan pressed her head, where is the photo stone? Who has it? Let's see what happened. She was riding a big bird in the wind and dust at that time. Obviously she was in a place they didn't know, and she was doing something again. I have. Zhu Yu took it out. Are so many people gathered here for a meeting? Of course not, they don't have a good relationship with each other. The main reason is to revisit the secret realm. Duan Hengdao, Shen Ziwei, Yi Qiao, what the hell are these three people who ran out doing? Let's take a look together. Zhu Yu asked the opinions of the people present. All the pro-bishops were present and nodded along. Yi Qing'an said lightly, look. Chevron _left I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 117 I don't want to see you these days. The monks knew who the main character and the focus of this scene were. As soon as the photo stone was opened, Yi Qiao's perspective unfolded. Seeing her pulling people from the grass as soon as she entered the secret realm, trying to find her teammates, Zhu Yu and the others replied. A sympathetic look. Unexpectedly, it is finally your turn to place an order. Yi Qiao in the photo stone was also aware of this tragedy. She stood in place for a short while, and quickly recovered her mood, and began to form a formation. Find an inconspicuous place and hide in it. Apparently Yi Qiao planned to stay until the 5th day, so she went to bed. Song Han frowned and understood. Did you not be discovered by this method? The aura in the concealment formation was restrained, and the other relatives were busy catching monsters and chasing Yi Qiao, so naturally they didn't will go to restrain the breath. The next two nascent souls came in just to catch one. When Yi Qiao wakes up in the photo stone, the sky has changed. After getting out of the formation, she walks inside and picks up Miao Miao's spirit bow on the way. Miao Miao. Oh, so my spirit bow fell there. After leaving the secret realm, Yi Qiao returned the spirit weapon to her. At that time, she was still confused about where the other party got her spirit bow from. After picking up the spirit bow, Yi Qiao unceremoniously stuffed it into her mustard bag. On the way, she watched the pro-passion who was trapped in the barrier, and took the mustard bag away. The photo stone played here, and the case was completely solved. So that's how it is. Qin Huai's voice suddenly raised. That ghost is you. Seeing all the mustard bags disappear, his first reaction was to think it was haunted. Yi Qiao. Oh, why not? Su Juo immediately accused. You took the mustard bag, why didn't you return it to us immediately, but waited until the end? A group of relatives gathered together to look at the photo stone, and the result would inevitably be a situation where they would quarrel if they disagreed. Song Hansheng was annoyed, and reluctantly came out to explain. She came out with me later. Are you there too? Are you blind? Moreover, it takes time to send the mustard bag. Yi Qiao delays the nascent soul stage by herself. Where will the time come to send it? Song Hansheng didn't like Yi Qiao, but he could still speak people's words. Su Juo didn't want to hurt each other with Song Hansheng. He endured it and didn't respond. He held his breath and continued to look down. After getting the mustard seed bag, Yi Qiao withdrew immediately. Behind the knife, the pro-passengers all had weird expressions. She saved Duan Hengdao. Then why wasn't she there when the barrier was opened? This is where everyone was puzzled. If she was there, they wouldn't think it was Duan Hengdao's idea. After all, in terms of coquettishness, no one can compare to Yi Qiao. Look down. Zhu Yu signaled them to be quiet. In the back, Yi Qiao and Duan Hengdao worked together, drawing a picture, refining a weapon, and finally forged a strange magical weapon. Ming Shun remembered very clearly that it was this strange thing that quietly penetrated the barrier opening to let the spiritual energy flow in. Duan Hengdao explained. She drew this weird weapon. I followed suit to make it. She has so many strange things, each of which has a special use. Later, Yi Qiao tied the bamboo shoots to a monster beast, which attracted a large wave of beasts. After attracting the nearby nascent soul stage monsters away, she went to explore the monster beast's lair alone at night. Shen Ziwei also realized. He just said it! Exclamation mark. Why was there a wave of monsters in the first place? If it wasn't for that wave of monsters, he probably would have sacrificed to heaven before Yi Qiao came over. I was also saved by her later. Shen Ziwei still had lingering fears when he recalled the scene at that time. Yi Qiao's appearance at that time undoubtedly gave him a great sense of security, and he was a lifesaver. Accompanied by the playback of the photo stone, the bishops, who was still arguing non-stop, fell silent. Yi Qiao only had 2 concealment symbols in total, one for Duan Hengdao and one for Shen Ziwei, and after she came up with her idea, she even lured away a demon sant. Who said that Yi Qiao didn't have the spirit of the same family to escape first? Pooh! She was just too much of a fellow spirit to get here. Yi Qiao. Qin Huai withdrew his gaze and looked at Yi Qiao with a complicated expression. I admit that I did have prejudice against you at first, but now I have changed my mind. You are indeed very powerful, he said lightly. Be careful in the end. I will not show mercy to you. Yi Qiao. I saved you, and this is how you treat me. Chu Xingji gradually fell silent. It's you again. Why in the personal biography there is always someone who can dominate, and this person must be Yi Qiao. Shen Ziwei used the monster egg in the box given by Yi Qiao to delay Duan Hengdao's opening of the barrier for a certain period of time. The next scene is Song Hansheng and Yi Qiao falling off the cliff. Now everyone's last doubt is gone. No wonder the 2 of them didn't come out until later, co-authoring. It's not easy for anyone. The shattering of the picture stone means that it is completely over. Later, I basically guessed it all. The girl strung the string and drew the bow, and the spiritual arrow shot straight over. Who wouldn't say awesome after seeing that scene? Zhu Yu sighed. Excellent. Yi Qing'an had nothing to say, and nodded slightly at her. Thank you. Without Yi Qiao, it would not be an exaggeration to lose the entire army in the 4th game. His eyes were light, and he declared in advance, but in the individual competition, I will not show mercy. Yi Qiao clicked her tongue. You don't need to show mercy. The top 10 can go to the sword cave to choose the natal sword. Yi Qiao has a sword, so she doesn't want to enter at all, but all personal competitions must participate, and she can get in if she doesn't. That is to say, it will be a matter of time to face Yi Qing'an. Si Miaoyan said sincerely. Thank you. Song Hansheng had thanked him before, so he didn't say a word. Yi Qiao didn't bother to talk to him, and smiled slightly at Simiaoyan. It's okay. No matter whether others want to admit it or not, Yi Qiao did save everyone. It is unknown whether this group of people can live without her. Su Juo blushed because of embarrassment. He stood beside him for a long time, trying to organize his vocabulary, for fear that Yi Qiao would come forward and mock him. But seeing that Yi Qiao ignored him at all, Su Juo felt unspeakably depressed again. In the past few days, the forums in the cultivation world have been turned upside down. It can be said that he became famous in the first battle, with poor cultivation and low spiritual roots, but there is only one person in the cultivation world who saves the entire secret realm at a critical moment. It's all been discussed above. I really never expected her to pick out monster eggs. At the time, I was stunned when I saw this, thinking she was crazy. Well, I didn't expect her to give me that stick. Seeing so many people being arrested, I'm just going to be anxious. It has nothing to do with the level of the realm. If Yi Qingyan is allowed to come, he will only fight to the death with those two demons, and then go to the barrier with other personal descendants to reunite. Ha 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 ha. Don't care if you can fight or not, we in the comprehension world handed it down, the main thing is unity. Don't ask, is Yue Kingzong's dead? Don't think about it, the 5 sects must be preserved, and the golden elixir stage of the best water spirit root is rare, but there must be punishment. And there was a lot of noise on the forum, and the personal fans didn't necessarily stop. The nightmare these past few days was no less than the elders coming to their yard to sit for the whole afternoon, repeating Yi Qiao in their ears over and over again. It made me feel like throwing up when I saw Yi Qiao recently. The last game in the secret realm is the individual competition. In the courtyard of Changmingzong, Elder Zhao is still discussing with Duan Yu about the individual competition. Do you think Yi Qiao can make it to the top 10 on the sword repair list? Hanging. Duan Yu replied truthfully, there are too many golden core stages. Although Yi Qiao is a genius, geniuses also need room to grow, and the time left for her is too short. But it won't be so tense for many years. There is one last game left, and she has to raise her cultivation level to the golden core stage, otherwise, there is no hope at all. Let them practice together in the past few days, and strive to get as much as possible to the golden core. It wasn't that he wanted to pressure Yi Qiao, he really didn't have time. Judging from Yi Qiao's current situation, no one can defeat him, and anyone can pass 2 moves. Elder Zhao frowned. Didn't I hear that she defeated Chu Exingxi? Duan Yu, I won, but I won with my cleverness. Chu Exingxi was too stupid. He never expected Yi Qiao to change his gestures and caught him off guard with a feint. If Yi Qiao wanted to compete head-on with these sword cultivators, improving his strength was the key. Ellipsis. On the other side, Yi Qiao, who didn't know that she had been arranged clearly, was staying with Zhu Yu. The individual competition was in a hurry, and it only took a month or 2. Zhu Yu was repeatedly refining alchemy. During the period, Yi Qiao was also observing Zhu Yu. The movement of the other party's Danyan was more smooth than her own. The young man's brows and eyes were misty, and his changing speed was faster. 10 elixirs, snow-white in color, fell into the palm of the hand in a round shape. Yi Qiao sniffed it. Guling pill. Zhu Yu rarely practiced this, why do you do this all of a sudden? Zhu Yu glanced at her. For you. What? For her. Zhu Yu put away the alchemy furnace, and took a good time. You were suppressing the realm. Yi Qiao froze for a moment, nodded, unexpectedly being spotted by the 3rd senior brother, but there was nothing to deny. Yes. Why? Zhu Yu said, afraid of instability. Yeah. Yi Qiao thought for a while. The main reason is that the spirit root is too small to keep up with the speed of breaking the mirror. Too small. Can't keep up with the broken mirror speed. It was the first time Zhu Yu heard such a strange metaphor. Then you. What is the level of Lingen? Tianlingen. Yi Qiao spoke up ahead of him. The elder said that I should be struck by lightning more often, and try to let it grow up, otherwise I will have to be suppressed. This is what makes Yi Qiao fuck up the most. Zhu Yu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't doubt that Yi Qiao was bragging. It's just that Tianlingen is extremely rare. Yi Qiao, he said with a smile in his voice, I found out. The outside world's guesses about you are somewhat conservative. What a top grade, this is a heavenly grade. Thinking of this, he threw the elixir to her. Try it, it's for you, it can help you strengthen your spirit, so as not to keep your spiritual power in your body in disorder if you keep it for too long. Moreover, Yi Qiao's situation is quite difficult. There are very few golden core stages in the cultivation world, let alone the nascent soul stage. Then there are a group of old monsters, and it will take decades or even 100 years to break the mirror. Where did the thunder robbery come from? Tianlingen, there may not be such a one in 100 years, and finally one came, but it was delayed. Zhu Yu tentatively said, why don't you let the elder brother work hard? Yuanying Qi Lei Ji, with Zhou Exingyun's talent, it is not a problem to split it for 3 days. Forget it. Yi Qiao recalled Zhou Exingyun's state in the past few days. He's even weaker than me. Zhou Exingyun was hopeless. Zhu Yu agreed. With this skill, it's better to count on Yi Qing'an, who is as hard-working as a little bee, from the swordsman next door. Yi Qing'an is in the late stage of Jindan, and he is only 2 realms away from Yuanying. Moreover, his speed of breaking the mirror is extremely fast, and the outside world is rumoring that he may be the first young genius in the nascent soul stage in the cultivation world. Yes. Yi Qiao turned her head, her tone light and light. Why don't we go to the next door and find Yi Qing'an to play with? Zhu Yu pursed his lips. We're just looking for him to exchange feelings. The two planned to go to Janzong to exchange feelings together, and they also ran into a few personal airs on the way. The yards are all next to each other, and usually they don't see each other when they look up, but when the other party sees Yi Qiao, they turn their heads and vomit. Yi Qiao. I'm sorry. Asking Swordsman's personal tone was extremely bitter. I don't want to see you these days. I'm a bit stuck. I'm sorting out the outline. Sorry, try to add more in a few days. The whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 118 Tianlei. I made him ugly. Yi Qiao came to such a conclusion deeply. The corner of Zhu Yu's mouth twitched. It's not possible. Then why did he throw up when he saw me? Zhu Yu shook his head, intending to ask something serious. Where's your brother? I'm practicing. The young man who turned his head and vomited relieved the urge to feel sick at the moment. When he caught a glimpse of them, he asked calmly, what are you doing here? Go to him to exchange feelings. After Yi Qiao finished speaking, she pulled Zhu Yu and rushed inside as if nothing had happened. The other party couldn't stop her, so she could only watch the two of them swaggering in. Yi Qing'an was indeed cultivating, and the spiritual energy around him was constantly gathering in the courtyard of the sword-seeking sect. The purer the spiritual root, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy, forming a small vortex, which continuously poured into the boy's body. Yi Qiao touched the lost aura from her fingertips. The aura around him was taken away by him. Generally, the aura in the courtyard where he lives is the strongest, which is helpful for their cultivation, but the speed of the generation of aura is not enough for him. Use. Zhu Yu guessed, he probably wants to break the nascent soul stage before the 5th round begins. It's not necessary, Yi Qiao said. His cultivation level is already very high. Zhu Yu's voice was very soft, but when Janzong wants to win the first place, he can only win in the individual competition. Don't even think about the team competition. Yi Qiao took all 3 first places by herself. It's not easy to win the first place in the individual sword repair competition. There are all casual cultivators. There are many masters among casual cultivators. I want to be safe and secure first. You can only take the risk of breaking through nascent soul. Yi Qing'an's current cultivation base has been suppressed for a long time in the late Jindan stage. It is not impossible to break through the nascent soul stage for more than a month. Yi Qing'an, who is number 1 in swordsmanship, has high hopes from the entire cultivation world. Yi Qiao interrupted the other party's speed of absorbing spiritual energy, and smiled friendlily. Yi Qing'an, do you want to go down the mountain together? Yi Qing'an opened his eyes, heard a familiar voice, turned his head and saw Yi Qiao, thought she was crazy, frowned. No. When did the relationship between the few of them get so good that they went down the mountain to practice together? Although she saved them, Yi Qing'an is a principled person. During the great competition, all the sects except the ones from the sect were all hostile sects. Oh, if you don't go, don't go. Yi Qiao was not afraid of being beaten at all, and continued to ask with a smile, when do you plan to break through nascent soul? Yi Qing'an thought she was mocking him for not breaking through nascent soul for so long, and his voice became slightly cold. This month. What exactly do you want to say? Yi Qiao's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she gave him a thumbs up. I wish you success. Ambitious. Then there is hope for her to break through. Yi Qiao has never appreciated Yi Qing'an's hard work so much. Yi Qing'an lowered his eyes and didn't want to talk to her anymore. In the past few days, there have been news of broken mirrors coming from several yards one after another. Facts have proved that actual combat is always more effective than training. The realm of Mingxuan also loosened, and after Yi Qiao and the two returned, he had stabilized his breath. Zhu Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Mingxuan, golden core middle stage. Are you broken too? Basically, all the disciples in the secret realm have gone up to a higher level, except for Yi Qiao who didn't move at all, and the outside world blamed her spiritual root for this. Mingxuan, yes. He was about to say something when he looked up and saw Yi Qiao, who was following Zhu Yu, was dripping with sour water all over his body, as if he had turned into lemon juice. Mingxuan leaned back tactically. You haven't broken through yet. Yi Qiao lay down on the ground. Yes. Why? Mingxuan rubbed his chin. I see that the elders and junior uncle train you very hard on weekdays. It is true to say that there are multiple skills and multiple paths. Whether it is the way of swordsmanship or alchemy and drawing symbols, it is unreasonable for Yi Qiao to be so slow when he uses 3 prongs. Mu Chongxi knew what was going on with her spiritual root, and touched her chin. She can break through, but she needs something to help her, and she has been suppressed for so long. With her multi-cultivation, she should be able to break through more than one realm. What kind of help do you need? Let's look for it. Mingxuan raised his legs indifferently and acted foolishly. Lei Ji, do you have any? Zhu Yu glanced at him, full of disdain. Mingxuan paused as he swayed his legs. This is really not there. However, the young man changed the subject, clenched his hands into fists, and hammered them into his palms. But I don't have one. We can rub off on others. I heard that Yi Qing'an has been working hard recently. Wouldn't it be enough if you rubbed against him then? Mingxuan remembered that she could absorb the thunder from the sky, and since that was the case, there was nothing wrong with someone helping to resist the thunder calamity. Yi Qing'an should thank them Chang Mingzong for the great kindness and virtue. The 3 of them agreed at this moment. Instead of improving yourself, it is better to count on Yi Qing'an. The trio agrees and high-fives. Mu Chongxi looked at the 3 brothers and sisters who exuded a rotten aura all over their bodies, and he puffed up his face in dissatisfaction. I want to clap my hands too. Mingxuan stretched out his hand lazily and touched him. Walk. Go. Visit Yi Qing'an in a few days. Anyway, if you enter the secret realm, your cultivation will be suppressed. In the most individual competition, Yi Qing'an used Yuanying's cultivation to overwhelm all the pro passengers. It doesn't matter. They don't care. Winning the team competition is enough, and the individual competition is all up to fate. Hearing the plan of the 4, Zhou Xingyun was silent for a while, silently covering his face. I've heard of Wangzi Jackie Chan, but this is the first time I've heard of Wang Yi Qing'an Jackie Chan. Yi Qing'an, who had high hopes from the Changming sect, was still practicing. He had been absorbing spiritual energy for several days, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that his yard was occupied by the Changming sect's people. The corner of Yi Qing'an's mouth twitched. He couldn't bear it anymore. Are you sick? All of them are here staring at him. Whether he can break the nascent soul is none of their Changming Zong's business. Is it possible that they can still break through with him? I'm not sick. Didn't I hear that you plan to break through the nascent soul? Mu Chongxi sat cross-legged with him, Our Changming sect focuses on companionship. Let's break the mirror with you. Zhou Exingyun found a place to hang himself, and nodded to him, expressing his support. Zhu Yu teased Ling Ji, do you need the elixir? It's free, no money. Hey. Ming Xuan's peach blossom eyes curved, and he sighed hypocritically. Who made us all a group of warm-hearted people? There is no way. Yi Qingyan. His Dao heart was almost unstable. Chu Exingji was also a little annoyed. These people came to their yard every day, exchanging feelings under the pretense of exchanging feelings. They have a fart relationship with the next door sect. Holding the sword, the young man leaned aside coldly, and taunted, hey, you guys, you can't come and torture my elder brother just because Yi Qiao can't break through. Chu Exingji felt that Wu Zong still had the foresight. Why haven't you accepted personal transmissions below the top grade? It is also difficult to break the mirror with limited spiritual roots. Yi Qiao's foundation has not changed for so long. Isn't this enough to explain something? If there is no way to break the mirror, find a way, torture them all day long and ask what is going on with Janzong. Mu Chongxi didn't raise his head. You don't understand. Where it cannot be broken, there is no opportunity to be found. Yi Qingyan took a deep breath and ignored them. There was still a month before the opening of the secret realm. After Zhou Exingyun broke the mirror, he was at the peak of Jindan. Yi Qingyan was in the same realm as him. The individual competition was coming soon. Yi Qingyan is going to be number 1 in the swordsmanship rankings. In the past few days, Yi Qingyan has vaguely touched the edge of the nascent soul stage, and urgently needs someone to fight for a breakthrough, so he looked at Zhou Exingyun, do you want to fight? Zhou Exingyun thought for a while, he said and pushed Yi Qiao out. Yi Qiao. Yi Qingyan squinted his eyes and looked at Zhou Exingyun. Are you insulting me? No. Zhou Exingyun lowered his brows and his voice was cold and indifferent. The geniuses of our Changming sect, one is the younger brother, and the other is her. Yi Qingyan. Seeing that Zhou Exingyun refused to die, he could only turn his eyes to Yi Qiao. Finally reluctantly, okay. Sooner or later, they will meet each other, either in the secret realm or in the individual competition. It is also okay to fight in advance to test it out. Each of them drew a black sword. Yi Qingyan's sword energy was domineering, and Yi Qiao's was more flexible. In the same realm, the gap widened greatly. Yi Qingyan frowned slightly, and there was a bit of cold mockery in his eyes. Learning swords for so long, is this your ability? He saw that when she fought against Chu Exingji, she learned things really fast, almost never forgetting, and the speed that could evolve in the next second. But only fast. When she fought against Yi Qingyan, her disadvantages were revealed. She was not skilled enough in swordsmanship, and she was crushed and retreated in an instant. Yi Qiao ignored him, thoughtful. She discovered it when she was fighting with Chu Exingji. Wen Jianzong's swordsmanship is fierce in the same strain, and the sword tactics are similar. She wrote down Chu Exingji's sword moves at the time, and thought about how to break them. After roughly figuring out the inertia and order of Yi Qingyan's moves, Yi Qiao decisively changed her sword style. Her sword skills are not limited to one range. Although there are many flaws, there are also many tricks. After several rounds, Yi Qingyan gradually realized this. Every time he caught her opening and struck with his sword, Yi Qiao was able to dodge at various tricky angles, and kept making adjustments and mistakes during the period. At first, he easily suppressed her, but later on, something went wrong. That Yi Qiao. It's not like a competition at all, it's more like using him as a whetstone. This bad metaphor made Yi Qingyan look slightly stern. Are you kidding me? How could it be? Yi Qiao said nonchalantly. I respect you very much. Indeed. She didn't do anything, just adjusted the wrong sword technique. Yi Qingyan felt a little aggrieved, especially when he saw Yi Qiao being forced to retreat steadily. He could still improve from it and get rid of the disadvantages of swordsmanship, which made him feel no sense of accomplishment even if he won. In the end, he withdrew his sword unwillingly. "Come back after your golden core." Pursing his lips, he said coldly, "I hope you can fight me in a dignified manner then." Yi Qiao said in her heart, wasn't she upright just now? There was no winner. Yi Qing'an calmed down and devoted himself to cultivation. He practiced without hearing anything from the window, and the few people who guarded him were a little bored. Just gather together and start cracking melon seeds. Mu Chongxi admired. Yi Qing'an is so determined. So he can succeed. Ming Xuan poked Zhou Exingyun. Learn. Zhou Exingyun echoed without soul. It's amazing. To break through the nascent soul stage, as long as the aura is strong enough and the foundation is solid, it is only a matter of time for Yi Qing'an. After guarding for the 7th day, the 5 of them looked eagerly like the thief who stole melons. The moment they saw the breath of the broken mirror, they stood up in unison, "Come here, come here." The golden light flashed past, the sky gradually darkened, and thunderclouds gathered. Zhou Exingyun said indifferently, "It's time." Finally waited. Not easy. Nascent soul stage thunder tribulation. To be honest, it has been a long time since the world of cultivation has appeared, and every time it appears, it can cause turmoil. Yi Qing'an is also well-deserved number 1 in the line of swordsmanship. The thunder cloud is thick and terrifying. He opened his eyes. Yujian flew to an empty space without hesitation, so as not to accidentally injure others. "Let's go too." Mu Chongxi threw the melon seeds in his hand. "Hurry up." Several people rushed to Yujian, and many monks were already surrounded outside, and the Pro brothers were also watching the excitement. They are all top-quality spiritual roots, and it will be a matter of time before they break through the nascent soul stage, so they all want to see what Lei Ji looks like in the nascent soul stage in advance. As a result, the elders stopped him before he could go around, saying, "Don't go there. Be careful of being affected." Nascent soul stage thunder tribulation is not a joke. According to this posture, it will not be finished for a while. The nascent soul stage is different from the golden core stage. He put his hands behind his back, with a serious expression on his face. "If you can get through, Yi Qing'an is the number 1 of the young generation. If you can't get through, then wait to be strangled by the thunder." Lei Ji was never joking, and the people who were eager to try gradually stopped. Si Miaoyan raised his head and frowned, looking at the thunder cloud. It may take a long time. Moreover, it's amazing to go through 2 mirrors in a row. Miao Miao cupped her face. Basically, everyone else has only advanced to 1 level. Nascent soul in such a short period of time. No wonder it is called Kendo number 1. Qin Huai said lightly, "With Yi Qing'an's talent, it may last a day and a night." They were all chattering around Yi Qing'an. When Chang Mingzong and the others rushed over, the others just took a look and didn't pay much attention. Yi Qiao found out that there were elders guarding her and she couldn't get in. Zhou Exingyun simply grabbed her and sneaked in quietly. "Let's go." Yuanying Qi Lei Ji, Wenji and Zongzong cleared people ahead of time, and a large area was vacated around. The 2 took a shortcut and sneaked in. No one was guarding here, and no one would have thought that it would happen. Some disciples wanted to die and ran in when they were crossing the thunder calamity. As soon as Yi Qiao entered, she saw Yi Qing'an, who was sitting in the middle waiting for the thunder disaster. She waved her hand and sat with him as if nothing had happened. The girl was unaware, and Yi Qing'an took a breath in fright. When he looked up and saw her, his brows gradually became knotted. "Yi Qiao, if you don't want to live anymore, there's no need to use this method. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is no grass in 100 miles around the thunder tribulation of the nascent soul stage." Yi Qiao asked, "Nascent soul stage thunder tribulation, can you survive it?" Yi Qingyan, it's hard to say. The elders knew that he was going to cross the catastrophe, so they stuffed several high-grade and even top-grade magic weapons, but they couldn't stop a few of them, and he had to fight the rest by himself. Aren't you going out? He saw that she was planning to settle down, and his always cold expression was a little cracked. Stay home. The elder of Bishuazong rubbed his brows with keen sense. The red dress looks like Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao, isn't that also a genius of the three cultivators? An elder's face suddenly changed. Then let her come out. Can't come out and wait to be hacked to death. That's too late. While speaking, the sky thunder had fallen. Ask for a gift. Chevron under Sect by playing badly. Chapter 119. Thunder clouds gathered above the head, and the dark air was filled with the smell of rain and wind. Yi Qingyan didn't have time to throw Yi Qiao out. The speed of the thunder falling was fast and accurate, and it fell straight to the center. There was a bang, and the thunder that flashed past was as bright as day. In the next second, Tianlei actually turned a corner halfway, and slashed hard at Yi Qiao, who was next to him. He was so fast that he didn't even react for a moment. Ha! Yi Qingyan, who was ready to be struck by lightning, opened his eyes. Yi Qiao didn't intend to provoke heaven this time. When Mingshuan crossed the catastrophe, she just couldn't help but raised her middle finger a little bit, causing a thunderous thunder to fall on her head. Now that Yi Qingyan was in a thunder calamity, the first thunderbolt struck her directly, and the first Daolingan absorbed it very quickly. Yi Qiao pressed her chest lightly, and could feel a slight change. She looked up. Soon the second thunder tribulation was brewing to intensify its intensity, and it rolled down again towards the top of Yi Qiao's head. At this moment, Yi Qiao suddenly had the feeling that the thunder came for her. The second thunder was obviously aggravated. Nascent soul stage lightning tribulation. Is it so scary? This is only the second way. Yi Qingyan's expression on the field gradually became blank. Who is he? What is he going to do? Isn't this his thunder tribulation? He watched with his own eyes that two thunderbolts struck Luo Yichao's body in a row, with great momentum, several times in a row. Yi Qiao was also struck anxiously, and pointed at Tianlei crazily with his middle finger, grinning, "Come on. Hack her to death." The painful lesson of being struck by lightning when she raised her middle finger last time was no longer enough to scare her. She was going to get a meal anyway. Yi Qiao was completely ready to let herself go. Yi Qiao. Yi Qing's indifferent expression split slightly. Aren't you afraid of thunder? Oh. I'm afraid. Yi Qiao. I did it on purpose. Anyway, she's going to be hacked, so what's the matter with her saying hi? Damn it. Yi Qiao just finished speaking. It's really coming. The corner of Yi Qingyan's mouth twitched. What is this called? Yi Qiao and her last stubbornness. The two lightning strikes frightened the onlookers. The higher the talent of the thunder catastrophe, it would take several days. I want to chop people to death. My big brother is awesome. Chu Xingji put his lazy face on the outer barrier, trying to see the picture clearly, caught a glimpse of the dazzling thunder calamity, and opened his eyes slightly. The greater the thunder calamity, the higher the talent is said to be. Qin Huai raised his eyes and clicked his tongue softly. This Yi Qingyan is difficult to deal with. Hearing the discussion over there, the members of Chang Mingzong felt inexplicably that everyone was drunk and the only one was sober. They turned their heads together and started a meeting. Mu Chongxi beeped softly. You said, did the thunder robbery really go to Yi Qingyan? Who knows? Mingshuan. I feel that Da Bai is going towards Yi Qiao. Yi Qingyan's talent is not low, but he definitely doesn't have the posture to kill him when he reaches the third level. Zhu Yu's voice was very low, and his lips were slightly pursed. Heavenly Dao, do you have any opinions on my junior sister? Lei Yun never made a mistake, but that time in Mingshuan, Yi Qiao raised her middle finger and landed straight towards her. In the cultivation world, there have been many people who have been cooing next to Lei Ji for thousands of years, but this kind of thing has never happened. Everyone admired the inner circle of lightning and thunder, thoughtful. It is really unheard of for Tiandao to attack a person. And, like Tiandao, a mysterious and mysterious existence, does it really have self-likes and dislikes in it? Share the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 120 Who Broke the Border? There were several lightning calamities in a row. Even if Yi Qiao could absorb it, she couldn't stand it anymore. She took advantage of the breeze and started running. Tianlei decisively chased after her. Yi Qiao. Nemas. She just knew it. This day thunder came at her. Yi Qingyan looked a little dumbfounded. He had never seen a thunder that didn't strike through the catastrophe, or someone outside the field. The young man didn't hesitate to take the initiative to block it for her. This was his thunder tribulation, although he didn't seem to know what went wrong on the way, but it didn't make sense for Yi Qiao to be struck by himself. Yi Qiao was moved and turned her head. Thank you. So the scene gradually evolved into two people taking turns to be hacked, and Yi Qingyan's sharing didn't have any effect. Tianlei is mainly splitting Yi Qiao, with sparks and lightning all the way. The speed at which her spirit roots can absorb can't keep up with the speed of Tianlei's falling. The passers-by standing outside the field were confused. What happened inside? Well done. Why did Tianlei strike one side and the other? Something is wrong. I don't know. Chu Xingji scratched his head. Could it be that his elder brother cultivated a clone? Will it still teleport? Under the continuous lightning calamity, no one could see any scenes at all, and no one knew what happened to the people inside. The elder looked at the intensifying thunder calamity, and his expression changed several times. Yi Qiao from the Changming sect is still inside. Will he be hacked to death? That is also a genius of the three cultivators. The elder of the Bishui sect had a serious expression. If she stays away, she will be affected at most. At least Yi Qiao has a kid with his own domain, so it shouldn't be a big problem. What they should worry about is Yi Qingyan, whether the other party can resist the catastrophe under this kind of thunder catastrophe. However, Yi Qingyan, who was worried by everyone, was able to help Yi Qiao share some pressure from the beginning, and gradually evolved into an outsider. When he stood beside Yi Qiao, Tianlei would not leave him alone, and slashed at Yi Qiao. Yi Qingyan's expression was a little numb. He was originally indifferent, but now he has become a stone sculpture. This is obviously a story of two people, but in the end, I am the one who is the least worthy of having a name. The thunder tribulation lasted for 3 days before it ended. Many people outside the arena were watching anxiously. They were worried but at the same time relieved. The bigger the thunder calamity, the higher Yi Qingyan's talent. After 3 days and 3 nights of thunder disaster, Yi Qiao was almost confused and fell to the ground, as if a ghost spit out of her mouth. Yi Qingyan hesitated for a moment. Are you okay? He has never survived such a simple thunder tribulation. It was still the nascent soul stage thunder tribulation. And he was able to survive the catastrophe without incident, neither because of his own hard work, nor because of how strong he was. It's because Luo Yichao was basically responsible for the thunder tribulation in the nascent soul stage. Outrageous. Yi Qiao stubbornly raised a finger, and slowly exhaled a mouthful of black smoke. It's okay. After finishing speaking, the girl's voice was erratic, and she laughed twice. Ha, 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 ha. She could feel that the spiritual roots had grown a lot. Forehead. Yi Qingyan didn't think she looked very good. It's even a bit like being struck by lightning and going insane. Thunder billowed for 3 full days. It stands to reason that Yi Qingyan inside should have been struck dead long ago. No matter how strong he was, it would be enough to resist for so long. They were all ready to rush in to rescue him. After the results came out, it was found that the boy was at most disgraced, but he was not smashed. Yi Qiao came out slowly. Her clothes were torn and torn. The promise of being invulnerable to fire and water did not include being struck by lightning. The young girl came out limping, with sullen eyebrows, like a beggar coming out of some beggar's house. Seeing that the two children were fine, the elders who were completely relieved began to focus on Yi Qing'an, and sighed slowly. The future of this child is limitless. Such a ferocious thunder calamity has not appeared in the cultivation